Reincarnated as Idiot Mob Arc 4 LVL Chapter 69 Arc 4 The Level Idiot and the protagonist of the Academy. The Level Idiot's first attendance May, around the time when the entrance ceremony and orientation are over, and the grouping within the class is almost settled. I am fully prepared, or rather, I finally decide to go to the Academy for the first time. I have never showed up in the classroom since I enrolled. Rather, I don't think I've been to the dormitory either, or have I? Sakurai, I mutter while looking back on my memories of the hectic events that had happened since April. Higaki attacked me on the first day, and I trained with Uncle afterward, and then Higaki and I ended up simultaneously killing each other. In the netherworld, I raised my level, got preached, beat up a shitty old man for some reason, and stayed in the netherworld to raise my level for a while more before returning to the world of the living. When I came back, I thought up a way to make money in legal way in order to repay my debt, made a deal with Luizina, blown up together with the base, and ended up being hospitalized again. After that, in order to raise my level upper limit to 90, I did a sub-quest in a gay bar and for some reason ended up serving customers dressed in females' clothing. Strange. I didn't plan to get into that many troubles, thought Sakurai. What the heck did I do? Even though in my original plan, I'm supposed to be studying at the academy and have learned 1 or 2 magics around this time. However, I can't change what has happened even if I look back on the past. And it's wasteful to spend time on actions that don't earn me experience points. Like that, I arrive at the academy. Because I don't know the class allocation, I immediately go to the room of the disciplinary committee, the only place I know the location of, with a wooden sword in hand. Sure enough, the disciplinary committee members doesn't know that Higaki and I have made up. As soon as I enter the room, the disciplinary committee members charge at me from here and there to take me down. If I have my back on the wall, the opponents should only be able to attack from 3 directions, then afterwards, I only need to deal with the approaching opponents one by one. What a perfect tactic. Hey, don't fire magics at me from the outside of my reach. And you call yourselves the disciplinary committee, you bastards. Sakurai. Although there was such a mishap, as a result of me continuing to endure their attacks until they ran out of magic power, I was able to acquire anti-magic power skill that reduces the damage of magic attacks, so today would surely be a good day. And after being given an exasperated look by Higaki who came after hearing the commotion, I safely confirmed my assigned class from the student register. Now I can finally go to my class. Don't go causing troubles for your classma. No, I mean, UNN. Higaki. What kind of person do you think I am? I wish you believe in the harmless me more. But if something happens, I'll immediately tell them your name, so please do your best to maintain order. Disciplinary Committee Chairman. Despite such a commotion occurred, I managed to reach the classroom. How can a new student who's late by a month adapt to the class? The answer is they can only seriously do their best to socialize. You can tell how bad my interpersonal ability is from how I could only came up with such an abstract answer, but as I have abandoned things like human relationships, to begin with, I'd like to build relationships where others and I don't meddle with each other as much as possible. Then what should I do to achieve that? Dunno. Don't ask me. I can only think about it haphazardly. If someone comes up and talk to me, I can tell them about the wonderfulness of leveling, and if they don't, I can continue leveling. For me, the academy is a place to raise levels. I have no interest in this microcosm of society now after all this time. So, shall I go in through the back door? Sakurai. Only out-of-season transfer students would conspicuously enter the classroom through the front. Even if I'm also out of season, I'm still a freshman like everyone in the class. I can just nonchalantly mix in, nonchalantly take lessons, and nonchalantly go home with a straight face. If someone talk to me, I'll just pretend to be a gloomy person and reply stammeringly like, I've been here, this whole time, and yet, why you don't notice me? If I keep repeating that, no one will want to be involved with me. Alright. Having came up with a perfect plan, I quietly and slowly open the door and enter the room. I completely erase the sound of my footsteps with my trained movement skill, and successfully infiltrate in without being noticed by any of the students. Fortunately, now is class time, so everyone in the classroom have their backs turned to me, save for the teacher who is sending me doubtful glances for some reason. This is truly convenient, since the teacher doesn't say anything. All I have to do now is sit in my seat. By the way, where is my seat? In the classroom, about 40 students are sitting in their seats, looking forward. And as far as I can see, there's no empty seat. Is the seat have to be prepared by yourself? No, it should be something that's prepared by the academy normally. Then, why is my seat not here? There's one possibility I can think of. It might be because I hadn't show up for about a month without any contacts. I've confirmed that I've been properly registered in the academy with Higaki's authority, but even if it says so in the official papers, they must have thought that I was something like a ghost student since I had never showed up. It makes sense that they treated me like I didn't exist and put away my seat to save wasted space. Now then, what should I do? Class is currently underway. I'm afraid I'll disturb my classmates who are listening seriously if I were to speak. Class was an important element of the original game, for it allowed you to increase your status and acquire general-purpose skills in a way separate from leveling. Whether or not you are taking classes is directly related to the superiority or inferiority of your character's ability in the end. In addition, in this world that has become a reality, academics also seem to be treated as a skill, so even if you just listen to the teacher's words in one ear and out the other like I do now, you learn experience points, though little. This means that, as long as you gather experience points, it will sublimate as a skill. And if there's a skill, then there'll be skill level, and if there's a skill level, then I'd be able to raise level. I can't bother them. Since I myself am striving to raise level, wouldn't I be failing to properly evaluate the importance of leveling if I were to hinder others leveling? They must have acquired various skills during this month, and now, they're working hard leveling through classwork in order to improve their skills. What would they think if an unknown person suddenly appears and says, "Please prepare my seat," or such? Moreover, the person is the ghost student and needs to be confirmed. There's no way they'd just accept me and say, "Okay, I see." How long would it take to get my identity verified? On top of that, how much lesson time would need to be cut to prepare a seat for me? If I were them, I'd just lift and carry me on my shoulder and throw me out of the window. No, the corridor. Let's just limit it to throwing out to the corridor. If it's the windows, Iris would get angry, after all. But if it won't get found out, then the window it is. Let's withdraw for now, and get to the staff room to explain the situation first. And then suddenly, my thinking stops. I feel like I was about to miss something important just now. I look around the classroom to look for a clue about that important something. Then I see it at the edge of my field of vision. It's the system message that I keep checking every minute and every second every day. And there appear messages of experience points acquisition that I am getting in this situation now. Hot Spring Appraisal +2. Congratulations, you have acquired Hot Spring Appraisal Skill LV1. Along with the fanfare resounding in my mind, the option to get out of this classroom disappears. Hot Spring Appraisal, it's the kind of skill that I don't know where to use. But, however, since I've acquired it and it has skill level, I'm compelled to raise it. I immediately switch up my gear, dig up what I've listened in my memory and start playing it in my mind. At the same time, I listen to what the teacher's currently saying word for word, and incorporate it into the lecture in my memory that is being played back in my mind to reproduce the flow of the series of conversations and their contents. Along with that, the experience points I earn begin to increase, and since I start listening to the class seriously, a part of my status increased slightly as the effect of the class. If I have a notepad, I may be able to increase my experience points by recording the contents and ruminating it, but there's no way around it as I don't have one. There aren't many situations where I can get experience points for such skills. I must take this opportunity to farm them experience points. I fully focus my mind on the teacher and have my free body start practice swinging. The wind-cutting sound of the wooden sword is almost silent, so I have no problem listening to the teacher's voice coming from the front. While taking class, I earn experience points for new skills and improve my swordsmanship skills. On top of all that, I don't bother the other students. This is the perfect student life. I can kill not only 2 but 3 birds with 1 stone. I'm fascinated with the very wonderful way of study and keep it up until the end of the class. LVL Chapter 70. Who is behind you now? Leveling 1. In Amanai's life, he had never regretted dropping his eraser by this much. When he turned and bent down his body to pick the eraser he had dropped, a suspicious person entered the corner of his view. He stared in shock at the suspicious person. Sakurai, who was practice swinging while his face was facing stock still toward the teacher in the back of the classroom. What was weird about it was that he couldn't hear any sounds from Sakurai, who was practice swinging. The sound of his sword that was sheathed in the scabbard too, cutting through the wind, the sound of his clothes rustling, or the sounds of his footsteps as he was moving about, he couldn't hear any of them at all. The rhythm of his swing was inconstant. Soon after he made several tempestuous swings, he started swinging at a slow speed so as to correct the deviation of his movement. He was impressed at his movements that was so practiced that it could be said to have been ingrained in his body, but that just increased the eeriness of his head that looked as though it was fixed in space. What's that guy doing? The heck is he up to? An acquaintance, temporary, of his was just simply pantomiming in the back of the classroom. Moreover, although he was mostly expressionless, he would make a sloppy face from time to time, as though something joyful just came to his mind. Usually, Amanai would just pretend to have nothing to do with him and wait for the storm to pass. However, Amanai, who knew that Sakurai was also a reincarnated person like himself, couldn't ignore him. He didn't want anyone to see his eccentric act and thought that he was the same as him since they were from the same hometown. That was why a mysterious sense of duty to do something about it welled up in him. However, he couldn't come up with a concrete means and ended up just staring down at his desk. The lecture didn't enter his ears anymore. That's right, teacher. Why doesn't the teacher say anything? When he raised his face vigorously along with the feeling that an electric current ran through his body, he looked at the figure of the teacher who kept talking about how useful hot springs are in life. This teacher, who was in charge of this class called Labyrinth Studies, taught the knowledge necessary for exploring dungeons, such as the type and structure of dungeons, and traps and floors with special effects within them. In the original game story, he was a teacher who most players indebted to because they were able to acquire skills that could make dungeon exploration easier when they attend his class. Amanai locked eyes with that teacher. The teacher gently smiled at Amanai while continuing to talk about the benefits of hot springs. The teacher's mentality that was refined in the 20-some years of his life did not show any discomposure, and his words were spoken without hesitation. Amanai, looking at his figure, perceived for certainty that the teacher's mentality came from the fruition of his experience in life, not from his setting as a game character. But putting that aside, he also certainly perceived that the teacher was prioritizing the fact that Sakurai was listening to his story about hot springs seriously, and not to mention paying himself attention. He instead began to get excited in his lecture. Damn, this hot spring otaku is no good. The students usually don't listen to his lecture about hot spring properly, so now one does. He started to get excited. Before he was a teacher, he was a hot spring otaku. He was a man who was fascinated by the wide variety of hot springs that spring up in dungeons. He, who possessed the one-of-a-kind hot spring appraisal skill, had always starved for a comrade. And he discovered that possibility in the suspicious person, aka Sakurai, so to him, his existence was now like rough diamond that was 10,000 times more valuable than his rabble of students. Even at the expense of the remaining 37 minutes of class time, the teacher was resolved to lure Nate to drag him to get into hot springs. Anyway, this cut off Amanai's hope. Abandoning the option of relying on the unreliable teacher, Amanai thought again. The topic was whether or not to speak to the suspicious person who's displaying his eccentricities at full force in the back of the classroom. Some might think that he just had to leave him alone to begin with, but inside Amanai, Sakurai's presence had already swollen up to the same level of a fly buzzing around his ears. Once he noticed him, He couldn't help but be bothered about him. As long as he didn't make him stop, he wouldn't be able to settle down. If he had a suspicious person repellent spray and there were no one around, Amanai would have sprayed Sakurai without hesitation. However, they were now in a classroom packed with students. If he raised his voice all of a sudden and scolded the suspicious person at the back of the class, he would inevitably stand out, and he was not yet prepared to be known as someone who was acquainted with such an eccentric person by the people around him. He said that his purpose was leveling, but does he usually take it this far? He does. Because of Sakurai, who was driven by such a simple and clear principle, Amanai Hayato would continue to spend the remaining 35 minutes of class time while feeling distressed. The sigh he exhaled at the end of class was really, really deep. Yo, Amanai. Why do you look so tired? Sakurai. Because of you. Amanai. Come again? Sakurai. 1. A part of the song associated with a Japanese children's game, Keigom Keigom. 2. In the previous chapter he brought a wooden sword. Though. LVL Chapter 71. Just a little mischief. Please forgive this idiot for his idiotic act. Higaki. Stop calling me idiot out of nowhere. Sakurai. At noon, I go to the cafeteria in the academy and have lunch with Amanai, Akano, and Ethel, and Higaki, who heard a groundless rumor that I had caused a disturbance in the class or something, appear and apologize to Amanai and the others. Seriously, to start practice swinging in the middle of class, don't you think there should be a limit to your thoughtlessness? Ethel. Is 200 gold good for you? Sakurai. But no harm done to me anyway, and you have to accept diversities and sincerities, money, that exist in this society, right? Ethel. To think you would bribe in front of a member of the disciplinary committee, you sure are courageous. Higaki. Ethel protests against Higaki, who confiscates the money I took out. I turn to Amanai, who is holding his head and looking at them with a sidelong glance, and Akano, who makes a troubled smile every time I turn my face. Well, how should I put this? I also didn't expect you would be appointed to be my caretaker. Don't mind it too much. Sakurai. That's too late. Amanai. Aha, ahaha. Sakurai. After class, I exchanged a passionate handshake with the teacher and asked him advice about my seat and my academy life in the future. At that time, because I had called out to him in a loud voice, Amanai, who became known as my acquaintance by the surroundings, was appointed as my caretaker by the teacher. That said, I actually got the feeling that the hot spring teacher being that considerate just to improve our relationship and make it easier to talk to me. I don't know if that's true, but since he seems to give off the air of looking after me for some reason, I'm sure that he's a good guy. Anyways, I will guide you around the academy. I don't mind if you ask me if there's anything, but please keep it moderate. Amanai. Although Hayato said that, feel free to ask him anything. Okay, Sakurai-kun? Akano. You can call me whatever you find convenient. Sakurai. Then, Sakurai-kun it is. Akano. Akano says so with a smile, but it gives off a delicate sense of distance. The event in the classroom must still be lingering on her mind, even though the essence of practice swinging and taking a lesson are the same, that they are acts of improving oneself. Ain't you guys too caught up in what you see? Come. Get your hand on the power to see experience points and together, let's raise our level. Because he's such a guy that you wouldn't know what would happen if you take your eyes off him. Please be careful. Higaki. By the way, what is my hourly wage would be if I become your caretaker? Ethel. Our money-grubbing elf tries to get money in response to Higaki's words. Anyways, how about the basic hourly wage of 300 gold? And a bonus of 20 if you call me by my given name, 50 by dear, and 100 by master, Mas. Ethel-chan? Akano. Toru, okay. Alright, raise the hourly wage to 320 gold. Ethel. For your eagerness, I'll make that 330. Sakurai. UAA. Hooray for rich guys. Ethel, who was dissuaded from selling her soul at Akano's call, stops at raising the hourly wage slightly, and Akano directs a chilly gaze at me. Perhaps I really went overboard with that. Well, Ethel's reaction is interesting, so I can't help but to loosen the string of my purse. Please cut me some slack here. Anyways, I'll be showing him around the academy after we've finished our meal, and I'll be back by afternoon for our dungeon exploration, so get your gears ready. Ethel, Ruka. Amanai. Hayato, we don't need to come along? Ethel, I have to show him the men's changing room and the likes after all. We'll bother the others if we were to bring girls around. Amanai. I see. In that case, pay the hourly wage in advance. Toru, be grateful to me and God. Ethel, I have some work to do as a disciplinary committee member, so I'll leave Sakurai to you, Amanai-kun, but if something happens, you can ask a nearby disciplinary committee member for help. Everyone remembers this guy's face, and if you want to stop him from whatever he's doing, just smack his head. Higaki. For her to give such instructions, just what have you done? Amanai. Trespassing, damaging properties, and some other stuffs for several years. But the consultant guy directly explained to me that because Higaki almost killed me, the scandal she caused offset my crimes, so in the records, I'm innocent. After that, various stuffs happened, like I got my revenge on her and got myself killed, but now all of that feel nostalgic. Anyways, after having lunch without a hitch, I part ways with the girls and wander around the academy with Amanai. Since there are quite a lot of people around, it's difficult to move while practicing movement skill, and my guide, Amanai, begins to take a distance from me, so I have no choice but to walk normally with overwhelming sorrow filling my heart. Damn it, who would have thought that even the way you move would be restricted here? Sakurai. Yeah, now you're restricted and have to walk normally like how normal people do. Amanai. LVL Chapter 72. The relationship of the reincarnated people. Showing me around the academy must be just a facade. And that guess of mine is right on the mark. After quickly showing me around various places, Amanai invited me to an empty classroom. When he said, "Can we talk for a bit? You can even practice swinging while we're at it," I thought, isn't this guy too quick in understanding me? But since I can have some practice swinging, I decided to at least listen to what he wanna say. First of all, about the incident at the opera house. I'm sorry for behaving in a threatening manner. Amanai. I'm so surprised that I even almost unintentionally dropped my sword at Amanai, who lightly bows his head, putting aside whether I'd forgive him or not. I don't even remember anything he should be apologizing for, but anyways, this is the first time in my life that I met someone who admitted his fault so straightforwardly. To realize his own mistake and apologize without being told by anyone. Could this be the difference in our humanness? Other than that, I have something to talk to you. Will you please listen to me? Amanai is so humble. Moreover, this guy still has his head down. It takes me more than 10 seconds to stop my arms from swinging, of which speed was so quick as though representing for my impatience. To Amanai, who still doesn't raise his head in the meantime, I say, I'd listen to you for now, so raise your head. The eyes of Amanai, who has raised his head, is so straightforward. Coupled with that handsome face of his, I feel like I can see a halo behind him for some reason. Anyways, before the protagonist Sama, who took a seat at my offer, although rude, I decide to keep practice swinging while listening to him. First of all, on top of the talk about the future, I want to properly tell you about my stance again. Amanai, hadn't you told me that already? You said you wanted to stick to the original or something. Sakurai, I hadn't tell you the reason or the likes, right? That's one of the things I want to talk to you about. Amanai. Having said that, Amanai begins to talk about why he is so obsessed with sticking to the original. In this game, Amanai Hayato is, without a doubt, the protagonist. Narratively speaking, without him, this world would not be able to overcome the many difficulties that await it in the future, and without him there would be no happy ending, because there are many problems and enemies that cannot be solved without the power of the protagonist and his friends. That being said, he, a different person, was born as the protagonist. The protagonist is a protagonist only if he has the mentality. The power he has is only an extra. If anyone can become a protagonist as long as they have power, the story itself won't come into existence. With that essential insight changed, he can no longer be said to be a normal protagonist. And if the protagonist is not normal, an abnormality will occur in the story as well. If so, there is a high possibility that reaching a happy ending like in the original would end up becoming impossible. Happy endings, no matter which, are endings that the people who had created the game deemed as the good ones. Especially in the Royal Road like Frontier Academia, there will hardly be any casualties. In short, if an anomaly like you were to move as you please, the divergence from the original might become severe and that might result in extra casualties. So you followed the correct scenario to reach the happy ending, huh? Sakurai. I don't care if I'm the only casualty of that divergence. But if left alone, the walls that protect the nation would be destroyed, monsters would flood in, and many would die. After saying that, Amanai sighs, relaxes his shoulders and faces downward as though he's a little exhausted. My parents' house is in the grain-producing region, you see. It's very close to the outer wall because we have to pull a lot of water from the outside. His father took care of the fields from morning till night, and his mother served homemade baked sweets while looking after the children at home. The village mayor taught him letters and calculations with the few books in the village, and an old granny in the village told him various adventure tales in front of the fireplace. The knights stationed to protect the farmland were also kind and looked after him in various ways, such as training him daily, teaching him common sense in this world, helping him with his admission procedures to the Adventurer Academy and so on. It was a peaceful village society where all the villagers on the farmland cooperate to raise the children, forming one whole community. The daily activities that were hardly depicted except for the important points in the original game, and the affection that was poured on him were more than enough to make him and I got attached to the people. In the bad ending, the people are trampled down by the monsters that entered through the destroyed wall, and the story ends without any depiction of what happens afterwards. Perhaps, the Knights somehow settles it, but when I thought that those people might be included in the list of casualties, I felt sick. He couldn't leave them alone. He couldn't think of them as game characters and ignore them. And in his hand is a name tag that reads protagonist. Therefore, Amanai pretended to be the protagonist and started moving as the protagonist. He convinced himself that even if Amanai Hayato couldn't do it, Amanai Hayato, protagonist, could. He believed that if the protagonist sticks to the original, the flow of this world will head toward a happy ending. That's why I moved according to the original game. I want to reach a happy ending as in the original game. Amanai. But that might no longer possible, right? Sakurai. Yeah, thanks to you. That's just a joke. I think that in all likelihood, there's another reincarnated person in Black Sword. So I figured that as we are both reincarnated people, we should have a little talk about the future. Amanai. From the smile that Amanai makes while saying so, I catch a glimpse of something like tiredness. That might be natural, as from his words, Amanai has been acting the part of the protagonist this whole time. It must be quite stressful to keep acting the part of a character that one think is far different from one's normal self. Rather, he should have more confidence in himself. Aside from Amanai's thought, what concerns me is his low self-esteem. Sure, the original protagonist and Amanai Hayato in front of me are two different people, but hearing his story, his simple innate goodness is not that different from that of the original protagonists. The original protagonist, Amanai Hayato, aside from the fact that his character's name can be changed, his lines are not many and his personality isn't that strong, but he's a character whose innate goodness can be glimpsed from the choices that appear in the game. He reach out to those who are in trouble or are facing unreasonableness as long as they're within his reach. On top of that, he goes to battle not for people whose faces he doesn't know, but for his loved ones. He is just a normal good-natured young man who is a little more courageous than others. If I have to point out his special characteristic, should I say his very being itself is sorta like a bug? Not only is he fully capable of mastering all kinds of combat techniques and magic that appear in the game, he can also master other technical skills as well. And he has a natural sense which allows him to acquire the skills used by his opponent during battle, albeit with low probability. He can defeat Barbie, whom I fight in the Netherworld, and the executives of the Black Sword, including their big boss, alone if he prepares well. He can even solo the last boss, who is twice as strong as the endgame content enemies, which are giant monsters that can be mistaken for monsters that appears in tokusatsu programs, albeit requiring some luck. That's how outstanding his talent is. By the way, with well-trained comrades, he can fight endgame content enemies for 3 times back-to-back. Oh, and the upper limit of his and his comrades' level is 100 from the beginning. To boot, you guys all have sky-high talent, so just give me a piece of it, damn it. Sakurai. What's with you suddenly? Amanai. Do you know that other people have to cross-dress while serving customers to release their level upper limit? Where the hell's the fairness in this world? Sakurai. Calm down, just where does that come from anyway? Amanai. Now let's get back to the main subject. With all being said, in the end, the reason why both the original protagonist and the current Amanai fight is because they don't want to see their loved ones hurt. Even if he said he's just acting the part of the protagonist, since that part of them is the same, then he's not less than the real one. His body, overflowing with talent, is that of the protagonist's himself, so if he acts with his head held high, the results should come along with him naturally. Therefore, he don't have to be so pessimistic and think that since he's not the original protagonist, things would go down in the worst direction if he were to act on his own accord. When I recall the matter with Higaki and Iris, I come to be unable to say he can act as he once or the likes. Alright, let's continue the talk without touching this subject. So, what exactly do you mean when you say about the future? Black Sword's been destroyed anyway, there should be nothing to worry about. No? Sakurai. Even if you said destroyed, the one that's been defeated is only Luizina, right? I believe that there's a reincarnated person like us among those who escaped. I'm wary of that person. Amanai. The most probable reason why the Opera House incident was moved forward to April was because there was a reincarnated person like us in Black Sword. Amanai seems to think that possibility is high. And since they were trying to make an event that was detrimental to the nation successful by moving it forward, they're highly likely to be taking hostile stance against him. One of the sponsors of Black Sword is the Academy's vice principal, Milia Heikler. Those who escaped might have chosen the Academy as the place to lay low. Amanai. Milia Heikler, the vice principal of Adventurer Academy. She is one of the sponsors of Black Sword who appears in the final stage of the original game story, a prime-aged female character who tries to adopt demonization technology because she is worried about the deterioration of the quality of her students. She is a person who uses her position to divert some supplies and money to Black Sword, gets information about adventurers who wouldn't cause a problem even if they go missing by interacting with her former students, and pass that information to Black Sword. Black Sword abducts adventurers based on that information and uses them as guinea pigs. She is also the cause of the capture of the female adventurer who is Luizina's mother. That said, Milia is only one of their many sponsors, and she only ever appears in events such as the entrance ceremony during the game. Even when the fact that she is their sponsor got exposed in the final stage, the player only got notified that she is among one of the people arrested by the Knights during the cornering of Black Sword. Sure, we can't rule out the possibility that the escaping members of Black Sword have relied on her and is hiding safely in the Academy, but taking the other sponsors into account, the possibility of that isn't high to the point of certainty. This world has already begun to diverge drastically from the original. If those guys continue to cause troubles in the meantime. Amanai. So you want my cooperation? Sakurai. If possible. It'd be reassuring to have a reincarnated person who have knowledge of the original game on my side. Amanai. That depends on the time and situation. Sakurai. I immediately answers Amanai's proposal. Amanai's and my priorities are too different after all. The thing that Amanai cherishes is something that I'm not interested in. Leveling, which is the purpose of my life, is only a means for Amanai. Sure, there might be many parts where I, a reincarnated person, can help within the story, battle, that Amanai will spin from now on. However, if I have time to cooperate with someone, I'd rather go leveling. I'm not going to go out of my way and get myself involved. But if Black Sword's action seems going to directly hinder my leveling, I'll cooperate with him because I have experienced in the netherworld that it'd be better to have a lot of force if you wanna beat someone up. So, if they do something that hinders my leveling, I'll voluntarily beat them up, and we can cooperate at that time. But if they don't, I'm not going to bother with them, and go leveling. Sakurai, I thought you would say that. Anyway, I can have a peace of mind now that I know you won't be hostile to me. Amanai, well, I'll lend you an ear like this in my spare time leveling on account of our relationship as reincarnated people. Sakurai, for me, the merit of fully cooperating with Amanai is small, but if Amanai is defeated, things might get troublesome. So long as he's not hostile to me, I'll accommodate him a little. I will at least lend him an ear. Thanks. Well then, it's about time for me to go. The afternoon is free training time, so you can do anything you want, like, say, exploring the dungeon or studying. Well, I'll go look around. Sakurai. Then, if something's up. You can normally talk to me. Amanai, who randomly emphasized normally, stands up and leaves the classroom. I keep practice swinging as I see him off, and after a while, I peek out to the corridor and, seeing no one's around, I withdraw into the room. And while recalling my first interaction with Higaki, I wonder why, I'm kinda deeply moved finding out that Amanai's a decent guy. Sakurai. I mutter so, digesting what can be called a decent conversation with a decent person. LVL Chapter 73. The strolling Luizina. Luizina's daily routine was strolling. The diva Luizina, who was supposed to be dead officially, with some information disseminated after the incident, coupled with a simple disguise she learned from Sakurai so that people wouldn't recognize her, she decided to make strolling as her daily routine on her own accord. Her destinations were diverse, from ordinary street corners to the Knights Garrison, from inns to weapons stores and other similar stores, and even bases of illegal organizations in the slum. By using the demonkin's power that had been dwelling in her body for some time without hesitation, she paraded around here and there whimsically. She had been going to the villa area slightly away from the Adventurer Academy these days. Her destination was a mansion located in the innermost area. That mansion, surrounded by marble walls, was a magnificent Western-style mansion that looked like a castle. So good. Luizina. Speaking of what who had openly bypassed the guards who were guarding the gate by making use of her acting skills and a maid uniform that she had stolen from a servant who was leaving the mansion, was doing, it was sitting in the courtyard and enjoying a black tea and baked sweets. Naturally, these were prepared for the owner of the mansion. Luizina just ate them without permission. Just why do Doro and the other two not know how to brew black tea properly? I can't get through the day without a good cup of black tea. Luizina, with her elbows on the table, slouching, Luizina sullenly spat out her complaints. Yes, the truth was, Luizina went to the mansion only because she wanted black tea and baked sweets that fit her taste. She was creeping in this grand mansion just to snitch some snacks. And so you keep intruding here without permission? My, you have returned? Welcome back. Luizina. I am back. Foo-foo. To be welcomed by a trespasser is quite amusing. The one who appeared in front of the free-spirited Luizina was a woman with long, graceful rose-golden hair tied and was let flowing to the front from the top of her shoulder. To describe in a few words, she, whose look seemed to have softness and gallantness coexisting together, was a beautiful woman dressed in male clothing. She was a noble woman who wore an elegant red swallowtail jacket adorned with gold decorations on her tall, uncharacteristic of a female, body, white riding pants, and thigh-high boots that cover her up to her thighs like military boots. On her waist was something like a barrel-less pistol grip which was hanged by passing a golden chain through the ring that surrounds the trigger, and on the bottom of her neck, she wore a laced brooch with a vivid amber, as if to raise her nobility. Looking only at her clothing, she seemed like a medieval male aristocrat. But the body line that formed from her clothes that tightly hugging her body was that of a well-built, yet well-endowed woman. She, who had both masculinity like that of a male and feminineness, was the owner of the mansion and a member of the royal lineage, whose name was Julia von Nost. So, what kind of story will you tell me today in exchange for the baked sweets? Julia. That's so bothersome. Luizina. If you are going to dine and dash, I might have you be captured. Julia. Luizina stared at Julia. Julia, on the other hand, kept a leisurely smile on her face and poured her own share of black tea from the prepared tea set. Julia demanded Luizina to be her conversation partner as compensation for overlooking her offense. However, although Luizina wondered why she had to do that just because she wanted to enjoy luxury goods, since many people in this grand mansion, including Julia in front of her, were strong people who did not get influenced by her blood mist, she decided to accept the deal because she thought it would be more troublesome if she refused. But that being said, Luizina was getting sick of it because she was the one who had to provide the tropic every time. Today is. Let's see. Luizina pondered with her arms crossed lightly. She had talked about a lot of things with Julia. For example, the secret of her birth, and the existence of Black Sword related to it, and such things as the information about the executives and the names and positions of their collaborators that she knew of. Julia asked, I know I was the one who asked, but are you okay with telling me all of that? However, for Luizina, who had not even an ounce of care toward her former home, it was a good price to pay for the luxury goods in front of her. Anyway, she had talked a lot about her past. Luizina thought she would have no choice but to talk about the present. And what she couldn't miss when talking about the present was what happened at the opera house, and about the boy that she met there. However, the one named as the biggest contributor in settling that incident was a student called Amanai Hayato, not Sakurai Toru. That was what Sakurai wanted. It might turn into a problem if she, a Spundia, were to ignore his intention. Alright. Luizina, after concluding that she should just choose Amanai's name, and decided what to narrate at the end of her indecision, Luizina stood up from her seat and walked to the center of the courtyard. And then, the solo performance of Diva Luizina began. The curtain rose to a performance backed by the sophistication of the skills she polished as an opera singer. Julia told her she could just tell her story normally, but Luizina did it like this every time anyway because she thought it would be a downer if her skills deteriorated. She danced, sang, and narrated. In addition, she even used blood mist, her ability as a demonkin, as visual effect. Blood mist did not have a brainwashing effect on people with a certain level of ability such as Julia. However, if taken in large quantities over a long period of time from a close distance, their consciousness would lean toward Luizina, albeit slightly. The spectacular story spun by the pinnacle of the diva of the time, Luizina, at whom even the level idiot, Sakurai Toru, took a couple of glances, never ceased to fascinate everyone who saw it. That was amazing. Julia. After the performance, Julia praised her with generous applause. Luizina silently returned to the table and moistened her throat with black tea that had been rebrewed. After-work tea was exceptionally delicious. But Amanai Hayato, unlike in the reports I received, he sounds like a person who have a very simple goodness. Julia. That's right. Luizina, that was a lie. Luizina did not know even a bit about Amanai's humaneness. She simply replaced Sakurai's name with Amanai, left out his badness, and dramatized his heroicness. Still, by highlighting the villains, including herself, Amanai Hayato, protagonist, was portrayed as being stronger and the more virtuous. I feel like he is more suitable to be a knight than an adventurer. What do you think? Julia. Don't care. I'm not interested in what others thought about and what path they chose. If you're curious, just go ask him yourself. Luizina. Yup, you're right. Oddly, the Academy Festival is held this month. I'd like to know if he is as strong as you said, so I'll definitely go see him. Julia. After looking sideways at Julia, who showed in strong interest in her quiet tone, Luizina stared at the bottom of her emptied cup. She pondered on how she could drink this delicious black tea every day while giving Julia a suitable response whenever she asked her opinion on this and that. She couldn't expect this level of skill from the people she sponged off. She felt like Sakurai would start learning it if she were to seduce him, but the thought of buttering up to him just for that annoyingly irritated her. Luizina. Something's wrong? Julia. Hey, you, teach me how to brew this black tea. Luizina. How to brew black tea? I don't mind, but Julia. After agonizing over it, Louisina came up with an answer, that was, she would brew it herself. She wanted to drink it whenever she wanted to, in the first place, so she thought she should just learn it. That way she could have a good black tea even when she was somewhere far away and couldn't come here. And she thought it would be a good way to kill her excessive free time too. The influence of continuously observing Sakurai striving to raise his level every day began to gradually appear in Louisina. Foo. It's been a while since I've been teaching something to someone, and my heart skips a bit. Well then, from where should we start? Julia. Whatever, just be quick, I don't have much time. If I don't come back by dinner, I'll have to prepare my own meal and Brown will have her brows droop like an abandoned dog. It's so bothersome, you know. Louisina. By Brown? You mean Iris-chan? Yeah, let's have you cram so as not to make her sad. Julia. Julia taught Louisina what she had learned as part of her aristocratic education, a royalty, Julia, and a diva, Louisina, who had been announced as dead in the Opera House incident. Seen from the side, it looked as if a royal blonde woman was giving a lecture to her personal maid. The scene was shrouded with elegance. LVL Chapter 74. Disclosed. Oh right, Sakurai. The dungeon will be off limits during the Academy Festival next week, so keep that in mind, okay? Higaki. Huh? Sakurai. In the living room of Iris's place, Higaki, who is collecting the admission documents for Iris on the table, says so to me as I'm doing muscle training. In response, I stop doing push-up and ask with a straight face as though I couldn't understand it. Hold on a second. What do you mean? Sakurai. You know about the Academy Festival, right? During the period it's held, outsiders will come, too. So the dungeon will be completely sealed off to prevent accidents or the likes. Higaki. I see. It's time for the Academy Festival, huh? Sakurai. The Academy Festival is an event that will be held for 5 days in May after the tutorial phase in April. In this event, which boasts the largest number of participants among the many events in the game, many of the main characters of the game will meet together, including the ones making their first appearance in the game. You couldn't go to the dungeon because you are forced to participate, but, well, since outsiders are invited, it's natural to seal it off so that they can't enter without permission. The school festival, contrary to its meaning in the real world, is a joint athletic meet of the Adventurer Academy and the Military Academy, which is an academy that nurture knights. Academy students and knight apprentices will participate in various competitions, and which is superior will be determined by the points that can be obtained in the competitions they participate in. At the closing ceremony, 3 awards called Individual Award, Party Award, and Academy Award are given depending on the points obtained, and if you can win them, you can receive rare items and money as a supplementary prize. By the way, most of the competitions are party-based, so if the level of your comrades have reached around 30 by the end of April, you can definitely win the Party Award and the Academy Award. Well, if you keep hunting in the Academy dungeon for about 9 hours every day in April, it will be easily reachable. What? Individual Award? If the protagonist's level is in the latter half of 30, and you continues to participate in party competitions with him alone, you can get all 3 awards. The recommended level to participate in this event is around 15, to begin with, so if you have double that level, you can naturally win most competitions. Please keep that in mind, everyone. Speaking of the Academy Festival, have the supplementary prizes been decided? Sakurai. The Academy Award is 10,000 gold for all students of the winning academy. The Party Award is Great Priest's Magic Staff, and the Individual Award is Fool's Necklace, it seems. Higaki. What? Sakurai. You are? Higaki. Hearing the item's name, Fool's Necklace, I spring up and, in one bound, strongly grab Higaki's shoulder over the table. For real? You can get Fool's Necklace? Where did you get that information? Did you see it with your own eyes? Where is it now? Who are guarding it? Their number? Their arrangement? Sakurai. Wait. Calm down. Your eyes are bloodshot, Sakurai. Higaki. Answer me. Sakurai. No way I will, idiot. Higaki. I receive a counter-attack throw from Higaki, whose shoulders I shook back and forth, and is thrown to the sofa. Thanks to that, my head cools down a bit. Individual award at the Academy Festival. The item given as the supplementary prize is randomly selected from several candidates. However, each item has a different chance to be selected, and the one with the lowest chance is Fool's Necklace that Higaki mentioned earlier. There is a famous saying that a fool learns from experience and a wise man learns from history. This Fool's Necklace was said to have been made with that saying as the origin, and it has the effect of increasing the acquired experience points by plus 5%. It can increase the acquired experience points by plus 5%. It can increase experience points. This is an extremely rare item that I must obtain at any cost. These days, my required experience points are close to 100 million points, so there's no way I'm gonna miss it if it can increase the efficiency in obtaining experience points, even if it's only by 5%. Alright. Sakurai. Wait. Higaki. What is it? Higaki. I haven't done anything yet. Sakurai. I see, not yet, huh. So what are you going to do now? Higaki. Well, I think I'll go borrow the record of goods that entered the management room at the delivery entrance of the academy to check if there's any evidence that something much like Fool's Necklace was brought in, and scour around the principal's room, vault, the warehouse, hidden rooms and the likes. After all, there is not much time until the academy festival. It's uncertain how long that sort of experience point increasing item will be stored. I must get it as soon as possible. I see, then I'm taking you in. Higaki. Why? Sakurai. Why, you ask? 'Cause there's no way I'll overlook it. Higaki. Higaki says and reaches out to my back, intending to capture me. Of course I resist, but Higaki has a higher win rate in a bare-handed fight. She seems to have been honing her arrest technique with Iris lately, making it even harder to escape from her grasp. Damn it. Don't pin down a person on their hips, Higaki. And why do you even polish up your technique just to subdue me? Sakurai. Because if I don't, you will bother other people. Higaki. Alright. I get it. Let's make a deal. I'll tell you information from my original game knowledge that will be useful for you. So let me go. Sakurai. I refuse. I don't see great value in your knowledge. You don't have any information about teacher, after all. Higaki replies bluntly to the deal I offered. This little, even though I've told her the source of my knowledge as I promised after the Opera House incident. To think her reaction would be just this, even though I explained everything from the beginning, including the fact I'm a reincarnated person because she didn't get my summary about game, strategy wiki, various PR brochures, and other related books at all. Even though I recited Higaki's height, weight, 3 sizes, and all her profiles on the spot because she didn't quite believe it. In the first place, why was, you don't have any information about teacher so useless? All the reaction you had hearing what I told you. Normally people would be surprised, or angry, or the likes, wouldn't they? Sakurai. I'm a person from a creative works world, such a story is more or less in line with your words and actions. However, you also said that Higaki are that you know and me that's currently here are like different people. If that is the case, it proves that I am alive as my own person. There's no need for me to take it so seriously, right? Higaki. Iris knows about the reincarnation system as a person from the netherworld, so, for argument's sake, it's still acceptable when she only reacted like, so there is such a thing, but even though the story is not that big of a deal, show some reaction to please the speaker. That's what's not good about you. Sakurai. You yourself, don't get angry for such a stupid reason. Besides, if someone tells you, you're a person from a creative works world, you won't feel anything, even a tiniest bit, will you? Higaki. I'd pretend to be angry for a while, stage a one-on-one fight so that we can make up, and thoroughly get information that seems to be related to leveling from them, though. Sakurai. That's what's not good about you. Higaki. Iris shows a strange understanding to Higaki, who is excessively diligent to the end, saying it's Sakurai-san, after all, while catching a glimpse of the indomitableness of the girls, who are prone to jump into major events that would likely to be very complicated and troublesome. I continued to uselessly resist Higaki until I'm dragged to have dinner prepared by Iris. LVL Chapter 75 Academy Festival. As I continued thinking about the inevitable future, being chased around by the monsterology teacher with a textbook in hand around the clock, and also getting my plans of robbing Fool's Necklace obstructed by Higaki, somehow or another, the day of the Academy Festival arrived. I, completely disregarding the opening ceremony, as is the obvious thing to do, am observing the city from the roof of the Academy building. The Academy Festival is a big athletic meet that involves not only the inside of the Academy but also the surrounding facilities. Because of that relationship, the city is generally in a festive mood, and the main street that visible here is crowded with people and merchants' stalls aimed toward them. The people in this world who basically need to live inside the wall are unconsciously bottling up stress, so there are quite a lot of people who like festivals. Therefore, they would take advantage of events such as the Academy Festivals to start making merry like this. Taking that into account and looking at the flow of people from the rooftop, the flow of people actually heading to the Academy is small, it basically making circles around the main street where stalls are set up and taverns. As I thought, the Academy Festival itself is not very important for the majority of the residents. They just wanted a pretext to gather and let themselves loose. Well, let's take a look at the opening ceremony. Sakurai. I move my line of sight to the opening ceremony held in the Academy grounds. In front of the gathering of not only the Academy students, but also the participating students from the military academy who are aiming to become knights, there is a podium where the Academy Director and the Military Academy Director standing in line. There are glass cases installed beside the podium. They contain Diamond Magic Staff 1, and Fool's Necklace for the presentation of this year's Academy Festival supplementary prizes, and I can see teachers and members of the disciplinary committee guarding around it. Of course, Higaki is also in that group and is keeping a watchful eye on the surrounding. Only the reserve team will go if there's an uproar elsewhere. As expected, I have to give up. Sakurai. I want Fool's Necklace, but I couldn't think of a way to certainly get it without getting myself caught. Therefore, I eventually, or more like, when the day of the event arrived, decided to get it in a straightforward manner. Then, while looking at the students gathering in the Academy grounds below, I get worried that I might think of them as experience points, so I decide to return to the Academy building quietly. When you look at a surging crowd from a high place, you will end up imagining yourself as a hero from Musu game after all, right? I start wondering how much experience points I'd get for each person's head, and I'm sure that I'd end up putting that into practice. Therefore, I decide to leave the rooftop for everyone's sake. Phew. I've grown yet again so as not to bother others. Sakurai. While muttering such a thing, I walk inside the almost deserted academy. I'm devising strategy in my head in preparation for the upcoming competition while wondering if Iris and Luizina are carrying out what I instructed well a bit worriedly. Amanai, who was attending the opening ceremony, began to get a little tired of the lengthy greetings. On the podium set up on the academy grounds, the Academy Director and the Military Academy Director each were giving directions. The Academy Director wore a rough dark blue suit and spoke in a less formal tone, whereas the Military Academy Director wore a ceremonial full-body armor adorned with quite a number of medals and spoke in the formal tone. Their appearance was as though displaying the contrast between adventurer and knight, and the students who were listening to them were also in contrast. There were those who were beginning to get particularly antsy because they were unfamiliar with this kind of thing, and there were those who were standing upright in attention. After the directing were over, next was the announcement of the competitions. The setting was 3 competitions were randomly selected from multiple candidates every year, but for this year only, Amanai knew in advance of what would be selected. In case the competitions changed, he'd truly begun to doubt that there might be another reincarnated person besides Sakurai in the academy, but thankfully, what announced by the academy director were the same competitions as in the original game. This year's competitions are chariot race, capture the flag, and round-robin tournament. Hayato, do you know their contents? Ruka standing next to him spoke the same line as in the game, Amanai naturally knew the contents, but he decided to ask Rika for explanation to make doubly sure. My bad, can you explain it to me? Amanai, you sure never pay attention to things like this. Can't be helped, I'll explain it to you. Rika, while smiling at Rika who was making a proud face, Amanai focused on listening to her words. The first was chariot race, which would be held from tomorrow at a rented racetrack nearby. While it was called race, it was actually an endurance race where players riding on the prepared simple horse-drawn chariots continued to race until there was one last pair left on track. In the chariot race where sabotaging during the race was allowed, 9 pairs of athletes competed against each other, and the participants in the last position were disqualified every lap. You will be given points according to your ranking in the race. Rika, but I never held a horse's bridle or something of the like before. I neither have a horse or wagon after all. Amanai, that's why the first day of the opening ceremony is preparation period. You can get training using the lone chariot until you can at least handle it. Rika, however, it heavily depended on one's individual skill whether or not they could get the hang of it in one day. As an additional information, the knight apprentices at the military academy usually got in contact with horses to some extent, so it could be said that the adventurer academy was disadvantaged in this competition. But in reverse, capture the flag that will be held the day after tomorrow is advantageous to us. Rika, if I remember correctly, it's a group battle using a part of the mountains in the outskirts, right? Amanai, it's a group battle where a group of about 20 people, divided into the academy side and the military academy side, clash. The existing map is not very useful because the teachers who can use magic have modified the mountain, and victory goes to the ones who manage to find and steal the opponent's flag while defending their own flag, of which location is unknown. Rika, in capture the flag held in the real-world competition games or the likes, one started from the place where their flag stood, but in capture the flag in this game, one started from the state where one did not know where their own flag was. Therefore, adventurers who were accustomed to challenging and exploring dungeons would have a higher chance to detect small clues left by the teachers involved in modifying the terrain. Also, since adventurers' equipment was basically light clothing, they had easier time to move on bad roads than knight apprentices who wore full body armor, and add to that their high flexibility in decision-making because they were used to acting in a group with a small number of people, which didn't exceed the number that made up a platoon. The adventurers were basically had the upper hand in this competition. The distribution of the point was not only based on the outcome of the capture the flag, but also how active a role each person played in the competition, which would be judged by the teachers who would be watching over from high grounds. Therefore, even in case of losing the capture the flag, points might be added to the whole party or individually. So, the last one is round-robin tournament, Amanai. It's a party-based battle royal that takes place in and around the academy for a day. If you get your badge stolen, you'll be disqualified immediately. The total number of points written on the badge held by the end of the time limit will be given to the owner. It is the last competition where a one-shot turnaround is possible. Rika. Also, the battle area narrowed from the outside over time. Even if one had a badge, they would be disqualified immediately if they get out of that range. To get a better image, imagine it like Battle Royale game that had been popular for a while. So is setting-wise. After listening to Rika's explanation, Amanai muttered in his head. Since the actual game was an RPG, it was just a matter of choosing an option that served as an action guideline in any competition and defeating the enemies that appear as a result. In Chariot Race, you chose one from several rental chariots, chose the action guideline during the race before the start, defeated the enemies that appeared as a result, and then you would reach the goal safely. The number of turns used during the battle determines the first to third place. Other competitions were generally like that, too. Therefore, with the game having turned into reality, Amanai was a little anxious about participating in the real competitions. However, it was similar to the tension one had before a match. He was optimistic about the outcome of the competitions itself. The Academy Festival is only a stage for introducing characters. It has no part that will affect the story later. Even if the military academy wins in all the competitions, I would just not receive any bonus items. In his stance of adhering to the original and keeping the flow, there was nothing to worry about in the Academy Festival, as the story would not be affected even if it was skipped entirely, and so, as a student, he should take part in the competition seriously and deepen his ties with his comrades. It would be nice if the Academy Festival proceeded smoothly and ended without any trouble, becoming something to be reminisced. Whether that would be interesting as a story is a different matter, though. However, that's enough for Amanai. That might be the best result. 2. Hayato. Ruka. Ayak. Sorry. I was just thinking about what to do from now on. Amanai. Get a grip. It looks like that the teachers saw us talking, so if you want advice, you should go find Ethel-chan after the opening ceremony, okay? Ruka. Got it. Amanai raised his face and turned his gaze toward the podium. The academy director was introducing the supplementary prizes on the stage. The opening ceremony should be over soon. While thinking so, Amanai made a wry smile to the small sigh that he leaked out unconsciously, and continued to listen to the speech absent-mindedly until it was over. So he's Amanai Hayato-kun. That was why he didn't notice the line of sight of a beautiful girl who dressed in male clothing. I think Amanai will learn that nothing proceeds smoothly and ends without any troubles when Sakurai is involved. 1. The names changed for some reason. Originally, it was Great Priest's magic staff. LVL Chapter 76. Hierarchical relationship. Sakurai-san. As I'm practice swinging in the courtyard of the academy, I hear a cheerful voice calling me. When I turn my eyes, I see Iris running toward me with a smile, and from behind her, Luizina slowly approaching on the back of a brown-haired horse that is making trotting sound. Wafu afinafu ha-ha-ha-hon, herafu hafu-eho. Luizina. Don't talk while eating an apple candy. No one can understand what you're saying. Sakurai. Luizina. Don't choose the apple candy over talking with me. Sakurai. Leaving that aside, please look at this, Sakurai-san. Iris. Leaving the diva who is on festival mode with a goblin mask on her head for the time being, I turn toward Iris. She proudly throws out her chest and thrusts something like a pass case in front of me. It's a student ID card engraved with the academy emblem of this academy. Finally, I am also a student from today. Now I can stay with Sakurai-san and CO in the daytime, too. Iris. I'm a low-class student, while Higaki is an upper-class student, so we don't take classes with an intermediate-class student like you. Sakurai. No way, you're lying. Iris. You were intending to stick with us even in class, huh? So I want to ask Iris, who is huffing in anger. But I don't care about that now, so I just congratulate her on her admission and calm her down, while turning my gaze to Luizina, who is left alone. Or to be exact, to the horse she's straddling. Compared to a thoroughbred, which is synonymous with horse racing, it has a smaller and more delicate physique, reminding one of a pony, and its sleepy eyes give off an unreliable impression at first look. However, perhaps it has big guts. The horse doesn't care about the hustle and bustle of the crowd, and with Luizina on it, it doesn't make a slight movement even when kids clap its feet as they pass by. Anyway, it's dangerous, so stop it, you brats. Shoo. This is why kids are. Anyway, this is the kind of horse I wanted. Sakurai. I was a bit peeved when you asked me to ignore the opening ceremony and go to the stables first. Well, I didn't mind because I was getting my student ID card and couldn't make it time for the opening ceremony anyway, though. Iris. Gulp. To ask me to run an errand, you've been getting ahead of yourself these days, it seems. If you make me do something boring like this again, I'll beat you to death. Luizina. After eating the apple candy, Luizina glares at me from the top of the horse. The force of it coupled with her beauty is quite something, but my heart isn't perturbed at all. It's probably because I've gotten used to being glared at by Higaki. It's an unpleasant way to get used to it, though. By the way, Iris is also accustomed to the sight of me being glared at. She just casually ignores it and brags about her student ID card to the horse. By the way, is it okay to prepare the horse on your own for the competition? Iris. I've confirmed it with Higaki. Though the chariot is a set with the rental items, you can prepare the horse on your own, as the chariot race is very disadvantageous for the adventurers. Sakurai. I see. Oh, right. I have already registered us as a participating party, so we can participate in the competition together. Iris. Good. Next is how much I'll be able to handle this guy by tomorrow, I guess. Sakurai. Now then, when I decide to go to the sports ground to hone my horsemanship, Luizina suddenly grabs the horse's reins as though she just recalled something. And then, without saying any words, she has the horse to turn around, before it began to move away while making brisk clip-clop sounds. Now hold it right there. I don't care where do you want to go, but I'm gonna use the horse, so leave it here. Sakurai. Excuse me? I was the one who fetched horse. So, this horse is mine, too. Besides, walking is tiresome. If you're a man, you should take the hint. Luizina. I am the one who paid for it, though. Iris. I'm the one who brought it here. Luizina. Your counter-argument is too weak, you know. Sakurai. Are you a kid, thinking so? To Luizina, who hugs the horse's neck after realizing she's in an unfavorable position and puffing up her cheeks. I, an adult, decide to ask where she wants to go for the time being. Julia's house. She promised to serve me tea and baked sweets after the opening ceremony. Luizina. Julia who? Sakurai. Julia von Nost. Luizina. Hold on a second. Why did the name of a royalty come out of your mouth? Sakurai. Speaking of Julia von Nost, she is one of the heroines who belong to the royal family who governs the nation and is also the student council president of the military school. However, because she belongs to the military academy rather than the adventurers' school, although she is involved in the story, due to the fact that you have to do a separate event in order to turn her into a heroine, she's treated like a semi-hidden character. In addition to that, depending on the result of the event, you might even open up a special route, a special treatment matching her status as a royalty. I would say, though depending on how you want to beat the game, you can choose between completely ignoring her and interacting with her closely. Why is such royal-born beauty and the unemployed, homeless, and should be in a coffin Luizina so intimate that she even invited her over to her place? Come to think of it, Luizina's daily routine is strolling. She'd suddenly take a stroll anytime she feels like it. However, I never thought she would meet Julia, a royalty, while taking a stroll. It's possible that the other party was the one who made contact with her. Or perhaps, Luizina happened to sneak in a mansion in where Julia was. Damn it, as long as the possibility is not zero, as a gamer, I cannot deny the latter. Or rather, even among others in the villa area, Julia's mansion is rather conspicuous, so I'm most sure that Luizina got interested in it, went in to check it out, and was discovered. No, it doesn't matter how they met. If Julia had met Luizina, then them getting close is an inevitable result. Frankly speaking, Julia is a genuine talented people enthusiast. Perhaps it's a trait of a royalty. She likes to have talented people close at hand. In the original game story, having an eye on the protagonist who had achieved excellent results at the Academy Festival, she approached him and told him to quit the Adventurer Academy and join her Knight Order at the Military Academy, and thus the beginning of their interaction. If she met Luizina, the former diva, she would most likely invite her, who has a solid track record, to get along with her, at least for the time being. As a person who knows the original, I can easily imagine Julia inviting Luizina over, and I'm sure she pays no attention to the fact that Luizina is a former terrorist who should have been dead. Anyways, I don't care where and what kind of connection the unemployed freeloader Luizina makes, but I would be troubled if she were to take the horse due to it. However, it is troublesome to persuade this pretty selfish princess. Worst case scenario, I probably would only be able to handle the horse at walking level of speed by tomorrow. So I decide to offer her a compromise. Can't be helped, I'll follow you on the horse to your destination. On the way back, just ask that Madam Royalty to prepare a horse-drawn carriage for you. Sakurai. Fine. Instead, you hold the reins. Luizina. Yes. Can I come with, too? Iris. who has been left out of the conversation, raises her hand vigorously and says so. I don't mind she coming with. But no matter how you look at it, the horse can only carry up to 2 people. Someone definitely have to be left out. I can't, is it? Iris must have realized it too. However, the expression of I don't want to be left alone with her eyebrows lowered surfaces on her face, and she's even surrounded by atmosphere that feels like she would even run to come with if told so. Then Louisina, who doesn't have even bit of consideration toward her, seems like going to tell her so for real. So I, who can't neglect Iris in order to win the chariot race, interrupt Louisina's words while feeling exasperated. Then, Brown can just Louisina. Iris and Louisina go take the lead on horseback. I'll follow you guys by running. Sakurai. Well, if you say so, why not? Louisina. Thank you. Iris hugs me to show her gratitude and then sits behind Louisina on the horse. Having made sure of that, Louisina pull the reins whilst snorting and have the horse to get going, to express its running speed. It is too fast to be called walking and too slow to be called running. If don't run seriously, I might lose track of it. While vowing to throw Iris to Higaki until tomorrow on the way back, I come to the realization that I could train my body by running, so it's better than riding the horse. Meaning, I can get experience points, can't I? Sakurai. And the fact that I can get experience points means that I'm gonna be one step closer to leveling up. What? Running is definitely better, ain't it? Matilda. In that case, please say that sooner, Matilda. I almost missed on experience points, didn't I, Tilda? Alright, my legs have been thoroughly trained anyway. Shall I first teach the likes of that not thoroughbred horse the difference between us? Sakurai. I thought so in anticipation of the horsemanship practice that we would be having after this, because I believe it would be best to display my ability to make the horse obey. The monsterology teacher also said, if you want to become a monster tamer, you must first show that you're superior to them, so the relationship between a horse and its owner must be similar. Animals act on instinct. Horses live by the rule of the jungle, too. As the big first step in training it, I shall get a splendid victory over it in its own field. After a quick light stretch, I break into the run with all my might. I catch up with and overtake the leading Louisina and co., and then Louisina swings the reins and hurries the horse. I try to further increase my pace all the while laughing like I'm not gonna be defeated, appealing that I still have room to spare. Ha 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 ha. Don't think a mere horse can win against me, a running monster that has been running on the river bank every day without fail for nearly 10 years. Sakurai. Look who's so confident. Brown, hold tight. I will put him in his place. Louisina. Yes. Or rather, if Sakurai-san runs ahead, how will he find the way to the destination? Wouldn't he get lost? Iris. I'm superior to a horse. Sakurai. I jump over an obstacle whose name is disciplinary committee member, which occasionally appeared, and run through the city along with the horse with all my might. Then, although there were many twists and turns, by the time we arrived at the destination, Juliaju's grand mansion, I've became something like a baggage carried and tied up on the back of the horse. Wheeze. 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 Sakurai. You're quite unsightly, Toru, but it was a lot of fun. Louisina. Sakurai-san, are you okay? I'll take you down now. Okay? Iris. My legs, which has been overworked so much that they could no longer be used, are quivering like that of a newborn fawn's, and I'm so tired I can't stand without Iris's support. Still, I look back at the horse staring at me, and say with a firm determination, next time. Next time, I won't lose, horse. Sakurai. I think Sakurai-san is the first person ever to see a horse as a rival. Iris. LVL Chapter 77. We don't need it, do we? Although I tried to ride the horse back after sending Louisina, I couldn't move the horse with my complete amateur level of horse riding skill on top of my dead tired legs. The royal guard who was guarding the mansion, unable to just watch, went to have a discussion with Julia, who was inside the mansion, and although I wasn't allowed to enter the premises, I got the permission to use the perimeter of the walls surrounding the mansion as a training track. I knew I got this special treatment because she thought of me as Louisina's acquaintance, but when I thought that I wouldn't have to go through this trouble if Louisina hadn't brought the horse this far in the first place, I felt a little irked. Anyways, thanks to the royal guard who had too much time to spare teaching me and Iris on how to ride a horse, I was able to make the horse walk around. The royal guard, who has been teaching me how to swing a sword on horseback, returned to his position in response to the sound of the carriage that is audible from a distance, so for the time being, we also pull the horse to the side and turn to the direction where the sound coming from. What stops in front of the mansion is a high-class carriage pulled by two white horses with beautiful coats. Although the ornament is somewhat lacking as a royal property, probably because it is for picking up guests, the spotless carriage that reflects the sunlight gives off an inerasable refined feeling, making one inevitably imagine that inside the carriage that is partitioned by curtains boards a person with a high status. However, contrary to that impression, the ones getting off the carriage are 3 students. Moreover, all of them are familiar faces, and as soon as they see me, they make a surprised expression. Sakurai-kun? Ruka. Sakurai? I wonder who it is, and turns out it's Toru. What are you doing in a place like this? Ethel. Yes, the ones getting off the carriage are Akano, and Ethel. After I lightly raised my hand to greet them, who each showed a different reaction, they all walk up to us. Are you also called by Nost-san, Sakurai? Nope. I'm just taking a break after getting tired from running all the way here because some freeloader said she wanted to come here while teaching this horse who's the boss while I was at it. Sakurai. I don't get what you saying. That just now should be a concise explanation that covered all of the main points, though. Sakurai. You're not good at explaining. When Amanai shows a mysterious convinced expression, I direct an uncomprehending gaze toward Iris, but she averts her eyes. It looks like the horse that I've been with for a short time is my only remaining ally. Next time, I have to revise people's evaluation of me, including Iris. For some reason, I can't help but feel like everyone's treatment of me is sloppy, but well, I don't mind it too much because it won't get in the way of my leveling, though. You guys were called? What kind of problem did you cause? Sakurai. Unlike you, we did nothing in particular. Ethel. When we were choosing a horse in the stable after the opening ceremony, we were invited to the mansion to talk to Nost-san about what happened at the opera house. Ruka. I really want to bring you up, but well, there's that favor you gave us at the hospital. I will keep the truth. Ethel and Akano give a small nod to Amanai, who spoke in whisper so as not to be heard by the knight guiding them. If it's me, I would have ignored the call because it's plainly a hassle, or just mixed some truths and lies and push it to somebody else, though, what's with these guys' strong sense of duty? Anyways, it's convenient for me, so let's stay quiet and rely on these honest people's sense of moral obligation and humane feelings. I see. Well, you can talk to me if anything comes up. Sakurai. Thanks. Then, we're going. That said, Amanai and Seo go into the mansion. The carriage they were on also goes away, and we and the royal guard are the only ones left again. My legs are recovering soon, so it's about time we say goodbye and let him enjoy his free time. I have horse riding skill to master anyways, which is my original purpose. Then, thank you very much for your help. Iris. Thanks a bunch. Sakurai. Having said goodbye to the royal guard, we get on the horse and leave the place. Then, after telling Iris to borrow the chariot prepared for the competition, I decide to head to the grove behind the student dormitory where Iris's home is located. Originally, I intended to learn the basics from the horse riding instructor dispatched by the military academy in the sports ground, but I no longer have a reason to go there as the royal guard had taught me. The chariot race being as it is, I want to avoid exposing my ability to the public, and I have to go my room in Iris's place to get the necessary items anyways. I can't go calling you horse forever, and you're not a rental, so I think I have to give you a name. Sakurai. Nay, it's not like you're a pet. But whatever. Your name is Horsey. Sakurai. Ngh. Horsey neighs as though he's disappointed with the name I gave him. This guy, he's so gutsy that he wasn't the least perturbed with the hustle and bustle around him, and would answer with a simple response, so he must be quite smart. He has a slightly different origin from the real-world animals, so this much is normal, maybe? Well, nothing's bad from us being able to communicate easily. With that in mind, I grab Horsey's reins and have him walk. By the way, afterward, I realized that Iris had no way to carry the chariot without a horse, so I did 180 with Horsey and got back, but I encountered her with a chariot pulled by an ice horse midway. You can do something like that, Iris? Sakurai. It is kind of like a golem, so I can only give it simple commands. Iris. If you can do that, then we don't need Horsey, do we? Sakurai. Nay. LVL Chapter 78. Scouting. A while after Sakurai left Julia von Nost's mansion, after a meeting with her, the mansion owner, a Manan CO headed for the academy following his lead. Hayato, was that really fine? Ruka. Amanai was asked by Akana, who was walking next to him. Ethel also turned her gaze to him as though wanting to know his answer to that question. Amanai thought that there was no mistake in his choice, but it was also true that if the royal guards stationed at that mansion were present, it would not be strange if they were detained on the spot. Exactly because he knew that, Amanai could understand their tinge of anxiety. So, he answered, "It's fine. I got no other choice." Amanai lightly closed his eyelids, and as if to reaffirm that the choice he made was not wrong, he began to remember the exchanges at the mansion. Nice to meet you, everyone. My name is Julia von Nost. I apologize for the sudden call, it's just I want like to talk to you by all means. See? Julia. Nice to meet you too, Nost-sama. I am the leader of this party. My name is Amanai Hayato. We are all of commoner born, so we are very much lacking in terms of etiquette, but I hope you can pardon us. Amanai. Following Amanai bowing, the girls standing behind him also bowed in courtesy. Julia, standing beside the table in the courtyard, made a gentle smile receiving their bows, and after saying, "Raise your heads," prompted them to take seat. "Thank you for your polite greetings, Amanai-kun. And I don't mind if you speak casually. I'm currently not a royalty, but the student president of the military academy, just a student like you all. Just knowing that you are people who understand courtesy is enough for me." Julia. However, Amanai. Or would you only be at ease if I give you permission after vowing on the crest of the royal family? Julia. If you insist. Then I'll talk casually. Amanai. Of course, I want you to do so as well, Mrs. Julia. Julia spoke to Akano and Ethel, who was still stiff after taking their seats. Ethel was able to relax her shoulders at her words, but Akano, overwhelmed by the noble atmosphere surrounding Julia, just nodded with her lips clamped tightly together. Maybe she found it amusing. Julia chuckled and joked lightly, "Relax, I won't bite." "Oh right, I haven't served you tea yet. She should be here soon, but..." "Oh, speak of the devil." Julia. It's a lie, right?" "Hey, Amanai, isn't that person?" Ethel. "Luizina, Mateos." Amanai. "What's with you guys? Gotta complain? Even though I've went out of my way to brew the black tea." "HMPH, I'm not letting you drink my black tea." Ahead of Julia's gaze, the one who appeared in long-skirted maid outfit was the perpetrator of the Opera House incident, the executive of Black Sword, and, for that matter, the demonkin who should have died, Luizina Mateos. Amanai and Ethel, who knew that Sakurai had defeated her during the turmoil in the Opera House, but did know about their deal, made a look as though they saw something unbelievable and showed vigilance. Subsequently, Akano also had a surprised look, but she was a little less tense than the two, because the only thing she knew about was Luizina had committed the assault. Anyway, Luizina became moody because she was directed with vigilance as soon as she came. Immediately after sitting next to Julia, she monopolized the tea set she had brought, and without trying to hide her displeasure, drank the black tea alone. Please forgive us, Mateos-san. We were rude." "Ruka, you don't have to apologize, Akano-san. It happened because of my lack of consideration. I should have been able to easily imagine what kind of feelings you all, who were involved in the incident, had toward her, And yet. Julia, not at all. Nost-sama don't need to apologize. Ruka, no, apologize to me. Isn't it strange? You said you were going to give me tea leaves, so I went out of my way to come and brew it, and yet this is how I get treated? Luizina too, forgive me. I'll have some sweets wrapped along with the tea leaves as an apology. Julia, rather than the actual sweets, just give me the recipes. I will have Brown make them at home. Luizina, Amanai. To think she would ask for the recipes of sweets served for a royalty. What a shrewd woman. I think we should drop our vigilance for the time being, and think about how to get the recipes too. I'm sure they would fetch a good price. Ethel. In the midst of the tea party that began to turn chaotic, what Amanai could most sympathize with was Ethel's opinion that she whispered to him. However, it was only the "I think we should drop our vigilance for the time being" part. Sakurai was the one who dealt with Luizina in the opera house. It's useless to think about it deeply, so I should proceed with talking with Nost-san. Amanai, who had a growing understanding of Sakurai as a person, decided to keep Luizina's presence to the corner of his head and get the derailed talk back to its track. In the first place, the reason why they were called over was because Julia wanted to heard about the opera house incident. Though Julia von Nost was a royalty, she spent her days as a student at the military academy. Therefore, she had no connection with the Thieves' Guild, which was an intelligence organization that reported directly to the royal family, and was not even let to know that the Thieves' Guild was under the royal family's control according to the policy of the reigning king. She wanted to do her own investigation into the incident that caused the Night Order to be in uproar. That was why she summoned them. Also what she intended to do at first. That premise was overturned when the fact that Luizina still alive came to light. She could find out more about details of the incident by asking her, the perpetrator, than them who were just tossed about by the situation. She no longer had a reason to talk to them at this late hour. No, perhaps she just wants to check the situation from multiple viewpoints to improve the objective accuracy. However, given her personality, she is likely more interested in the people involved than the incident itself. In that case, her reason for calling us is most likely only a front, and her real aim is us, so the conclusion Amanai naturally came to. So, what do you really want to talk about, Nost-san? Since she's here, I don't think you need to hear about the incident from us. However, Amanai's words, which he said to return the derailed talk back on track, were said in a lower tone than he himself imagined, exposing that he was blatantly in alert. Then Akano and Ethel, who sensed the change in his atmosphere, began to watch the situation with their mouths shut, whereas Julia put her hand on her mouth and chuckled as if she liked his attitude. Fufu, you are making a good expression, Amanai-kun. That kind of expression makes my heart flutter. It seems that I don't need to beat around the bush, so I'll just say it straightforwardly. Julia. Silence fell as if waiting for her next words. Meanwhile, Amanai predicted what she was going to say based on his knowledge on the original game and began to think about what to respond. Seeing that Amanai's A's became more serious, Julia put her elbows on the table, entwines her fingers, and put her chin on top, staring at him. And, as if teasing a kid, she said the main subject with a mischievous smile, Amanai-kun, Ethel-kun, and Akano-kun. Would you like to join the military academy and become members of my Night Order? Julia. LVL Chapter 79. Cooperator needed. Military Academy. An academy with the purpose of nurturing knights, that were military personnel that protect the security of the nation. Humans belonging to the ruling class, including Julia, had obligation to protect the nation, and they had roughly two routes from which to choose. One was to be involved in domestic affairs and contribute to the development and maintenance of the nation. The other was to contribute to maintaining domestic security, such as cracking down on criminals and managing dungeons. And the person who chose the latter would enter the military academy, to which Julia belonged. In the real world, the place called Military Academy was a place to nurture military personnel with the position to command soldiers, but in this world, it meant a place to nurture military personnel in general, and knight apprentices, who belonged to it, lived collectively with strict discipline, unlike the students of the Adventurer Academy. In addition, the Student Council, to which influential aristocrats belonged, was placed at the highest level of power in the academy, excluding the teachers in order to enforce the hierarchy of the command system as well as aristocratic class, and Julia, as a royalty, was filling in the position of student council president, the highest position among the students, so she had high influence in the academy. And that Julia was scouting them. Seen from onlookers' perspective, it was a direct headhunting from a royalty, a most honorable situation. But hearing her words, Amina involuntarily looked up at the sky with the expression of as expected. If what she said was, "Are you interested in the military academy?" this would be just the start of their interaction like in the original story. However, she said, "Would you like to become members of the Knight Order?" These were words that could only be heard at the initiation of her, Julia von Nost's, individual event. "This should be our first time meeting." When did her favorability to me rise? No, it isn't something that should occur in my current level in the first place. Apart from her favorability, Julia's individual event required the level of the protagonist be above a certain level, because there would be many battles in her individual event, and there would even be a duel, of which stage was inside a dungeon outside the wall. Only then, regardless of his status in the academy, he was allowed to get out of the wall with her influence. However, outside the wall was basically a field that only upper-class students could come and go. Therefore, if there was no level limit in the event requirements, some problems would occur. This meant that if this event was initiated while his level was low, he would not be able to reach the dungeon outside the wall and would have no choice but to renege his promise with her. Moreover, she was treated specially by the creators in a sense. In case the duel event was reneged, she would torment herself with the thought, "I am not someone who deserve fighting alongside him," and as such sided with the Black Sword, became a demon kin, and stood in his way. So that the promise with her wouldn't end up being reneged, current level was also added as one of the event requirements, although it seems that the Black Sword has been almost destroyed. If by any chance, she, a royalty, joins the organization, that would be extremely bad. Supporting them with the pocket money she received as a royalty, lending a place inside the military academy as their base, or providing knight apprentices as guinea pigs. Unpleasant imaginations of what might occur if she were to join the Black Sword crossed to Manai's mind. Moreover, there was likely a reincarnated person in the Black Sword. All imaginations that he thought of would probably be realized if it comes to pass. So Manai inwardly dreaded. Julia, on the contrary, happily continued her words. "I have heard from none other than Luizina that you all have done a splendid job in the Opera House incident." I thought she was exaggerating a bit, but still, my heart throbbed wildly when I was hearing about your fight. To tell the truth, thought it might sound improper, I want you as much as my hands would come out of my throat. Julia, desperately, Then, why did you invite me to? At that time, Akano's frosty voice threw cold water on Julia's words of praise. It was so cold that Amanai's involuntarily stopped thinking and looked at her face. The tone was one that even he, her childhood friend, have never heard of. "I couldn't do anything during the incident. I was completely useless." Akano. Words overflow from Akano's mouth. After all, during the incident, she wasn't able to stand on the stage as she had lost her consciousness, being at the mercy of the situation, and confronting her the reality that she was weaker than the other two. And her unknowingly weakened mind had a negative impact on her perception of the words to which she was directed. In other words, she took her inclusion in the invitation was only so that Amanai and Ethel would have even a little bit less reason to refuse, an incidental matter. Indeed, to be clear, it's true that Akano-san is falling a few steps behind the other two. Julia. Huh? Hold on a second there, princess. Do you wanna say Rika is weak? Ethel. Yes, Akano-san is weak. But don't get me wrong, I don't think she's inferior. Julia. Ethel, who thought that her friend had been spoken ill of, frowned at those words. Julia was inwardly amused her silently glare, which looked as if to encourage her to talk, and then turned to Akano with a mischievous smile. Although it's impolite, I did a special investigation on you. Things such as your grades at the academy and the views of the teachers regarding your success in the dungeon. On top of all that. Yeah, to point out the area in which you easily surpass others. Julia. An H. Ruka. At that moment, Julia shot her magic power toward Akano. Even though she knew that pure magic power was harmless, Akano reflexively raised her arms to protect her face. Ethel, on the other hand, tilted her neck, whereas Amanai responded with only a slight raise of his eyebrow. Hey Ruka, what are you doing? Ethel. Ruka? Amanai. I mean, just now, Nost-san was. Akano. That's it. That's your forte. Julia. Julia made a satisfied look at Akano's confusion, and then puffed up her chest as though she had done a meritorious deed, and announced, Akano-san is very good at perceiving magic power, to the point that she reacted so sensitively to even the slightest projection of magic power like just now. That is undoubtedly the making of a great mage. There's no way you're inferior. Julia. Then Julia leaned over the table and clasped Akano's hands. Even though she knew that Julia was a woman, Akano was charmed by the well-organized features of the beautiful woman dressed in male clothing who had suddenly and naturally approached her, and her cheeks immediately reddened. What? Ruka. You have more room for growth than anyone else, Akano-san. That's precisely why I want to welcome you to the military academy. Julia. Cough. Amanai. At Amanai's deliberate coughing, the leaning over Julia returned to her seat with a wry smile and breathed out to calm herself. And on Amanai's face, looking at Akano who had also regained her composure, a slight displeasure was visible. I'm going to put this out first. It's an honor to receive the invitation, but I will have to reject it. Amanai. Fume. Are you in a bad mood because I got too close with your precious girlfriend? If that's the case, then I apologize. I got a little excited. Julia. That's not the case. I simply don't want to be a knight, so I'd like to decline. Amanai. No matter what? Julia. Yes, but since you won't be convinced if I just turn you down outright, I'll give you a condition. If you accept it, I won't mind becoming an exchange student at the military academy for a short period of time. Amanai. A condition? All right then, let's hear it. Julia. The intimidating air of Julia, facing him, swelled up. It didn't stem from anger, but expectation. Amanai unconsciously held his breath, feeling the tension. He then rose up from his seat, looked down on Julia and said, I will assist you at the military academy for a short period as an exchange student, but only if you win the individual award at the academy festival. Amanai. If you want me to follow you, show me your strength. Moreover, this is simply the starting line to scouting me, was what Amanai conveyed to her. It was no wonder Akano opened her eyes wide and Ethel turned toward him with a gaze like doubting his sanity at his statement. After all, a mere commoner made a statement like he was testing a royalty, and he even said it while looking down at the other party. Even if the other party had allowed him to act casual as they were both students, it wouldn't be weird if his statement was taken as a lèse-majesté. However, Amanai wasn't afraid. Instead he put challenging fighting spirit into his gaze. On the other hand, Julia, receiving his gaze, covered her eyes with her hand as though to hide the expression in them, and slightly lifted the corner of her mouth. Conversion, hit. As in into money. The tabletop exploded from below. In a split second, Amanai created a gauntlet made of magic power on one of his arms, and caught the thing that flew toward his face at the speed of sound. Hayato. Ruka. Amanai. Ethel, I'm okay. You two should back down a bit. Amanai. At first glance, it looked like a huge golden needle. However, Amanai, who caught it as if he was holding a needle, knew for a fact that it was actually a thin blade literally made of gold. Although the flow was the same as the original, if he had made one wrong step, the gold blade would have penetrated his brain. Imagining that outcome, cold sweat ran down his spine, but he gritted his back teeth slightly so it didn't get found out and threw the blade away in a deliberate manner. Are you satisfied? Amanai. Yeah, I'm truly satisfied, Amanai-kun. I see, it seems you have the skill to back your words. Julia. The burst open table made a sound and then collapsed. Julia, sitting so as to face Amanai, had crossed her legs before one knew it, grasping something like the grip of a pistol hanging from her waist and pointing its tip toward Amanai. She used some kind of skill to shoot the gold blade from the muzzle-less, grip-only pistol. Having identified that, Akano and Ethel began to be wary of Julia, who made a clear attack, but the person in question was laughing at Amanai unconcernedly. "Originally, I was thinking of proposing you to come study in the military academy for a short period in case you refuse, so you proposing it yourself makes things convenient in a sense. Although I prefer simple duel as a method to determine victory or defeat, since you ask me to display my might for you to follow me, let's go with that." However, Julia, standing up after saying that word, confronted Amanai. The smile she made was different from the gentle smile she had been making. It was a ferocious smile as though she enjoyed being tested, and from it her true nature exuded. "Since you are testing me, you absolutely have to keep your words. And I, too, will use all my strength to prove my might, and swear that I will accept regardless what the outcome is." She finally stopped hiding her eyes, which gave off the feeling of looking at her inferior. However, there was no ridicule in them. It was the manifestation of her confidence that she was still in the upper hand despite recognizing Amanai as a competition. Julia put her hand on her Amanai's shoulder, pulling it to get his ear closer to her lips, and she whispered, "Now, the battle's on, Amanai Hayato." Then she gently stroked his right cheek, as if finally marking him as her prey. Amanai put his hand on his cheek and cut off his recollection. After that, Luizina, whose black tea ruined because the table was destroyed, blew up and the meeting broke up there. For the time being, I was able to change the content of her event into competing in the competition of the Academy Festival. Next is working to prevent her from winning the individual award, while during the third competition, the Battle Royale, the round-robin tournament, I will fight her to recreate the duel event in a simulated matter. I'm sure she would be satisfied with that. Strangely, the Opera House incident gave flexibility to Amanai's thought. As a result, he combined the Academy Festival and Julia's event on the spot, and prepared a condition where he could deal with both at the same time, so that the influence on the original was minimized as much as possible. There was an insecure factor. However, outright rejection would definitely push Julia to the hostile route. That was why, since she had set her sight on him and her event started, he had to at least prevented her from turning hostile. Julia von Nost, she was essentially a lonely combat maniac. She had gone through various educations as a royalty. In terms of status and grades, she was a cut above the rest. And although only in the academy, she had been reigning as the absolute one, that was the student council president. She therefore had no one standing next to her, and her status as a royalty inevitably got in her way of making friends. Though there were some who talked with her with a smile, Julia must always pay attention as her every action could potentially influence the faction conflict in the academy, and from the people she talked with, she didn't feel any feelings of friendship that she longed for. That was exactly why she sought equality in the battlefield. There was no room for status to get in her way in the battlefield. Sure, Julia was a talented people enthusiast, but that only stemmed from her wish for an outstanding talent to stand next to her. The higher her favorability, the more likely she is to turn hostile if I don't follow her. Given that, I don't know how high her favorability for me is, I have no other choice but to clash with her to satisfy her. Amanai Hayato thought. What can he do to satisfy Julia and bring her to his side? What steps does he need to take? As he was absent-mindedly drawing a blueprint so that they could reach a common ground and thought what he had to prepare for tomorrow's chariot race, a voice called out to him from beside him. Hayato. Ruka, did you call? Amanai. When he looked to the side, he found Akano staring at him with cold eyes. She had a smile on her face. Contrary to the coldness in her eyes, that contradicting expression conveyed her anger. Akano Ruka's expression, which gave off the feeling of something's sticking in my throat, made Amanai flustered without knowing what he had done. Hey, Ruka, what made you to be in a bad mood all of a sudden? Amanai. Listen here, Hayato. I can understand how happy you are to be approached by a very beautiful person like Nost-san. Ruka. Her expression was one that she could understand, but didn't accept it at all. But you see, we're in a situation where we might have to transfer to the military academy. This is not the time to indulge in your reverie about Nostsama, or at least that's what I thought. Ruka, Amanai. Listening to her words, Amanai was able to reflect on his current condition. He had been putting his own hand on his cheek, one which he stroked at the time of their parting, forgetting the surrounding and thinking to himself, what did that look like from her perspective? Amanai, it's fine if you're happy getting approached by a beauty, but can you take this a little more seriously? Ethel, hold on a second. You got it all wrong. Amanai. Then Hayato, can you tell us what you were thinking while looking like that? Ruka. Of course, it's about what to come. I was thinking about how to prevent her from winning the individual prize while being satisfied with the result at the same time. Amanai. Akano's anger abated for the time being at Amanai's desperate explanation. Seeing that, he let out a sigh of relief. So, I also hate the idea of transferring to a strict as hell place like the military academy, so I'm grateful that you took the brunt, but do you have a plan? Ethel, the condition I gave to Nost-san is to win the individual prize at the academy festival, so what we do is obstruct her and at the same time we also collect points in the competitions ourselves. Amanai. Collecting points in the competition is one thing, but won't we be lacking people when it comes to obstructing her? Ethel. Yeah, that's why we need a cooperator. Amanai. A cooperator? There's no way there's someone who would be willing to cooperate with us against the student council president of the military academy and moreover a princess. Hold on. Don't tell me, you. Ethel. Ethel made a stiff smile, having guessing who Amanai had in his mind. Beside Akana who slightly tilted her neck, he nodded as though affirming it and said clearly, Sakurai Toru. Let's go to his place. Amanai. LVL Chapter 80. Changed mind. Iris's home behind the student dormitory, past the groove. As I'm straddling horsey and working hard at leveling horse riding skill, Amanai comes swaggering about, saying, Hey there, I come in protagonists here. I brought two beautiful girls along, do excuse me for the intrusion. Then he casually hands me a visit gift out of nowhere. Why the hell are you here? So I tilt my head, and he tells me he ended up going to have a competition with Julia and would like me to help him. Although he kept it vague as his friends are here, I can tell from his words that he seems to have triggered that princess's troublesome event. It should be impossible to trigger her event at this time, but when I'm about to say that, I'm reminded that even Iris' event was triggered in the absence of the protagonist, so I get inwardly convinced that it's most likely a change brought about by the game turning into reality. Were you in Julia clique? Sakurai. It's not like that at all. I don't really get it, but it seems that her favorability to me rose on its own hearing about the opera house incident. Perhaps, Luizina Matios has something to do with it? Amanai. I didn't tell her to do anything. If you want to falsely accuse me, I'll resist, I'll resist with my sword. Sakurai. It's only my speculation, so stop making yourself suspicious. And as I expected, there sure is a connection between you and Luizina. Amanai. The connection between me and Luizina ended up getting exposed because I splendidly fell for Amanai's trick question. Well, unlike me, he's not the type of guy who threaten others with their weakness that he grasped anyway. There would be no kind of demerit to me even if he found out about it, so there should be no problem, probably. And getting back to the matter at hand, even if he asked me to help him in tackling Julia's event, I got no reason to be involved as it has nothing to do with experience points, so I can only say that he should wipe his own ass. So, although I'd receive his visit gift, I'm not gonna give him a hand. Rather, Amanai, you're getting in the way of my house riding skill leveling, so go back already. Stay home. I'll help you to get Fool's Necklace. Amanai. Q1, you can speak more casually with me. No tilde. Come, sit on the stump over here, and tell me more about this matter of yours, okay tilde? Sakurai. Oh okay. Amanai. I'll lend you an ear. I, myself, was the one who said that. It is a matter of course for an adult, no, for a person to keep their own words. Moreover, He is a reincarnated person who has lived with the same suffering as me, as well as my compatriot. I've never had any trouble with being reborn, but it's no exaggeration to say that we are of one mind. If such a bestie, a protagonist to boot, needs my help, what kind of man would I be if I don't at least listen to his problem? Or perhaps I should say, since I can't rob the necklace, I have to get it in a straightforward manner, so I have to increase my winning chance in the competition as much as possible. Now that the necklace is put on the negotiation table, I'm totally hyped to bring out such a negotiation card. It seems this guy has become really familiar with my weaknesses. Are you really still the protagonist? I digress. Let's summarize his story for a bit. The cause is unknown, but a Manai has ended up triggering Julia's event during this Academy Festival. In the original game, the event started when Julia, who had summoned the protagonist, strongly invited him and his friends to join the military academy, and proceeded after you choose between the two nosed choices. She, who still didn't give up after being rejected, decided to challenge the protagonist halfway through the event, and depending on the outcome of the duel, the event would derive 3 different routes. First, winning the duel. In case you win, she will give up inviting you to the military academy and then go to study abroad at the Adventurers Academy. She will officially participate in the story as a heroine, and you will be able to reach her individual ending by completing the events that's unlocked after the duel. Next one is, in case you lose the duel. In this case, although you won't be made to go as far as transferring to the military academy, you have to study abroad for a short period of time. And while Julia's favorability will greatly increase, your freedom of action will end up being restricted and you will be forced to spend time learning Ni-type skills for 2 weeks. Although Ni-type skills are effective in any situation, from the perspective of character development, it is merely a penalty as you'd end up wasting your time if you don't go into Night exclusive build. After that, Julia will go study abroad at the Adventurers Academy, just like in case you won. Then, the worst pattern is in case you renege on the duel. It wouldn't happen unless you intentionally do it. But if you do, depending on how high her favorability is, there's a chance that a route will open where, in order to fight you, she would join the Black Sword, go through demonization, and stand in your way, becoming a so-called hidden boss. I might say, in case she doesn't turn hostile, all the interaction events with Julia will disappear after the time of the duel. So if you choose this pattern, you need to be prepared for that. In a high favorability state, Julia, who was said having good discerning eyes, saw through a Manai's genius, and as a result, the event triggered regardless of the level limit. Or something along that line. The effect brought by the game turning into reality sure can't be underestimated. Then a Manai, who sensed the occurrence of that event, took a measure. That is to enact the happenings that led up to the duel which occurs in the event all at once by making use of the Academy Festival's competitions. The happenings that occur before the duel with Julia are, roughly speaking, to get authorized people other than Julia recognize that the protagonist is an adequate person to fight her. So, what does that have to do with her challenging the protagonist to a duel? You might wonder about that. It's not her fault. It's because some students of the military academy spread a rumor doubting her ability to judge people, saying it's unbelievable that Julia, a royalty, recognized some unknown peasant. So, she figures out she might as well have him show his strength to shut them up. By the way, Julia goes find those guys after the duel and forced them to fully equip themselves and have them survive in the mountains, so it seems that she's quite pissed off by them. So, you're planning enact the happenings during the competition. Sakurai. In the end, after getting recognition of the surroundings, I will win against her in a one-on-one fight. If I do that, I think everything will turn out well. Amanai. I've learned in the netherworld that an event will start once the main conditions has been met. Taking one step from there, I came to a conjecture that no matter the route, we'd be able to minimize divergence from the original as long as we can keep the main points of the events under control. Based on that conjecture, there's something that piqued my interest in Amanai's whole getting his strength recognized by the surroundings and have a duel with Julia plan. But, can you win against that Julia von Nost? Sakurai, My current level is 35. Amanai, that's high for your second a month after enrollment. If it's in the game, that is. You gonna have a tough fight. Sakurai. Originally, the protagonist's level must be above a certain level for Julia's event to initiate. In other words, the creator side had made sure that the event couldn't be broken through without a certain degree of strength. Even if, say, we proceed with the event while keeping its main points under control, it would be meaningless if he can't win in the first place. That's why, although he has turned it not to a direct confrontation, but a competition, he still has to beat her in the end of the day. Well, you just have to spend 2 weeks in the military academy after you lose. It's not that much of a problem. Sakurai. No, I'll win. I still have something I want to do at the academy, and I don't want to be away from here for 2 weeks while there's still the possibility that Black Sword is lurking around. Amanai. But you realistically have an abysmal chance of winning, you know? Sakurai. That's exactly why, Sakurai. I came here because I judge that your cooperation is indispensable. Amanai. Having said that, Amanai clenches his hands lightly to release his nervousness, and then he looks at me with a serious gaze, and says, "Please, Sakurai, can you make me stronger?" Amanai. Alright, then, die. Sakurai. So, I release a slash at Amanai. LVL Chapter 81. Misplaced Jealousy. I slightly lower my hips and instantly pull out my sword. Just like doing an AI, I release an upward slash from diagonally below at Amanai without hesitation. However, the attack only cuts the air because Amanai reflexively averts his body. Just what are you doing out of the blue? Amanai. What, you want to become stronger, right? Sakurai. Amanai, who's wearing gauntlets and armor formed of magic power, probably coming from God's sacred raiment, asks me why I attack him. To not get killed by the surprise attack just now, he's quite troublesome. With that in mind, I decide to carry the sword that I swung on my shoulder and answer Amanai's question. You naturally have to get stronger to beat Julia, and I want my cooperator to be strong, too. However, if you ask me to make you strong overnight, I'm afraid I can't help you. Sakurai. How can you become stronger in this world? The answer is to simply raise your level, but while that is the case, leveling requires time and place. In the game era, even I had to keep playing for about 2 days in order to reach the required level where I could start Julia's event in May when there were few places to go. When it comes to this real world, it would take more time because such things as travel time and stamina come into play. Let alone now, we are in the middle of the Academy Festival. The nearest place, that is the Academy Dungeon, is closed, and if we were to go to a dungeon outside the Academy, we would have to abandon the Academy Festival, putting the cart before the horse. There is a method, that is to enter the dungeon through the loophole, but I don't want to disseminate information that there are routes other than the ones that existed in the game in this world, which is something I discovered by myself. It is in humans' nature to want to monopolize the information to give them an advantage in leveling. You can upgrade your equipment to some extent, but I know for sure that the things obtainable in the academy won't be enough to cover the gap between you. The dungeon is closed too, so even if you're going to raise your level by training, the time is not at all enough. Sakurai. That's right, time. The problem is time. Assuming that he will directly confront her in the round-robin tournament in 3 days at the latest, it's very doubtful whether or not there will be a result even if he doesn't participate in the competitions until then and devote himself to muscle training or combat training. Even if he heads to a dungeon outside the academy, even if he heads to a place where he can efficiently farm experience points, it'd come to the same conclusion as long as travel time enters the equation. That's why I wanna have you die. Well, I actually just wanna make you to be in a near-death state, though. You can't go to the netherworld without doing at least that much, don't you think? Sakurai. Netherworld. I see, because time flows differently there. Amanai. You can extend 1 day to 1 month, and with the tower, you can raise your level all you want. It's the perfect place given the situation, right? Sakurai. So, die already. I release a thrust with that feeling, but it is avoided again. Hey, Amanai-kun, why do you avoid it? If you don't die soon, won't Iris and the others come running and see me pointing my sword at you? Wait, Wait a second. I get I don't have time, and I get going to the netherworld would solve the problem, but there should be another way to go there, right? No way there's one. The only way I know is for one to be in a near-death state. So, you have no choice but to die, right? Sakurai. Since Iris Knifelime's here, you should have gotten a pass ticket, right? Aren't you able to go the netherworld if you use it? Come to think of it, even in the game era, I could go to the netherworld by using the pass ticket in the hospital room where the protagonist was treated. Well, yes. Still, die. Sakurai. Why? Shut up. Because unreasonableness after unreasonableness overlapped, I had to go to the netherworld. Moreover, fighting that DV shitty bastard was the off. It would be unfair for a lump of talent with a level limit of 100 from the moment he was born to go to the netherworld without dying. Know my hardships even a bit, and hand me some of your level limit. I shed tears and scream while slashing at but the sword I poured all my feelings into just slashes the air and doesn't connect at all. Then I get stopped by Iris and the others who came in response to us fighting, so I decide to see Isa and explain the situation, just like usual. By the way, we find out that the pass ticket to the netherworld given personally to me and Higaki can't be used to take along Amanai and the others, after all, so I give up on making him go to the netherworld. In the process, it became necessary to tell Akano and Ethel about the background of Iris and what kind of place the netherworld is, so I tried to explain it. But then Iris said, as the niece of God Anubis, the Lord of Netherworld, I have to be the one explaining so that there is no mistake. So I gave her the honor. So, among those who have lost their souls due to death or similar conditions in the world of the living, there are times when people with particularly strong regrets flow to the netherworld. That was how Sakurai-san and Higaki-san arrived at the netherworld, and their achievements in resolving the turmoil in the netherworld allowed them to revive to the world of the living. Iris. Hey. In that case, shouldn't there be quite a few people having revived to this world? If so, I don't think it would be strange for stories about netherworld to be widespread already, but I've never heard of it. You know? How about you, Ruka? Ethel. I've never heard of it, too. Have you, Hayato? Ruka. No, I just heard about it from Sakurai. As you'd expect, I couldn't believe it, so I had been avoiding his attacks until a while ago. Amanai. Oh yeah, this guy hasn't told his friends that he's a reincarnated person, has he? Can't be helped. Let's match his story. You suit myself, have definitely said that Su. Really suit? Sakurai. What's with the change of character? Ethel. Originally, people should forget about the netherworld when they revived. That's the principle. However, Sakurai-san has some special circumstances. Iris. Well, that's a private topic, so let's give it a rest here. Everyone's here, so let's immediately get down to business, shall we? Sakurai. I stop Iris's talk from the side. We don't have enough time, so we can't have a long leisure talk. After sheathing my sword, I share the proposal of cooperation offered by Amanai to the others. Hearing the story, Iris flashed a troubled smile. When it comes to things like that, Sakurai-san would definitely be willing to. Akano and Ethel looks puzzled at her words, but Amanai summarizes the story well, so they consent. The protagonist of the original game, and as that protagonist he was reborn, the reincarnated person, Amanai Hayato, Amanai's childhood friend and one of the heroines, the sorceress, Akano Ruka, one of the heroines and Amanai's comrade, the money-grubbing and miserly blonde elf sister, Ethel Tina. The heroine of the additional content, Netherworld Arc, the girl entrusted to me by Anubis, Iris Knifelime, and a mob character no one knows and never depicted in the game, that is me, Sakurai Toru. Counting in Higaki, who will be forced to cooperate anyway, I leak a smile at the composition of the dream team, excluding me. Phew, ha 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 ha. Princess or whatever, with the main characters on my side, the competitions are already in the bag. Wait for me, fool's necklace. I'll destroy all the 7 hardships and 8 sufferings and be sure to get you in my hands. Alright then, let's do something about the equipment first. I'm gonna have your uniforms remodeled so that you can hold more items, so for now, Take off your clothes and let me measure your 3 sizes. Sakurai. The girls give me a cold look to the proposal I brought up for everyone's sake. Since it'll seem unnatural for me to know the 3 sizes of the heroines, I prepared such a natural flow in consideration of Manai, who hasn't confessed about being a reincarnated person, and yet, everyone looks at me with a gaze that seems to say, is this guy got a screw loose in his head? However, I realize that even if I were to try to explain myself, my favorability as a human being would only decline, so I give up on remodeling their uniforms. LVL Chapter 82. The usual. I guess everyone's current status and condition from their intimations, and decide to rent out equipment that suits them. I didn't expect the equipment from the netherworld that I brought just in case would see some use this way. I brought them in case I might choose them myself someday, but in the end, I was so busy training in the sword and thread that I couldn't do anything else. It's better to put them to good use than let them collecting dust, I guess. I'll definitely have them returned later, though. I'll lend you out some items, so make sure you do your best to beat that princess, Amanai. No worries, you can do it, I'm sure of it. If you awaken during the fight and rise to about level 50, you'll definitely be able to defeat her. Sakurai. Don't ask for the impossible. To begin with, there's no way I can gain experience points without defeating an enemy. Amanai. Pull it off with the protagonist's correction or something. If you realistically don't have enough time, you can only count on miracles. That's a protagonist's forte, ain't it? Sakurai. I have an impression that Amanai underestimates his body and qualities. In the game settings and promotional interviews, Amanai Hayato, the protagonist, was clearly stated to be a bug-like massive talent, so he should challenge himself thinking that he's capable of anything. If he puts some time into it, he can learn all kinds of skills and magic. And to add to that, he can even bring all his skills to the max level. He has compatibility with every kind of weapons. From the beginning, he can wield magic swords with ridiculously dangerous sounding description, and he can even equip cursed equipment without dispelling the curse. Compared to a mob character like me, he has countless possibilities. So, I'd like him to pull off 1 or 2 miracles to grow rapidly and make a super awakening in the battle. Our current basic objective is to have you participate normally, get excellent results, and earn points. Even if you ask me to cooperate, we don't know each other too much to act as a party all of a sudden, and I'm not good at team play in the first place. Sakurai. Do we not need to sabotage the opponents or something? Amanai. Yeah, we need you to defeat Julia under the condition that you're recognized by the surroundings. Doing things like that would only get you farther away from that, right? Sakurai. You mean, you're going to do it alone? Amanai. I'll of course sabotage them within a scope allowed in the competitions. But as for the off-board battles, it would be rather troublesome if public evaluation of me getting lower in case I get exposed, so I'm still considering it. Sakurai. If possible, I would like to mix abnormal condition granting items created with compounding skill into what the opponents consume, or surprise attack them in the dead of night. However, given that the people of the military academy have been lodging nearby since days before the academy festival, they definitely have a night watch, so it would be difficult. Moreover, if I were to try to do something to Julia who is guarded by royal guards, the result should be easy to guess. Incidentally, we've been making this for quite a while now, but what is this? Amanai. Slime firecracker. Sakurai. I answer the question of Manai, who stirs the alchemy pot that have been taken out of the log house, while needing the material made from it. This guy. He caught up with my level of alchemy, item creation, that I've been raising, even though it's not that high, in a dozen of minutes. Hey, isn't your growth rate surpassed that of a mob's by quite a bit too much? This is why you're called a bug. So what are you going to do with it? Amanai. Make as many as possible, set them around the inn where the people of the military academy are staying, and lit them up at night. Sakurai. Night watch has to properly stay awake, so I figured I should pay respect to them and help them get rid of their drowsiness. If I use the firecrackers together with a fuse, they can ignite automatically in different timings, so with the right setup, I'll be able to make them keep ringing for the night. If it's just at the level of mischief and small tricks, I can easily get away with it. Next, I'll try to ask Higaki if she can manipulate the order of participation in tomorrow's race. Depending on that, what we'll do is, Sakurai, you sure don't hesitate at all, do you? Amanai. If you hesitate and can still win, the word sabotage wouldn't have been born in this world. Well, I'll actually only set the firecrackers the day before they captured the flag, after tomorrow's competition is over. The competition hasn't started yet, so they must be still nervous and cautious, and if they win the chariot race, which they have advantage in, they'll probably loosen their mental strain, so tomorrow night is the best time to set the firecrackers. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm throwing away tomorrow's competition. I've made some. Suddenly, something inside me, some sort of energy, drops to dangerous level and violent palpitation assaults my body. Gu. Sakurai. What's wrong, Sakurai? Does your chest hurt? Hold on, I'll go call Ethel right away. Amanai. Wait, Amanai. You don't have to, I'm fine. Sakurai. Seeing me suddenly grab my chest and let out a pained voice, Amanai seems to get the wrong idea and tries to call Ethel, an expert in healing magic. I grab his shoulders and stop him, and then, while stabilizing my breath, I smile and raise my thumb. I just used a bit too much reason. If I go leveling, I'll recover immediately. Sakurai. Come again? Amanai. Because I used my head too much for problems that have nothing to do with leveling up. My reasoning energy and levelnium that I've gained from leveling are depleted, and my body begins to show withdrawal symptoms. At this rate, I might end up putting my hands on the protagonist in front of me to get the highest grade of experience points. It's not like I hate the idea, but, no, you obviously can't. Me. Experience points. Me need more experience points. Level. Gasp. Shit. Amanai. I need to go leveling right now. I'm sure I won't be back for the rest of the day, so go train with Akano and Co who are receiving guidance from Iris, and get ready for tomorrow. Sakurai. I also want to keep a distance from you right now, so you can go do whatever you like. Amanai. On that note, Higaki will come back soon, so ask her to get you guys, me, and Julia participate on the same turn. If she's reluctant or refuse, there's a hanging scroll with the handwriting of Sword Saint hidden behind the shelf in my room, so just slap that on her face. Sakurai. Just what kind of relationship do you two have? Amanai. Ignoring the voice of the surprised Amanai, I just tell Iris, the usual, and then I quickly prepare my equipment and set out for the academy dungeon. I do remember Higaki telling me that the dungeon would be off limits during the academy festival, but I neither replied nor acknowledged it. But even if it's off limits, with the loophole that no one else has discovered, wouldn't I be able to monopolize the academy dungeon during the academy festival? My exclusive dungeon, it sounds wonderful. No, I feel like the academy dungeon should be mine in the first place. In that case, in order to pay respect to the efforts of the disciplinary committee members who are still strictly guarding the entrance, I must work hard on leveling properly. I'll be safe as long as I return by dinner. Tilda. Sakurai. I break into the academy dungeon through the loophole while singing a reason that's incomprehensible even to myself. While advancing to the lower layer, I cut down any monsters that appear in front of me. It's forbidden to leave any experience points, monsters, that enter your sight. I learnt it from an aunt on an educational TV program. Her slogan is, don't leave food on your plate. 1. Gudja. Don't run, Red Goblin. No matter what, you are still a monster. Don't you have pride as an exp-bag? Sakurai. Chasing the Red Goblin who are escaping due to the difference in ability, I pass through poison darts, traps and pitfall traps. It's not like this monster give high exp, but due my lack of levelnium that's necessary for producing reasoning energy, I follow my instinctive desires and let my body run loose as much as it wants. More importantly, you're pretty on your feet, aren't you? Are you actually a unique enemy? I have never heard that there's such a system, but... Foo-foo, thinking that its exp may be higher than the normal ones, I'm getting even more excited. So, die. Sakurai. Gijia. Ain't it no different from the usual red goblins? Sakurai. Screaming, I pull out my thrown sword, and the 282nd red goblin dies. It didn't give different amount of XP even though it's quick on its feet, so it could be said that I had uselessly wasted my energy that could have been used to earn even more XP. How dare it rose my expectation for nothing. Damn it. In that case, let's push forward to the 44th layer non-stop. Sakurai. While screaming, I renew my mood and then run through the dungeon while attacking any monsters that come into sight. And by working hard at leveling until late at night, I replenish a large amount of XP, level Nyem, safely late for dinner, and get scolded by Iris. And Slurp. That boy who ran past just now, thankfully. He didn't notice us. Slurp. But what do we do? Nanashino-san. Slurp. Pygmalion. Asanaga. Since he didn't notice us, there's no need to chase and kill him. Besides, it's our fault for thinking that no one would come because of the Academy Festival. Nanashino. Slurp. Well, if you say so, I'm okay with it. But it won't be my fault if something happens down the line, okay Slurp? Pygmalion. Yes, come on, let's quickly make our way to the lower level. We have 120 more magic swords to collect, so chop chop. Nanashino. 1, most likely referencing to this Obara-chan. LVL Chapter 83. The best line. Now, it's finally started. The Academy Festival's first competition, chariot race. Live on the scene, is me, Takia Erie, a member of the Academy Newspaper Club, and Military Academy 16th Platoon's representative. S proxy, Luizina Matios. A proxy, or rather, isn't Luizina, just accidental resemblance. The person I'm substituting for should be sleeping in the locker room right about now, so no need to worry about him. Luizina. Well, I prefer a beautiful woman than a stinky and ugly man, so it's good. Now then, let's review the rules and points to be given for each ranking before all the first runners are ready on the track. Let's see. Obstructing others is allowed, but inflicting a serious injury is forbidden, so is also the case for aiming for the horse. In case the chariot is destroyed, the participants will be disqualified. In case they get off the track, the participants will be disqualified. In case they give up, the participants will be disqualified. Hey, can't you fill this rule book with more positive things? This is not good, this is depressing, it'll only make the listeners lose their motivation. Let's add this to the rules. Those who perform amusingly in each race will be given special points separate from the ranking. Luizina. Oops, the commentator started objecting to the rules. But, we don't have the authority to do that. Then, I'll go to the management's tent for bit. Delay the start of the race until I'm back. Luizina. Staff-san. Staff-san. Why don't you guys come here already? I don't think I can restrain this free-spirited person for long. The voice of a cheerful female student echoed in the rented racetrack. The people who have rushed over to take their seats are eagerly waiting for the start of the competition. Most are surrounded with excited atmosphere. But that Luizina, what's she doing in such a place? I don't care as long as she doesn't get in my way, but she's been reported dead, so it'd be a problem if she were to stand out too much and get pulled into a bothersome matter. Does she have no awareness of her own situation? I finally found you, Sakurai. Oh, isn't it Higaki? Sakurai. Higaki comes to my side, who is watching racetrack from the passage for participants, accompanied by the sounds of shoes stepping on the ground. Higaki, who, in addition to the usual pure white uniform, wears a fluorescent-colored armband indicating that she is on the management side, looks around lightly and confirms that there's no one other than us around. Good grief, to ask me, the chairman of the disciplinary committee, to help you cheat. Just what were you thinking? Higaki, didn't you say that you're no longer concerned with the title of the chairman of the disciplinary committee before? Then, it's fine, ain't it? Don't fret over it. Sakurai. I actually want you to explain your reason, but what's going to come out of your mouth must be something dumb, I guess. Anyway, as I heard from Manai-kun, I tried to rig the order of participation, and I was able to include Manai-kun and CO in the first race. However, I wasn't able to include you and Princess Nost in it. Higaki. So? Sakurai. Your participation is in the 4th race, together with Princess Nost. Higaki. I wonder, is this good or bad? At this Academy Festival, my ultimate goal is to get the Fool's Necklace, but I don't really care about the individual award as long as I can get my hands on it in the end. So, my plan regarding the cooperation with Amanai was, for me and Amanai to earn points at the same time, and hoard most of them in the end. Compared to my level of 80, Amanai's low level of 35 might seem low, but the level of difficulty of this Academy Festival event is so low that you can grab the top spots in all competitions even if your level is 35, in the first place. Sure, we have to move by ourselves now, unlike in the game where the player only have to pick some options, but based on that, it can be seen that other than Julia, the rest are merely riffraff that can hardly be our opponents. Even if, say, we keep losing, we can still win in the end if we beat up every other guy in the final round-robin tournament. It might be skewed balance-wise, but in the original game, it's just a bonus event included for the sake of some character's first-time appearance. That's probably why the difficulty level was set to be loose as a whole. Well, whatever happens, happens. Can't be helped. I'm sorry for the princess, but I'll have her obediently crawl around on the ground. Sakurai. Even though she's student of the military academy, she's still a princess, alright? Don't go too far. Higaki. To be blunt, when interacting with Julia, besides facing her properly as an individual without minding her status as a royalty, the perfect way to go about is to beat her up frontally. That's why, I swear in my heart that I'll completely ignore her status as a royalty and use her as a stepping stone to get Fool's Necklace by any means necessary. So, there's going to be no problem, should be. What? I'm sure she'd never take the humiliation in the competition outside of the academy and take revenge on me. So today and tomorrow, I will do whatever I want. Without expressing such feelings in words, I just smile and give a thumbs up to Higaki. Seeing it, Higaki lets out a little sigh. Then, looking at her back as she tries to leave like she has said everything that need to be said, I ask her a question that just pops up in my mind. Speaking of which, Higaki, there's something I'd like to ask you. Sakurai. What? Higaki. Why didn't you receive the hanging scroll written by Uncle that I prepared? Sakurai. The hanging scroll handwritten by the Sword Saint. I told Amanai to ask her to change order of participation with it as a bribe, thinking that she'd definitely accept 1 or 2 requests for it, but Higaki helped us out without accepting it. While yesterday I thought it was a fortunate matter as I could save it as a tool to bribe her with, I feel quite uncomfortable looking back on it. If her obsession with Uncle has diminished, I might not be able to use it as a bribe in the future. With that in mind, I asked Higaki. Hanging scroll handwritten by teacher, huh? Yeah, I wanted it. Of course. Higaki. Then, why didn't you accept it? Sakurai. Why, you ask? It's naturally because a member of the disciplinary committee can't accept bribe. Higaki. You're kidding me? Are you trying to look good by playing the hypocrite during this period? Sakurai. Higaki locks eyes with Sakurai-kun without turning away, even though she just affirmed that she was no longer concerned with the title of the disciplinary committee member. Can't she stick to it to the end? Shut up. I essentially got excommunicated by teacher, and I'm reflecting on it. Those series of events haven't spread openly, so what's wrong with me wanting to start over a little? Higaki. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but that sure is the best line. It exposes your humanity. Sakurai. Noisy. Higaki. Having said that, Higaki grabs my cheeks and stretched them as though forbidding me from saying one word more. I want her to stop because her nails are digging into my cheeks and it hurts. Sure, I don't consider her as the original heroine, but, well, this is the reason. In front of Manai and Go, she didn't show her true intentions and try to look good as the chairman of the disciplinary committee, and she illegally helped out without receiving the hanging scroll. However, if she's really trying to start over as a disciplinary committee member, shouldn't she just refuse to help out with the illegal act in the first place? Modifying the order of participation in the race isn't that big a matter, but illegal means illegal. That's Well, because it's a request from you. As long as it doesn't bother a lot of people, something at the level of returning some participants' documents that have been checked to a wrong place is something I don't mind doing. Higaki. I prepared the hanging scroll as a bribe precisely because I thought she wouldn't accept it if it's a request from me, though the way she said it sounded like she would have refused it if Amanai and CO were the one who requested it, not me. If I don't help out with something at this level, I won't know what kind of means you're going to pull at later. After all, I've learned it's best to let you do as you like to some extent, and Higaki. Having said that and increased the strength in her fingers pulling my cheeks as though not letting me move my face, draws her face closer to mine and stare into my eyes as though looking for something. Then, after a few seconds, she bends the corner of her lips down and makes a dissatisfied face. She then pulls my cheeks strongly for a moment and releases her hands. Ow! Sakurai. Seeing you could stay calm, I may have to change the way I approach this. Higaki turns round as though she has said what need to be said, and goes away for real this time. I don't understand the meaning of the words she left, but anyway, it looks like I can ask her help for various matters in the future. Thinking so while seeing off her back, I decide to go back to make preparation for the competition. LVL Chapter 84. The fourth race. Amanai and CO successfully got first place, and finally it's time for the fourth race. I'm having Horsey, pulling a chariot with Iris and a luggage bag packed with items on it, adjust his speed so that he reaches the starting line last. Hi. Are you two Sakurai Torukan and Iris-san? Sakurai. When we arrive at the starting line, a beautiful boy, a beauty in male clothing, Julia von Nost, who happens to be positioned next to us, calls out to us. She has a military academy student who appears to have volunteered himself, holds the reins of the horse, while she herself naturally sits on the edge of the simple chariot with a unified standard prepared by the management side. Her elegant presence is clearly mismatching with the plain-looking chariot, to the point that the words out of place would never be more apartment to describe it. Are you Princess Nost? Sakurai. You don't have to be so formal, I'm merely a student right now. You can call me Julia. Julia. That's so. Then, you have a business with us, Julia? Sakurai. Yeah, I heard that Amanai-kun asked you guys for help. See, I thought I'd say hello as fellow competitors. Sorry for suddenly calling you out. Julia. Having said so, Julia smiles. I, on the other hand, get a little impressed, because Amanai shouldn't have told her the existence of his cooperator, that is me, but she's saying that she knows that I'm cooperating with Amanai. In other words, she's built her own information network. She's more wary of Amanai than I initially thought. Her source of information is probably a student of the military academy, but as for who it is, I don't know. Perhaps it is better to assume that knight apprentices are all her eyes. Also, I'm returning this to you. Julia. Saying that, she hands over a carefully tied up special thread. It's the reason why I purposefully slowed Horsey down, one of the traps that I set up by using the Shishu skill to wrap special threads around the wheels of the chariots on which other participants ride. She's surprisingly perceptive to have noticed that, even though I tied it up just now. However, she only handed over one thread. The traps on the wheels of other participants are still fine. Are you okay with not alerting the other guys? Sakurai. It's their fault for not expecting the opponents to set up some tricks in advance and not noticing it. That's what I think, at least, but what about you? Julia. Anything's fine as long as it's convenient for me, so can I set it up again? Sakurai. Foo-foo, I refuse. Julia. Please reconsider it. Sakurai. No means no. Julia. Saying that, she takes the sword beside her and immediately swings it under the chariot. Then a small snapping sound rings. It's the thread that I was stretching out while we were talking. It wasn't something that just anyone could cut with such a casual sword swing, but perhaps I should say, as expected of the top of the military academy. Well, it's not a strategy that I was placing all my bets on, but honestly, it's my fault for looking down on her too much. As we're glaring at each other, the commentator raises her voice and the surroundings begins to heat up. A race in which Julia, A special player participates. There are more cheers than when Amanai and CO were out. There's even a cheering party that's exclusively cheering for her. Oops, it's time. I'm looking forward to seeing how you two are going to fare later. Julia. She says so and stands up from the chariot on which she is sitting, before beginning to shower her smile in response to the cheers. What a show-off. While thinking so, I turn my back on Julia. Tilda. Iris. Iris, what's wrong? Sakurai. Something feels kind of off. Iris. Off? Sakurai. Yes. The magic power I felt from Julia-san feels. How should I put it, I wonder? Iris. I wouldn't know, something much like that even if you ask me. After all, I'm a mob character. I'm not blessed with talent in magic, so I can't perceive magic power. Maybe if I keep meditating, or getting directly hit by magic, or training, I'd be able to acquire magic power perception skill, but I have no intention of making my fighting style concentrating around magic, so I'm leaving it for the time being. To begin with, if I want to focus on magic, I must have at least something at the level of Akane Ruka's absolute magic perception, otherwise. Well, anyways, my thought on magic is, given that this is a fantasy world, it'd be great if I can use it, and a bit disappointing if I can't. But I won't fret over it. In any case, even if you ask me how magic power feels like, I wouldn't know. In fact, I'd like to know that myself. Believing that Iris can come up with the answer, I check the items I brought just in case and then grasp Horsey's reins. Now it's your time to shine, Horsey. Get your spirit up and run like the wind. Sakurai. Nay. This is a competition where sabotaging is allowed to begin with. So doing what Sakurai-san's told me is fine. It should be fine, right? Iris. I raise my thumb up to reassure Iris, who is making a slightly anxious face. Then, I leak a smile seeing Julia, who is still continuing to give fan service to the surroundings with a leisurely look, unaware of the trap that I have set up in her chariot. Sorry, but in this race, regardless of whether you are a student of the academy or knight apprentice of the military academy, I'll crush you. My goal is only one, to be in the first place. If you want to hate someone, hate the management side that allows sabotaging even though I'm here. LVL Chapter 85. The Sole Existence. Now, with the introduction of each player over, the race is going to start shortly. No one really stands out beside Julia, it seems. Hey Toru, you gotta make this interesting somehow, you hear me, Luizina. Toru. You mean, the participant Sakurai Toru, is it? His party member is. There's no information about her. I wonder if she's a transfer student with no record of her activity. Is she going to be the dark horse of this race? This is something worth looking forward to. Can you please stop uselessly attracting attention to us? Look, everyone around starts looking toward us, including the participants. If they remember my face and hold a grudge against me at the end of the race, it'd be troublesome to beat them up before they get a chance to take revenge on me. Well, anyway, the venue that is the racetrack is not much different from that of the modern time. If I must point out the difference, the oval-shaped track is level soil instead of grass, and at the starting position, instead of frame-like starting gates, a rope attached with hooks is stretched out horizontally in front of the participants. This rope has a mechanism that would make it spring straight up when the referee hit it with a simple magic, which would also signal the start of the race. There are 9 parties in one race. This time, the number of parties is slightly biased toward the military academy, with 5 parties from the military academy and 4 parties from the adventurer academy, including me. Since we are all lined alternately according to affiliation, I'm sandwiched between the party of Julia and another party from the military academy from both sides, and without fences like the ones in the modern horse race separating us, the participants have already begun to size each other up. Both the adventurer side and the military academy side are doing petty things such as lightly provoking their competitors and intentionally bringing their own horse closer to that of their competitors in an attempt to scare them off. Of course, the knight apprentices on the opposite side of Julia and next to me are provoking me, Iris, and Horsey. However, when I slide from side to side on the brim of the chariot with my new leveling style that combines movement technique and practice swinging while screeching, Ki, the other party turn immediately silent. They don't pose much of a problem. Now, the fourth race is about to start. The words of the female student sitting in the commentator seat turn the attention of the venue toward the race course. I clench the reins of horsey in front of the chariot and concentrate my consciousness like the other participants. Is it a few seconds, or a few dozens of seconds? Is this silence caused by my excessive concentration, or has the venue actually quietened down? Without being able to reach the conclusion of that, the time comes. Start! The referee shoots a magic at the rope at the same time as he yells. The rope springs up high with a crisp plosive sound, and the participants wave their reins and start running their horses. What happened? Kaya. Then, a few meters past the starting line, the loud sound of something getting bent rings from behind, and at the same time, all the chariots, except mine and Julia's, unnaturally come to a sudden stop. Of course, the people on them fall forward due to the inertia, and some even fall off the chariot and get disqualified. Maintenance and inspection before racing are important, you know. Farewell, everyone, you only have your own negligence to blame. Sakurai. The truth is, their situation came about due to my small trap. The reason why I purposefully lined up on the track late was so that I could tie the chariot of each participant to the entrance gate with threads using Shishu skill. The threads are sturdy enough to be used in battle, so I can use them like a wire by weaving several threads together. As a result, except for me and Julia who noticed the trick, everyone gets stuck several meters past the starting line. They try to cut the thread that extends from the wheels to the entrance gate from the top of their chariots, but looks like they find the task to be difficult. There are some participants who tries to forcefully snap the threads by making their horse runs, but that is a bad move. The thread sure is sturdy, but so is the entrance gate of the racetrack. It only got slightly distorted when it was holding back the chariots connected to it by threads at the beginning. And now it doesn't even budge no matter how strongly the threads are pulled. The force with which the chariots start running turns into a force that makes them skidding sideways, and as a result they end up hitting the chariots next them. Then, they curse each other, and because of that, it took them more time to cut the threads. Or so their situation getting worse. Now then, I'd have to have you let me go ahead, okay? Julia. Although I'm able to get off to a good start, the princess won't let me get the first place just like that. Julia, who noticed my trap and is running parallel to me, grabs the grip hanging on her waist with enough force to tear off the thin gold chain that ties it to her clothes, and points it at me. Conversion. Julia. Julia says the keyword to use her exclusive skill. In response, the torn-off gold chain flies into the air. The chain floats at the tip of the grip like it has no gravity and transforms into a spherical shape, before turning into a golden pole reminiscent of a rapier blade at the next moment. Hit. Julia. And then the pole shoots toward us in response to Julia's words. Although it's a rounded pole that is designed not to injure the opponent, its shooting speed is the same as or faster than an arrow. Even if the tip is not sharp, when a metal pole flies at such a speed, it'd still pack quite a punch. I won't let you. Iris. Responding to that is Iris. She swings the long rod in her hand and knocks the flying pole away. On other hand, Julia, who has created new poles by immediately converting the buttons on her cuffs, shoots the second and third poles in quick succession. With it being able to rapid fire like that, rather than a bow, her ability is more like a pistol, isn't it? You sure are extravagant, ain't you? Sakurai. Looking sideways at the exchange of offense-defense of Iris and Julia while holding the reins, I involuntarily raise my voice. After all, the chains and buttons she has converted into poles are made of pure gold, and she's completely extravagantly turning them into weapons and shooting them. Ethel would surely faint if she were to see it. Triple conversion. All bullets hit. Julia. Try harder. Iris. Ha 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 ha. Even triple shot can't get through. Ha. This is splendid. The amount of gold may need to be raised a little more, it seems. Julia. Julia von Nost makes a joyful smile and converts the thin gold bar she just took out into a new pole, before shooting it. While Iris knocks it away again with the rod, it seems that her hand gets numbed due to the shock from the impact that is far stronger than the previous ones. She looks at Julia while repeatedly opens and closes her hand that gripped the rod. Julia von Nost, a beauty in male's clothing born in the royal family. The name of the skill she uses is conversion, a special skill that converts the value of an item into fighting ability. It is a skill that exerts damage and effects according to the value, price, of the item by converting, consuming, the item possessed at the start of battle and the time of attack. In the original game, it has the ability of exerting the greatest firepower when a unique level of expensive item is consumed. However, on the other hand, she has to consume items even in a battle against small fries, and is a gold eater who's infamous for dropping the total number of items one owns by one digit after a boss battle. The nickname given to her is Royal Money Warrior, the sole combat alchemist in the game. LVL Chapter 86 Handmade Evolution TSK. Sakurai. Eventually, a pole shot by Julia breaks through Iris's defense and begins to reach me. I swing my sword with one hand and knock the pole off, but I'm forced to slow down the chariot in order to regain my shaken posture. Sakurai-san, I am sorry. Iris. Don't mind it, Iris. It's not a problem. Sakurai. The worst situation would only come to be if the pole hits the luggage bag on the wagon, and since the trap immediately following the start worked out well, this is far from a problem. I slow down further to get ready. Julia frowns a little at my action, but the driver of her chariot swings the reins to speed up, perhaps seeing it as an opportunity. While seeing them off getting further away, I have Iris starts chanting magic and pull the luggage bag closer to me and wait for the right timing. Dash. Stop the chariot. Julia. Hurry. Julia. Just before finishing the curve at the end of the course, Julia notices something, grabs the driver's shoulder, and yells. The driver tries to stop the chariot by pulling the reins strongly while being puzzled by the sudden instruction, but neither the horse nor the chariot that has gained a lot of momentum can stop just like that. We won't make it, huh? Julia. Promptly, Julia shoots a number of blades makes from her conversion into the empty air in front of her, but as she said, she's already too late. And just like that, the chariot, on which Julia rides, plunges right into my wire trap zone, where dozens of threads are still stretched out, connecting the entrance and the participants at the starting line. How careless of me. Quickly cut the threads. Julia. Julia immediately gives instruction to the knight apprentice who rides together with her while slashing at the threads, entwining her horse and chariot with the sword and blades she created, cutting them off one after another. Since the participants who get off from their chariots will be disqualified, Julia and her companion are swinging their weapons from the top of the chariot, but naturally, their movements are different from those people who got flustered at the start. With Julia's precise instructions, the threads can only stall them for about 30 seconds. However, 30 seconds in the race is a fatal loss, for with the leg strength of Horsey, the distance opened by Julia can be easily covered in those 30 seconds. It's our chance, Horsey. Run ahead with all your might. Sakurai. Nay. After I hit Horsey's body with the reins, Horsey, pulling the chariot, starts running with all his might, narrowing the distance between us and Julia and her comrade. And then, we pass by the side of Julia and her comrade who are trying to reorganize themselves, and, with my deepest gratitude, go through the way that they have opened by cutting off the threads. However, the starting line for entering the second lap that comes in sight after that is blocked by a wall of scattered wreckages of chariots that's been abandoned by their participants, along with their horses, because of reasons such as the participants have given up or the chariots have been damaged to the point of being unable to move. Naturally, there is no gap in the wall of wreckages that spreads before us that our chariot can pass through. Moreover, there are some rotten guys waiting among the wreckages of the chariots that got stuck, seemingly targeting us, who are getting closer. What kind of end would be waiting for us if we proceed straight ahead as is? You probably understand. But the only path to victory is forward. Iris, do it. Sakurai. Heave ho. Sakurai. Iris casts a magic. It's the magic that produces a large amount of water she used against me and Higaki in the tower in the netherworld. Swinging the giant water ball that is created at the tip of her long rod, she throws it at the wall of the wreckages. The tsunami that is born from it swallows the waiting participants, and most of them get officially disqualified because they are washed away from the wreckages. What's left behind is a course that has become muddy, on which there are soaked wreckages, and real buttons keys who manage to cling onto their chariots even after getting hit by the tsunami. Iris, who were intending to wash everyone away with magic, raises her voice looking at them. Sakurai-san, there are still some people left here. Iris, don't worry, who do you think created this situation? Hold tight. Sakurai, nay. Horsey, who I've hurried, keeps pulling the chariot without slowing down, even though the course he's running on has become muddy, while being satisfied with the gutsy Horsey who doesn't hesitate even though the wall of wreckages is getting closer in front of him. I take out 3 items from the luggage bag to reward him. Dayton's Hager armor that is so thin that you can see through it. Sky soaring bridge, a bundled, unique raw silk thread, and Pegasus wings, a flat piece of steel plate with a horse head as a motif. They are the set of items which is called the 3 Sky series that I got in the previous incident. I pick them up, and put them on Horsey without hesitation. Now, it's your time to evolve, Horsey. Don't you get scared and go wild this time. Sakurai. The Hager armor entwines itself around Horsey, and wings grow from the steel plate attached to his back. In front of him appear a road of cloud created by the power of the bundle of silk thread, leading toward the sky. What on earth is that? The horse grows a pair of wings and starts running into the sky. Ha 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 ha. Sakurai. I laugh loudly in response to the confused voice of the commentator. In the game era, equipment can only be equipped by the characters, but it is arrogant of you to think that equipment that shows its power when worn can only be equipped by humans in this world that has turned into reality. If an injured animal can be healed with a potion, then even 3 Sky series, which gives one the power to run in the sky, shall be effective if you equip them on an animal. In other words, as long as they have this 3 Sky series, even if they are a horse or a fish, anyone can fly in the sky. Anyone. This is my handmade artificial Pegasus, Horsey's evolved form. Horsey the Pegasus. You pathetic losers crawling on the ground, better do your best to engrave his majestic figure into your brains. Sakurai. Sakurai-san, why did you blatantly provoke them? Iris. Horsey the Pegasus. What a simple name, Luizina. The hell did you say, Luizina? If you think so, why don't you try give him a better name than the one I gave? A name that makes sense. Sakurai. More importantly, hold the reins tighter, Sakurai-san. Iris. Oops, that was dangerous. If I don't hold the reins firmly, the wheels of the chariot may come off the cloud road and makes us fall down to the ground depending on Horsey's behavior. Besides, all we have to do now is run through the air and go around the course, but I don't know what Julia, who got stuck because of the mud and wall of wreckages, will do. Will definitely turn into a joke in case she manages to make us crash somehow, so I have to be careful. Well, there is a limit to what she can do from below. So long as we raise our altitude, the rest of the race will surely be one-sided. Now, run into the sky. Horsey the Pegasus. Higher, higher. Sakurai. Nay, I believe I can fly. LVL Chapter 87. The Origin of Animals. This was abrupt. But animals in this game world were, in a sense, different from those of the real world. For, in this world, animals were all harmlessified monsters born from repeated selective breeding by monster tamers over a long period of time. A long, long time ago, at the age where people didn't have the giant walls, where they lived under the patronage of a mighty monster by offering sacrifices as a compensation. Their warriors called monster tamers snatched away the power of the monsters they themselves had tamed, robbing them of their intellect. Thus, they gradually transformed from monsters that attacked and ate people to animals that helped people, abiding their orders. Dogs that became companions for hunting, and the others like cows and pigs that were used as livestock were the best examples. Horses, too, were also a kind of animals created to support people for various purposes such as for riding or for transporting things. However, on rare cases, some animals might get havitism. They regained a part of the ability of the monsters that were their ancestors, Z1, and were swayed by it. Horsey rode by Sakurai was also an animal that got havitism. He regained high intelligence enough to understand human speech, but because of that, he captured the outline of the doubt that his instinct shouted. Something was different, something was wrong, something was missing from the current him. But he didn't know what that something was. Even while being distressed by the doubt that grew larger day by day as he grew up from foal, Horsey suppressed it as best as he could and continued to being an animal. Then, one day, the moment he saw a Pegasus walked by a monster tamer, the doubt cleared up. So that's the kind of monster his ancestor was, so that's the sense of incongruity that afflicted him came from. The something that the current him lacked. At the same time as the joy from understanding that hit him, Horsey realized that it was something that he could never regain. He resigned to his fate. His intelligence told him that regaining his wings was a wish that could never be fulfilled, and so Horsey put a lid on the flame of passion that lit up in his heart. All right, Horsey, I'm gonna make sure whether my idea is correct, so you better stay quiet, alright Tilda? Sakurai. Can items really be used on animals, Sakurai-san? Iris. I've confirmed that potions worked on animals. So, the items from the 3 Sky series should work on 1, 2. Sakurai. He kept telling himself that it couldn't be helped, there was nothing that could be done, containing his wish in a philosophical view. Alright, it's a success. The sky soaring bridge works properly. I knew it, my idea wasn't wrong. Sakurai. Or so he thought. The boy before him so easily fulfilled that wish of his. From today, you're a winged horse. Horsey the Pegasus. Let's teach those guys the importance of air superiority. Ha ha ha. Sakurai. He gave him wings. He regained his wings. His instinct that had been trapped for a long time flared up. Horsey went wild. Then, he vowed to challenge the chariot race that the boy talked about with all his best. He knew it was the only way for him to pay back his benefactor who gave him his wings back. Now, run into the sky. Horsey the Pegasus. Higher, higher. Sakurai. At this moment, Horsey understood exactly the words of the boy holding his reins, seeking to prove the meaning of his existence. He put strength into his forelegs. Because he was a Pegasus that ran in the sky, he was going to go higher and farther than any horses in this venue, which had forgotten their roots. Hey, hold on, Horsey. Don't you think you're getting too high? Hey, you listening? Sakurai. Certainly, in the end, the wings were fake, and he didn't fly, but just running on the cloud road that was floating in the air. From a real Pegasus's point of view, his sad appearance might invite a laugh, but it was one that the boy had prepared for his sake. He was proud, he had nothing to be ashamed of. With that in mind, his energy overflowed endlessly. Nay, wah, or, ow, ah. Iris. Iris. Sakurai. Horsey neighed. The chariot was jolting. Iris fell. Nevertheless, Horsey kept running lively, showing off to the surroundings, as if saying, this is the true appearance of mine, of us animals called horse. You, Horsey, why are you heading off the venue? Where the heck were you going? Sakurai. All of a sudden, participant Sakurai's horse started running in the sky, and his chariot passed through the course, and over the audience seats. This is my first seeing this spectacle. Brown fell, but looks like she's okay, but like, seriously that Toru, he totally can't control his horse, can he? To show such a miserable sight, PFFT. What are you laughing at, you damned diva? Sakurai. Things such as hustle and bustle seemingly unable to reach his ears. Horsey gave his all on running higher and further as the boy wanted. Beyond the course, beyond the audience seats, beyond the venue, Horsey ran toward the sky. For he was a Pegasus. Lit. Sky horse in kanji. Horsey get back to the venue otherwise, I'ma turn you into a horseshimi. Sakurai. Nag dash. The Academy Festival, Chariot Race, 4th Race. Sakurai Toru, disqualified for going off course. LVL Chapter 88, Perfect Plan. I probably wouldn't forget the memory of preaching to a horse for the first time in my life for a while. After hitting Horsey's head to make him regain his sanity and preaching to him on the rooftop where we crashed, I ran through the academy and returned to Iris's place. I hang a board with a word reflecting written on it on Horsey's neck, tie him to the side of the house, and head for my room in Iris's place. There I find Higaki hanging upside down, having gotten caught in the trap I had set up with Shishu in case there's a trespasser. Well, I see you got back early. Higaki, the heck were you up to by messing up my room? Sakurai. I go outside and make use of firecrackers and flame sword to launch an improvised firework, and hand Higaki over to the disciplinary committee members who come over to check on the situation. The suspect then makes an incomprehensible statement, saying, I know I said I wanted to start over, but I wanted that hanging scroll. After all, I thought no one would find out if I take it during the race. I'll have you show it to me when I get back. As she gets dragged away. Are you guys okay with having a boss like this? When I say so, the disciplinary committee members make bitter smiles, pretending not to hear me. Having to deal with both me and Higaki, these guys sure have it hard. Alright, now to get to the matter at hand. Sakurai. While thinking of having Higaki clean up my room in a maid outfit when she gets back, I take the large number of firecrackers I made with a manai from my room that has become a mess and go out to the city. By this time, I must have gotten disqualified for getting off course, and the one who takes the first place of that race should be Julia. That said, the course is covered all over with mud due to the power of Iris's magic. Even if they're going to restore it first or continue the race as is, the scheduled competition time will end up being extended. All the same. In other words, some of the participants will be held up at the venue for as long a time the competition gets extended. In case of students of the Adventurer Academy, I bet some will get bored, give up on the competition, and go out to the festive city to play. But in case of the disciplined lot of the Military Academy, they will probably remain at the venue to cheer for their comrades. However, the strength of fellowship is both their strength and weakness. To be more specific, almost every one of them go out to cheer, so even if a suspicious person sneak into their inn, they can't notice it. If Julia's villa isn't protected by the royal guards, I would sneak in there as well. Still, for even the teachers leading them not to be around, I wonder if preventing crime even crossed their mind. Sakurai. While setting up firecrackers, I think about the future. Thanks to a Manai's ad lib, the events that lead up to Julia turning to demonization can be controlled for the time being, but that doesn't change the condition which requires a Manai to win in a one-on-one fight against Julia after being recognized by the surroundings. However, there is a problem with that condition. It is not win in a one-on-one fight against Julia part, but after being recognized by the surroundings part. To be honest, I noticed Julia's clear weakness in the previous race. If a Manai take advantage of that, there's a high possibility that even the current him can defeat Julia. Julia's, or rather a combat alchemist's trait is that they gain combat power by alchemizing an item into something else. The Royal Money Warrior style, which converts the monetary value of an item into combat power, is one that spends abundant gold and silver treasures to increase the fighting power as an individual. On the other hand, however, their combat power basically depends on items. The lower the quality of items to convert, and the smaller the number of items that can be carried, the lower the threat level of the Royal Money Warrior. That's exactly why the impact of having or not having an item box is huge. Sakurai. Unfortunately, there is no item box in this world. In other words, items must be physically carried, and there is a limit to the number of items that one person can carry. Of course, there are ways to carry a large number of expensive items such as jewelry and precious metals. However, the more one carry, the more they have to consider so that they don't get in the way in the battle. One way is to prepare a special carrying means such as remodeling the school uniform like me or bringing a luggage bag. But in that case the number of items that can be carried will be limited depending their sizes, so it doesn't completely solve the problem. In the end, A realistic compromise on the number and quality of items to be carried must be made. The disadvantage of a combat alchemist is that they have to manage the items to use in addition to the magic power to activate their skills, which in turn leads to the existence of one clear weakness: they are vulnerable to protracted battles. If he exploits that weakness, Amanai will be able to defeat Julia. However, there's a problem with that way of fighting. Let alone the event clear condition after being recognized by the surroundings part. There's a possibility that way of fighting to end up creating a dissatisfaction in Julia, who prefers a straightforward, head-on fight. Well, if Amanai were to suddenly employ a hit-and-run tactic to win after being recognized to be Julia's match, booing might not be the end of it, I guess. Sakurai. Julia may end up saying something along the line of, "So you don't want to fight seriously?" In that case, and enter the demonization route. It'd be okay if the damage is directed only to Amanai, but it'd troublesome if the aim of her animosity is also pointed at me who is cooperating with him, and in that case, it'll be difficult to say how the matter of Fool's Necklace would turn out. Anyways, first things first, I have to get Amanai be recognized by the surroundings, and get the adventurers and knight apprentices to acknowledge him as superior by the last day of the Academy Festival. Well, the only way that came to my mind is to have Amanai participate in the competitions properly while I do whatever I like under everyone's watch so that their evaluation of him rises when comparing us. Sakurai. The poorness of my human nature and communication ability are unrivaled. They're high-leveled in the negative direction. I don't know how to raise my reputation as a person. If I do, I wouldn't have been marked by the disciplinary committee. Foo-foo. In comparison, becoming a problem child is a piece of cake. In any case, now that's decided, I will have to survive to last minute in the round-robin tournament, and bring it to between Amanai and I, which is more adequate to fight against Julia. Kind of situation. Alright. Let's actively sabotage the opponent's tilde. It won't be a problem as long as it's not a serious criminal act. What? Trespassing is a serious crime nowadays. Don't sweat the details. The firecrackers will be more effective if I set them up inside than outside, and at this hour, someone would definitely see me, or at least my figure, heading toward the inn. Then, I will be suspected while they are investigating for the offender. If I give obvious hints tomorrow during the competition, the rumor will spread on its own, and my evaluation will go down, whereas the evaluation of Amanai who fights decently will rise in comparison. Sakurai. It's not a bad plan, even if I do say so myself. Unless there's an evidence, no one will be able to take any direct action on me, and then, the hate on me will accumulate on its own. It will lead to a decrease in my evaluation and give people an illusion that that guy is much better in comparison when they're evaluating Amanai. Foo-fa-foo, how is it? This plan to completely throws away public opinion on oneself in the ditch. This is a perfect plan that only I can come up with. Alright, I'll do my best to set up the firecrackers. Sakurai. If I use the power of Shishu skill, I'll be able to quickly finish the wiring of the fuse. It's really troubling how useful this skill is. I wonder if I should set up traps on the balconies while I'm at it. Oops, I have to be careful and not let my guard down so as not to make a blunder and leave any evidence. I sure am a really hard-working and diligent guy. Don't you think I should get a correction to my level up as a reward from the world? Will the world give it to me, I wonder? Well, of course, it won't. TSK. The world is one stingy bastard. Sakurai. While saying so to myself, I walk in the corridor where many doors are lined up. Beyond the doors are the rooms where the knight apprentices stay. Given that the distance between each door is longer than the usual, I guess multiple people are staying in each room. It's like the rooms of an inn where you stay during a school trip. Then, I opened the door of the room labeled staff room where the teachers stay, in which I thought would be the most difficult place to set up the firecrackers unnoticed. At that moment, the strong smell of blood hits me. In the room that open up in front of me, there are several middle-aged knights who looks like teachers of the military academy laying down on blood pools with a man who seems to have cut them down standing among them. He is a boss character with long grey hair that looks like a tail, clothes which looks like a rider suit, and a rugged two-handed sword, indestructible sword XH. What? There's still someone left. It's Nanashino Katsumi. LVL Chapter 89. The third reincarnated person. That uniform, a student of the academy? Why are you here? Nanashino. No, I should be the one asking that. Why is a boss character here? Sakurai. Huh? Nanashino. Huh? Sakurai. Nanashino frowns at the words I said back in reflex. Or rather, Nanashino Katsumi in the game was a taciturn one. He shouldn't be the sort who speaks in a youthful tone like this guy. Then, who the heck is he? So you're also a reincarnated person. Sakurai. After pondering for a little while, I came to that conclusion, because that would be the most plausible explanation as to why his tone is different. Also, in other words, you're a reincarnated person, as well. Nanashino. Hearing me, Nanashino says with a grin, seemingly having become interested in me. The smile is different from that of Nanashino Katsumi, who was introduced as cool and quiet on the official website. It's an innocent smile like that of a child who found a toy. That alone is enough to completely convince me that the guy in front of me is a reincarnated person. Your face. I don't think I remember ever seeing it before. Was there such a character in the game? Nanashino. No offense, but unlike the privileged you, I was reincarnated as a mob character. Sakurai. Unlucky you. Well, if you're also a reincarnated person. Oh, right. Nanashino, turning to me with the blood-stained two-handed sword in his hand, points at the knights scattered about on the ground with the tip of the sword. I killed these guys just now. I might continue to be at odds with the knights in the future, you see. So, I killed them to see how strong veteran knights are. Nanashino. Yeah? Sakurai. So, what do you think of what I did? Got anything you wanna say to me? Nanashino. Anything I wanna say? Sakurai. I look at the fallen knights. They're lying in a pool of blood without moving a muscle. Their lives clearly have left their bodies. Nanashino grins at me like he's anticipating my response, but I totally have no idea what he's getting at. Is it that he's trying to see if I'm the kind of guy who's driven by righteous indignation? Sakurai. Well, it's certainly not a pleasant sight to see, but I'm not gonna say anything since this is just Nanashino's one-sided attempt to get information. I don't gain anything out of it. It will be a different story if it's related to leveling, but since it seems to be irrelevant to it, I simply disinclined to give my opinion. However, isn't rude to not answer when you're asked? Having come to that conclusion from my experiences so far, I cross my arms and ponder, and GG. I then somehow managed to wring out an answer and voice it. Well, that's right. How many experience points they gave? Sakurai. Experience points? Are you talking about the experience points? Nanashino. Experience points means experience points. Does it have any other meanings? Sakurai. Experience points. How many experience points they gave, you ask? Nanashino. Nanashino suddenly starts laughing hearing my reply. He leans against the wall, holding his belly like he can't bear it. When he finishes, he wipes his tears that came out from laughing too much, turns to me, and starts talking in jovial mood. I see, so you're the same type as me. That's how it should be. This world is a game, and we are players. The rules of this world don't apply to us. We can do anything we want. Nanashino. I don't know about that, but you can take it that way if it makes you happy. Now, if you're not going to tell me how many experience points they gave, I'll get going as I have things I gotta do. Sakurai. Hey, we're both a reincarnated person, player, so let's talk some more, okay? Yeah, experience points, was it? My bad, maybe because my body is that of a boss character, I don't gain experience points, so I have no clue. Nanashino. The moment he's done talking, Nanashino closes the distance between us and reach out his arm to wind it around my shoulders. Although I try to grab it with my hand, he silently brushes it away without changing his joyful expression. For the time being, I tell him I'll hear him out if he helps set up the firecrackers, and then he says he might as well, since he's free today. So we go out into the hallway and start setting up the firecrackers. And you know, for some damn reason, the Sword Saint is still alive, and he poked his nose into our business. Even though we fought him 3-on-1, we still totally lost. I could only get the upper hand when I finally used World Intervention, System Command. Damn that crazy, cheat geezer. Because of him, most members of the Black Sword have dropped dead. Well, maybe it was a good thing cause it saved me the effort to purge the guys from the opposing factions. Thanks to it, I've become able to do anything I want, so I should take it as a blessing in disguise, I guess. Just that, although I'm thinking of strengthening myself in case I run into that shitty geezer again, I can't get experience points because this body's data is that of a boss character's, and the only weapon I can wield is X-Archs. Don't you think it's too much? Nanashino. Just why is this guy keep prattling on and on even though I haven't asked him anything? Sakurai. Also, Nanashino. After about 5 minutes we began setting up the firecrackers. Nanashino said he got tired, leaned his back against the wall nearby and started enthusiastically talking about himself. He told me about various things such as how he came to this world about 2 years ago, how the Black Sword was in the brink of destruction due to the Opera House incident, and etc. Heck, he even told me about things which I doubted should be shared with someone else like the World Intervention, System Command, his equipment restriction, and the fact that he has become the leader of the remnants of the organization and is able to have them move as he likes. To be honest, he looked the very picture of someone talking about their impressions and dissatisfaction of a game. He gives off the feeling of being out of touch with the reality. For comparison, if I am strange, then this guy is alien. He's not crazy about leveling like me. His worldview is just plain different. Oh yeah, you were reincarnated as a mob character, weren't you? Do you get any perks, or do you get a penalty or something, instead? Nanashino. I have a level limit of 50, and my status is 30% lower than that of the main characters. Sakurai. You gotta be kidding me, right? For real? You did well for staying alive in such a state. Wouldn't you die many times in the dungeon? Nanashino. Nanashino's eyes go round in complete surprise. Does he find it amusing despite the surprise? The corners of his mouth are lifted up. I knew it. Mobs sure are worthless. No, don't get me wrong. I also have the time when I thought there might be a hidden gem at the level of the main characters among the humans in this world, so I tried out various things. For a week straight, I tried having them fight with the monsters I had caught outside and learn skills. But they didn't get stronger at all. Thinking that all my efforts went up in smoke, I snapped and things ended up a bit ugly. What I'm trying to say is, main characters get chosen as the main characters for a reason. Nanashino. This guy is so absorbed in his story that I find it hard to stop him. It makes it extra unbearable for me who doesn't enjoy conversation in the first place. That said, even though some of his remarks sounds outrageous, the words World Intervention, System Command, he said earlier piqued my interest. If I take System Command in the literal sense of the words, it will probably mean a command to the system that has already been constructed. I'm not a guy who goes that much into details, so my understanding is shallow, but to give you an easy-to-understand example of system commands, it is like the list of menus that appears when you right-click the mouse when using a computer, perhaps. Certainly, a video game is consisted of programs that run on a game console system, which then repeats the commands from the programs. But although this world is a game world, it itself is not a game. This world that has become reality is not programs that runs on a system, but a real world. It may be possible to insist that this world is a system, but it is only possible for the gods who created this world to give commands to it. It should be impossible for a single human being to do so. That's why I got interested when Nanashino said it so naturally like it was nothing. Hey, what is this World Intervention, System Command, you're talking about? Sakurai. You don't know about World Intervention, System Command? Hey, are you for real? That said, it's not that weird for a mob character to not notice it, I guess. If your status is lower by 30%, then your talent is probably correspondingly lower too. After all, it's highly likely that you can't use it, to begin with. Nanashino, rather than naturally dissing me, can you just answer my question? Sakurai, oops, my bad, I have no such intention. I'll tell you about it as an apology. Or so I want to say, but this is my precious trump card. See, I'm not gonna tell you if there's nothing in it for me. Nanashino, I have information about Amanai Hayato, the protagonist. His personality, relationships, skill composition, you name it. What say you? Sakurai, alright, it's a deal. Nanashino, if the system command Nanashino mentioned actually has any influence on this world, I may be able to use it to find something that can be used for leveling. That's why I'm not reluctant to give him compensation. I have no hesitation in disseminating information on the protagonist, Amanai Hayato. By giving information to both sides, only I will profit in the end. This is the dark secret of diplomacy, ladies and gentlemen. The information on Amanai may seem to be important because of the tag protagonist, but in reality, it is not that big of a deal. After all, he's the kind of person who will acquire a new appropriate skill, which will then change his performance and battle style drastically. If he's in trouble, if this guy doesn't go attacking him immediately after hearing the information, it will end up being meaningless. If I bluff telling him that Amanai has a connection with the Sword Saint, just in case, he most likely won't attack him right away. So, forgive me, Amanai. For the sake of leveling, I may sell you out. While apologizing to the protagonist who is not around, I succeed in making a deal with Nanashino and begin listening on information about the World Intervention System Command. LVL Chapter 90. The highest privilege. In short, World Intervention System Command is kinda like a magic that can only be used by us reincarnated people. You know the setting of magic in the world of Far-It. Nanashino. Far-It is an abbreviation that refers to the original game, Frontier Academia, on the internet. TL, Furoka in katakana, but I abbreviate it to Far. Although, some anti-fans convert it into kanji and write it as bath filth. TL. Furoka in kanji. Anyway, magic in the world of Far is, roughly speaking, a miracle that materializes something that one is wishing for in the world. Originally, people actually don't need any other action than wishing to cast magic. They can cast magic by simply paying magic power and wish do this to the world. But the image conditions of the wish strongly influences the magic at the time it is casted, as there is a risk of it going out of control due to lack of information such as what is it, how large is it, what do it do, etc. That is why it is necessary to use a spell, skill name, to lay out a guide rail or something along those lines. Right? Sakurai, I say while digging through the knowledge in my head. For example, anyone can cut ingredients with a kitchen knife and fry them on the frying pan to cook up a dish. However, not everyone can make a dish at the level of one that can be served at a restaurant. If you want to eat such a dish, you have to train yourself for a long time or ask a chef to make it. Should you choose the latter, you have to state the menu, skill name, to have the chef, world, to cook up the dish you want, and accordingly, you'll have to pay a fee, magic power, as compensation. Afterward the chef, who has received the fee, will provide a dish, paranormal phenomenon, to the customer, mage. This is what the thing called magic is in this world. However, that is just the analogy to give one a better idea of magic written in the setting book. As I had said to Nanashino, originally, you can just say fry it or cut it and the chef will carry it out. However, the chef, world, who turns out to be relatively sloppy at accounting according to the settings, would naturally not know what kind of dish to make with such unclear requests, and according to the fee they received, they might start adding various seasonings without asking for your opinion. Therefore, if you wish I want a fire, the fire that may appears would range from fire the size of a finger to fire that burns everything in your sights. That is the case when it activates as a normal fire magic. But sometimes, it might even activate with the effect of healing magic. It is true that fire will appear, but as it depends on how detailed the wish is, it is unknown what kind of effect it will have until it actually appears. Therefore, the method of casting magic with just one action, that is wishing, has been judged to be flawed. That's why Thoth, the magic god, put a barrier on the world itself so that people don't need a clear image to cast magic. However, the barrier is such that it has a certain limit, that is, if you order things that is not on the menu, it will not be transmitted to the chef. To give you a better idea, it is like the ordering method using an electronic menu which has been adopted by many stores such as conveyor belt sushi chain restaurants. I guess the customer has to order from a fixed menu without being to talk to the chef directly, preventing the customer from making unclear demands. Thus, the cook is able to make a proper dish, safe from the customer miscellaneous orders, which eventually leads to the protection of the customer themselves. By the way, technique type skills such as flame sword and shishu are different from magic, which needs to be cooked by the world. They need to be cooked by oneself, so to speak. Since you cook them yourself, you don't have to pay a fee, magic power, but it takes very long years for one to be able to provide the same level of dish as that of the world. Among them, the best chef, master, is Bonus Uncle, who is praised as the sword saint, but that is irrelevant to the current talk. I get it now. Is the world intervention, system command, kinda like a magic that can break through Thoth's barrier and be casted just by wishing for it directly? Sakurai. Unlike everyone else, we knows this world is a game. It's because we have a clear understanding of what this world is that we can create magic directly without being misled by that annoying barrier. Or so I think. Nanashino. Don't just lose your confidence out of nowhere. Sakurai. Well, I don't have a clear confirmation, at least none of the guys who I gave the knowledge of the original game that I had could do the same. They could learn new skills, but I've properly gotten rid of those guys, so rest assured I'm not inclined to discard my advantage, after all. Nanashino. I keep directing a cold gaze at Nanashino, who smiles and gives me a thumb up. Such extra information and exaggerated, intentional gesture are unnecessary. Just get to the point. Just now, you thought, but in the end, if you just wish, the magic will run out of control due to lack of necessary information, didn't you? Nanashino. That seems to be the case in your mind. Sakurai. That question matters most. So, I tried investigating the relationship between the length of the wish and the activation of magic. What I found out was that do something was the only thing conveyed as the wish. A long wish like do it this way, and then do this will end up only consuming your magic power and misfiring. In other words, Nanashino. Starting with those words, Nanashino starts talking about some kind of complicated magic theories using technical terms, and from time to time, he'd ask me if I understand them. When he looks at my face, which shows confusion, like not understanding things such as the magic theories of this world better than what is explained in the game settings, Nanashino, for some reason, makes a satisfied smile and says, my bad, you must find it rather difficult to comprehend. In short, digressing. Because of that, the explanation gets disordered and derailed, making the contents difficult to understand. The only thing I get from it is that Nanashino is bad at explaining things. To sum up, when you use world intervention, system command, to activate a magic, followed by certain words, as long as you wish for something that is clear to some extent so that the world gets it, that wish will come into existence as magic. Nanashino. If the 10 minutes or so explanation can be completed in one sentence, just say that from the very beginning. Sakura. I kept listening to him because I thought I might miss some important information or get experience points like in the class, but it turned out that the explanation was basically only something he did so that he could act condescendingly, and it didn't give me any experience points. Still, I would like someone to praise me for just training to improve my balancing ability by standing on one leg without practice swinging, and without attacking the guy in front of me. I would flip if the topic gets derailed because of extra story again. I don't know whether he had guessed that I, who is glaring at him, have such thought, but he opens his mouth with a satisfied look. Now, if you're wondering what those certain words are, they should be quite familiar to you. Nanashino. Familiar to me? Sakurai. They can allow anyone to easily become stronger in the game world, and also have many applications and types. Nanashino. Having said that, Nanami innocently leaked an evil smile like he has managed to pull off a prank, and says, they are prevent tampering, cheat code. The highest privilege that only we, players, are allowed to use. Nanashino. LVL Chapter 91. Mob bastard and cheater bastard. Cheat. In my previous life, it was a word that appeared frequently in the fields of manga, anime, light novels, etc., and was often used with meanings such as too strong and too versatile. However, its original meaning is to trick or to deceive, and it has a strong negative nuance as an unfair and illegal act that should be avoided among us gamers. Among those who have touched games to some extent, many should know that in online games, cheaters play cat and mouse games with the management side daily. Cheats in a game world are not prepared intentionally by the creators. Most of them are caused by the use of bugs or hacking, basically destroying the game balance and impairing fairness, which will end up causing many damages. For example, becoming invincible and not receiving any damage, warping just before the goal at the moment the race starts, and multiplying items that can only be obtained once infinitely. As for me, I would make a use of a bug that pierced through the hole in the game's program as long as it certainly wouldn't bother anyone else. Like the multiplying item bug that I used when I resurrected from the netherworld. Naturally, whatever happens to the game after the use of a cheat falls under the category of one's own responsibility. So, even if the game cannot proceed or worse the software is broken, the one who's at fault is oneself. Well, that happened to me once, so I ended up having to buy the same software twice. After then, I vowed that I would never try out a bug that could possibly lead to that again. On top of that, I made sure not to touch anything related to cheats, which modify the game's data using external tools, and online games, which involve contact with other people. My experience from the previous life left no good impression of cheats in me. I don't mean to say that you can cheat however you want in offline games since it's meant to be played and enjoyed alone, but in online games case, cheaters were rampant during the short period I was playing them, so I've always avoided them since. I couldn't muster my motivation to continue playing a game in which shitty bastards who steal the prey of other people with a space-jumping one-hit kill attack were all over the place. Anyways, that's what my stance on cheating is, regardless of its right or wrong from ethical point of view. Therefore, I can't help but make a slight frown at the person who brazenly declared that cheat is the highest privilege that only we, players, are allowed to use in front of another player. But still, perhaps Nanashino is engrossed in his boasting, as he doesn't notice my complexion and keeps on talking about his so-called trump card. I'm still not completely sure about the principles behind the magic of system command, but I've been conducting tests with the focus of myself as the target. Nanashino. Focusing yourself as the target? Sakurai. Yeah. I found out that any magic would activate as long as the target is oneself. Say, you wish lit a fire will ignite on yourself then. That's why, frankly speaking, the only magic usable with system command is ones that have the effect of enhancing oneself. This is where cheat code shines. Nanashino _ Sakurai. Cheat code can exert various effects in a game, right? Turning invincible, becoming faster, warping, multiplying, etc. But in the end, it's just adding such information to the character in the game. In short, cheat code is kinda like a buff, so I thought. Then I tried it out with system command, and it worked. Nanashino. I see. Sakurai. It expends magic power like crazy, though. But during the duration I'm using it, I'm simply invincible, and there's no one who can beat me. Well, no one but the Sword Saint. Nanashino. The way he put it just emphasized Uncle's dangerousness, though. Is that a good thing, I wonder? Or rather, despite the long and lengthy explanation, the important parts are vague. Well, I'm able to get new information and find out that the man before me is just a cheater bastard. I've profited out of it, I guess. So that's it from me. Now, time to keep your end of the deal. Nanashino. I'll only say it once, so listen well, K? Sakurai. Therefore, I decide to pass the information about Amanai to Nanashino in return for his story, which is a load of boastful shit. Even though I may not look like it, I'm the type who upheld my part of the deal. That's why I provided him a special blend of 70% truth and 30% lies. I told him that Amanai was the solver of the Opera House incident, and that he already has the strength to trigger Julia's event. I see. He must be a reincarnated person, too. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to trigger the princess's event in May. Considering the Opera House incident, is he over level 70? Seems like he's a tough one. Can I win, I wonder? Well, victory or defeat is secondary, though. Nanashino mutters to himself as if he's enjoying it even while being worried, for some reason. And when he raises his face as though he just realizes something in the middle of his thinking, Nanashino grins and calls out to me, "Hey, you. Have I asked your name?" "Well, whatever, why don't you join the Black Sword? I'll give you the position of an executive." Nanashino. I unconsciously say, "Huh?" to Nanashino, who shows me a bright smile like he has come up with a good idea. When dealing with the protagonist, who is also a reincarnated person, it will definitely be easier with two people, rather than alone, won't it? Like they say, there is power in number. Nanashino. There's nothing in it for me. Sakurai. We just have to discuss the terms. At the very least, you'll be able to use the power of an organization, that is the Black Sword, you know? If you want an item or something, you can just tell your subordinates to get them, and you'll be able to get your hand on highly accurate information quicker and easier than collecting it by yourself. I'm sure it'll serve you well in achieving your purpose. Nanashino. No, my purpose is leveling. Sakurai. Then, isn't that all the more reason you need the power of an organization? To be strong, you need to collect good quality weapons, and you need to monopolize items and hunting grounds, too. For that, you need a lot of manpower, no? And earlier, you were curious about the experience points of the knights I had killed. If you can earn experience points when killing, you can power leveling by having your subordinates weaken monsters and deliver the killing blow by yourself. Nanashino. No, I won't be able to enjoy leveling. Then why is this guy mistaking leveling for wanting to become stronger? I love leveling and striving for it every day because accumulated experience points promise growth and results. But don't get me wrong, becoming stronger is a supplementary prize of leveling for me. It's kinda like a bonus. For example, let's assume that someone's value of physical strength is increased by +1 as a result of leveling over a long period of time. If he then says, "Why do I improved only this much even though I've did my best?" then that person is definitely the typical guy who only sees leveling as a means to get stronger. On the other hand, if he says, "Higher, the level has risen and my status has improved, higher who? You, he, oh ho ho. Fears I is the best, then that person must have leveling as a purpose, like me. Of course, if you become stronger, you will be able to defeat new monsters and you will be able to step deeper into dungeons. It leads to an increase in experience points gain efficiency, so becoming stronger is a good thing. But still, for me, whose purpose is leveling, the most important thing is the fact that I have grown. I don't pay much attention to how much I've grown. Naturally, I know that this thinking is a minority. That's why I firmly stated that my purpose is leveling, it is not a means. Why does he mistake it for becoming stronger? Is he okay in the head? If you join me, I will not hold back teaching you system command. It'd probably take time because you're a mob character. But since you're also a player, you should be able to learn it somehow. Once you've learnt it, I'm sure you'd be able to easily level up with cheat code. Nanashino. And then, Nanashino purposefully looks to the left and right as if to confirm that there's no one around, even though this is an empty corridor, approaches me while grinning, and draws his face closer to mine. He then covers the side of his mouth with his hand and whispers to my ear, "Leveling is not easy, right? When you reach the counter stop with cheat code, you'll be released from the stupid leveling. Don't you think?" Nanashino. He probably meant it as a sweet temptation. However, it became the decisive factor in deciding my response, and while trying to keep calm, I give my answer to the grinning Nanashino. I told you that my purpose was leveling. Eat shit, fucker. Sakurai. With a cold gaze, I raised my middle finger and said, without hiding my disgust. To be honest, I have no problem with cheat code. Rather, I'd like to use it if it can allow me to increase my experience points gain efficiency, open my level upper limit infinitely, move to a dungeon by jumping through space, and etc. After all, unlike in the game, this is a real world where you clearly face your enemies with your life on the line. In this world, failure leads to death, and you can't just choose to continue or retry like in the game. That's why the ridiculousness of not using something usable greatly exceed the sense of repulsion inside me. So even if it bears the stigma of unfair and illegal, as long as I can do leveling more efficiently and enjoy it longer with it, I'd happily use cheat code. Therefore, the means presented by Nanashino is not the problem. The only thing that doesn't sit well with me is this guy said that leveling, making efforts, is stupid. Nanashino, who probably never thought that he'd be rejected by me, who didn't bother to keep up appearances after getting my reverse scale touched, opens his eyes wide and stands stock still for a few seconds. Then he drops his shoulders slightly and mutters, "I see, like it's unfortunate," before making a cheerful smile as if to blow that away. Then die. Nanashino. Nanashino then swings the two-handed sword he's been carrying silently behind him with one hand. When it come into contact with my sword that I've promptly hold up in defensive position, the blades rub against each other, scattering sparks, before veering away. I managed to block it because I had originally expected him to attack, plus the length of the two-handed sword didn't fit in this narrow corridor, so the tip of his sword scraped against the wall surface and it got slowed down. But the speed of his sword was as fast as that of Uncle, who is the sword saint. I dodge the second slash that follows by bending down, and vigorously shoulder tackle Nanashino, who have swung up his sword and is trying to bisect me, who is bent down, as I had predicted. New 2. Sakurai. A distance is opened up between me and Nanashino, who is pushed back from impact. It is a distance that each of us can close in an instant, but it is enough to give me room to respond to his move. I hadn't thought you could defend against that. Even if you're worthless, you're still a player, huh? Nanashino. Everyone knows that if someone silently hold their sword behind their body as they approach, they'll definitely attack the moment they get rejected. Sakurai. Very well said. Nanashino. You're intending to kill me regardless of whether I refuse or not to begin with anyway, ain't you? Sakurai. Geez, you knew from the start, huh? Well, I'm still part of an evil organization, so I gotta kill the witness, right? Ah. But I'm honestly happy to meet another reincarnated person, player. See, that's why I told you various things. To give you a pleasant memory to take to the afterlife, so to speak. Nanashino. Nanashino, who says lines that I've heard so many times somewhere, sounds like a villain. No, he is a villain. Boss character. So, there's no problem even if I turn him into the rust of my sword, and no one will get angry if I try to use him as a source of experience points. Well, it's difficult to capture a boss character solo without any advance preparation, so escape is always an option, right? Even if my heart is burning with anger, I have to keep my head cool because I have little chance of winning, objectively speaking, but alright. If there's an opening, I'ma kill him. Ah, right. Come to think of it, I haven't asked you your purpose. Sakurai. What? Do you think I'm gonna tell you now that it has come to this? Nanashino. Right. While thinking so, I breathe out lightly and take a stance with my sword. The place is inside the inn, on the 4th floor. A long straight corridor with doors leading to private rooms. It's not that wide, so it'd be easier for me, who have a one-handed sword with a relatively shorter blade, than the opponent, who have a two-handed sword when swinging the sword. The stairs leading to the entrance are across Nanashino. Fortunately, our current standing positions are close to the stairs, so I have plenty of space to move back. The wall of the inn seems to be thick. Will the commotion here even reach outside, I wonder? While making sure not to divert my attention away from Nanashino, I collect the information of the surroundings such as the scratches made on the wall when he launched the surprise attack earlier. A few seconds of glaring at each other pass. In the meantime, I have mostly finished drawing up a strategy, and relax my shoulders. I'ma go easy on you, cheater bastard. Sakurai. That's my line, mob bastard. Nanashino. After trash talking to each other, we step into each other's sword range. The two-handed sword swinged by Nanashino digs through the wall as it draw closer. His attack is superior both in terms of speed and power than mine to an incomparable degree. That's exactly why the anti-personnel experience I've cultivated comes to life. I receive his sword and divert it, letting it flow to the side. Without making a simple counterattack, I carefully take a solid stance and continue observing him. Whether my defense broken, or I get pushed to the end of the corridor and slashed. I wonder if I can find an opening to counterattack before then. The curtain of my battle with Nanashino Katsumi opens with me being on the defensive right from the start. LVL Chapter 92. The Knight's Sword. Every time Nanashino swung his sword, the wall of the passage was gouged out, dust fluttering about. The speed of his sword was only second to that of the Sword Saint. If it was a Manai Hayato who was facing him here, even if his talent was taken into account, surely he would have been slashed after a few hits due to the difference in their pure status. However, looking at it from another perspective, the fact that the speed of his sword being second only to that of the Sword Saint meant that it wasn't equal to that of the Sword Saint. As you know, among the anti-personnel combats Sakurai had gone through, one of the hardest ones was a certain hands-on practice, namely the crazy special training crossing swords with the Sword Saint. Additionally, due to his fights with people stronger than him such as Higaki and Barbie Knifelime in the Netherworld, Sakurai had developed a defensive-based counter-type combat style, which seemed to be contrary to his hot-tempered personality. Therefore, when dealing with a swordsman, Sakurai suddenly raised the standard of his combat style to anti-Sword Saint. In a one-on-one battle with no numerical disadvantage, someone with half-baked ability would not be able to break through his defense. What's wrong, mob bastard? Ain't you just keep defending, try counter-attacking for a change? Nanashino. Sakurai. What, you can't even afford to open up your mouth? Nanashino. Now, was Nanashino Katsumi someone with half-baked ability? The answer was definitely a number. The character called Nanashino Katsumi was an existence prepared as a rival character to the protagonist in the original game, to begin with. Therefore, although he couldn't match up to the Sword Saint, he was still an expert in his own right as he had the ability to trade blows with the Sword Saint head-on. To defeat him in a fair and square fight solo, you would have to bring out the protagonist, a Manai Hayato, whose potential had been fully realized. Then why was Sakurai able to keep fending off Nanashino's offensive? As had been mentioned earlier, the standard of Sakurai's combat style raised when fighting against a swordsman, and fighting in the narrow passage, he only had to focus on the opponent in front of him, whereas Nanashino had his sword scraping against the wall every time he swung it, reducing his sharpness, albeit slightly. However, above all that, Nanashino's pride that even he didn't notice was dulling his original sharpness. After all, the opponent was a mob character. Moreover, the person himself said that his level upper limit was low and his status was 30% lower than the main characters. And by crossing swords with him, Nanashino became convinced that the boy before him was far inferior to himself even though he was also a reincarnated person. While he inwardly gave an honest praise to Sakurai who continued to resist despite that fact, more than that however, he looked down on him, and at the same time his sadistic heart was lit. He had a sense of superiority of being in control of another reincarnated player, which was the same position he himself was in. This body of his had the position as a villain, a just cause. It could be said that it was unavoidable if his act deviated from modern ethics, and to top it all off, he had the power to get rid of those who had a problem with it. For Nanashino, this was not a battle, but a bullying the weak with overwhelming power. What was it called if not pride? Curse your misfortune for being born as a waste and die, you mob character. Nanashino. The speed of his sword swing increased. Sakurai's body got riddled with sword wounds, and the sword in his hand couldn't withstand Nanashino's slashes and began to get chipped. Contrary to what he said, Nanashino didn't launch a deadly blow, but an offensive, which purpose was to make fun of Sakurai. It spoke of his true feelings. Here, the situation changed when Sakurai broke through the door next to him and jumped into the room. When he saw a slight opening in the continuous attack. "You think I'll let you get away?" Nanashino. Having jumped into the room following Sakurai, Nanashino intercepted something thrown before his eyes almost reflexively. The blade of his two-handed sword that he swung upwards cut deep into the middle part of the thrown object, but it was unable to cut deeper. Nanashino. And at the same time as he realized that, his arms, which was swinging up his sword, couldn't bear the weight which was out of his expectation and gave out. When he moved his gaze to the object, it turned out that it was the corpse of a middle-aged knight that he himself had killed. His sword was stuck in his well-trained body, which was wearing a simple chainmail. SHH. Sakurai. With a sharp and shallow breathing sound, Sakurai's thrust pierced in that moment to reopening. The one-handed sword that he thrust out with his left hand wouldn't deal much damage if he slashed it, what with the chipped blade, but it still had enough sharpness when it came to thrusting. Seeing that he unhesitantly made use of the corpse just to land him a single blow, Nanashino was pleased that Sakurai had a similar side to himself, and also dejected at the thought that the opponent could only resort to such surprise attack to injure him. By giving up dealing with the surprise attack and released the tension of his whole body, Nanashino switched the operation of his body switched from manual to automatic. It was a battle-driving force that was ingrained in the body itself thanks to the experiences that had been cultivated by Nanashino Katsumi, original, since his own consciousness didn't intervene. His body displayed its true ability. In the short time it took for Sakurai's thrust to reach Nanashino, he brutally twisted his two-handed sword out of the corpse, lowered his hips, and, to make the best use of the reach of his two-handed sword, swung his sword upward. A silver flash appeared, and blood spurted out after a delay. Sakurai's left arm was cut off from the elbow down and danced in the air. His thrusting did not reach Nanashino. His surprise attack was unsuccessful. Nanashino raised the corners of his lips imagining Sakurai's astonishment and despair. However, Sakurai took one step further and spun his body. Fake sword saints slash, underhand grip. Sakurai. A slash, flew. It was the true surprise attack, one which used his left arm as a decoy. As he threw the knight's body lying in the staff room using Shishu, Sakurai grabbed the knight's sword lying on the floor with his right hand, and hid the sword behind him in an underhand grip while he narrowed the distance and thrusted out his sword with his left hand. If the thrust lands, then that would be most satisfactory. But if his left arm got cut off, it was well within his expectation. From his experience fighting with only his right arm after the left one got cut off in the netherworld, he judged that he'd have no trouble fighting without his left arm. And even if it got cut off the real, he could just have it be reconnected, so was his train of thought. His crazy act, which showed no care for his own body, struck Nanashino with surprise. He used underhand grip, to which he was unaccustomed, so it didn't deal a fatal wound. But that sword saints slash cut Nanashino's chest from right to left. Astonished by the slash, Nanashino's thoughts stopped for a moment. Sakurai, on the other hand, didn't go against the circular motion of his arm after launching the slash, but spun his body around and shot out a roundhouse kick. Nanashino, unable to focus on putting up a defense, was kicked into the passage through the already collapsed door. Darn it, shallow. Having recognized that from the feedback to his kick, Sakurai immediately rushed to the balcony without checking Nanashino's condition. Sakurai's special technique, fake sword saints slash. Because he didn't manage to slay Nanashino with it, Sakurai gave up on defeating him. Rather, what with that reaction speed earlier, how could he pull out his sword from the sword, take a stance, and release a slash by the time the thrust arrived? A part of the Nanashino's strength, which was different from system command. While Sakurai was astonished by that, he drove it to the corner of his head and closed the distance to the balcony in just 3 steps. Uf kin mob character Nanashino. N.H. Sakurai. However, Nanashino didn't allow him to get away. Nanashino, who closed his distance with Sakurai in just one step in fury, swung down his raised two-handed sword with all his might. Sakurai reacted at the last moment and succeeded in blocking the sword with his one-handed sword, but he couldn't stop the force behind it, so he was blown through the window and crashed into the iron fence of the balcony. Ga. Sakurai. Ha! Bastard, it's over. Nanashino. While leaving his back on the iron fence that was crushed due to the impact of the collision, Sakurai held up his sword, inserting all his strength in it, whereas Nanashino was pushing his sword against his as though leaning on it, locking sword to sword. However, Sakurai, who had lost one hand, and Nanashino, who still had all his limbs and brimmed with power, were naturally not a match. Sakurai's sword was getting pushed back. Noisy. Sakurai. Wah! Nanashino. Sakurai struck Nanashino with his left arm. Of course, his fist was no more, and what hit Nanashino was the section that was still shedding fresh blood. Perhaps it was because he was hit with a cut-off arm, or maybe because he was hit at his chest that was slashed open by the sword saint's slash, or possibly because that blow was applied with soul attack skill. In any case, Nanashino flinched from it. Even though he just took a step back, he exposed enough room for Sakurai to cut his way through the place. Remnant smoke. Sakurai. It was movement technique that eventually led to remnant flash of fire. The skill, which increased evasion rate in the game, changed to a movement technique that had smoke screen effect, leaving smoke in one's movement track. In reality, Nanashino, who had become unable to see a thing due to the smoke, promptly swung his sword down, but the sword sank into the iron fence, not Sakurai. The sound of wood crushed reached the ears of Nanashino, who was struck by the fact that he had missed the enemy from the feelings transmitted from his hands. Having realized that the partition board on the left side of the balcony, which separated it from the balcony next to it, was destroyed, Nanashino closed his eyelids inside the smoke. In the time extended by his concentration, the battle experience that permeated his body analyzed the information gathered from his sensory organs other than the visual sense, and explored and predicted Sakurai's presence and movement. The possibilities were narrowed down thanks to the information he received as moments passed. A slight shaking then appeared in the air, becoming a decisive factor for Nanashino to open his eyes. There. Nanashino. Indestructible sword X-arches were swinged sideways inside the smoke, and the familiar sound of swords colliding with each other echoed. The smoke was cleared away due to the sword wind. The clashing sound came from a place slightly to the right of the destroyed partition board. In other words, it was from the air beyond the balcony. What Nanashino had felt was the shaking of the air generated by Sakurai when he had jumped over the edge of the balcony using the pushed-down partition board as the foothold. And Sakurai, whose movements was read by Nanashino, who had become convinced that he was trying to escape into the air from there, brilliantly blocked the sword Nanashino had swung. You think you could escape, huh? Nanashino. Gh. Sakurai. Nanashino caught sight of Sakurai. Sakurai, who was in front of his eyes, managed to prevent himself from getting a fatal injury by inserting his one-handed sword between Nanashino's two-handed sword and his flank while distorting his face in pain. It was blocked again. Nanashino was frustrated by that fact, but it was also happy because he managed to prevent Sakurai from escaping. He then swung his sword clockwise to throw Sakurai back into the room. Sakurai, who was in midair, couldn't resist, and was helplessly thrown back to the room. With this, he can't escape anymore and I'm not letting him get away. Now I'll. The moment after he threw Sakurai back into the room, Nanashino saw the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. The battle experiences ingrained in his body automatically tried to think about the cause, but Nanashino stopped it. It must be just a bluff. He probably can't do anything but laugh because of the pain. I've seen plenty of that kind of guys. At that time, Nanashino's head was slammed against the wall. Guho, ba? Nanashino. The impact cracked the outer wall that was made of stone, while a feeling of pressure assailed him on the neck. His neck was constricted so strongly that he found it difficult to breathe, and his consciousness began to fade away. Gogabu. Gigutilda? Nanashino. While he was making incomprehensible sounds in search of air, Nanashino's hand reflexively moved to his neck despite being confused due to his fading consciousness. After touching his neck several times as though scratching it, Nanashino noticed the thread that was constricting his neck. He held his two-handed sword in underhand grip and put the blade against his neck, before pushing it up. Having succeeded in cutting the thread in two while wounding his neck shallowly, Nanashino broke into coughing fit on the spot in search of air, his view flickering. Nanashino. When his fading consciousness began to recover, and his confused head regained calm, he began to think about what had happened. What came to his mind was Sakurai's face and facial expression that he saw just before his head was slammed against the wall. That expression with the corner of his mouth raised and the thread that led into the room eloquently said who was the one who had entrapped Nanashino. Once Nanashino got that, he was able to understand what had happened. Why could he saw Sakurai's expression from the front when he threw back him into the room? It was because Sakurai turned his body toward Nanashino. There was no way he could change posture while being hit by a sword in midair. In that case, Sakurai must have turned his body around as he jumped out of the balcony. He used the thread as a substitute for a rappelling rope, and he adjusted it so that it would be at my neck level in case I come to intercept him. Actually, Sakurai's trap wasn't set that cunningly. As an insurance in case he got intercepted while rappelling, he placed his sword on his right flank, considering that was from where Nanashino, who was thinking of wanting to hurt Sakurai, would most likely come to attack him. Fortunately, his insurance paid off. It would have been good if he could restrain Nanashino with the thread even just for a few seconds, but the thread ended up constricted his neck, which was totally outside of Sakurai's expectation in a good way. Suppose that Nanashino had decided it was okay to expose Sakurai's body outside the inn and swung his sword not to prevent his escape but to kill him, he would most likely have been able to kill Sakurai. However, as Sakurai had predicted, Nanashino chose not to kill, but to throw him, who had dealt him a wound, back into the room in order to not let him escape. Sakurai's aim, Nanashino's actions, and coincidence overlapped perfectly, and Sakurai's thread drew a trajectory that constricted Nanashino's neck. Sakurai had saw that and unconsciously leaked a smile. That bastard. Nanashino. However, Nanashino, who thought that the happenings so far were all going according to Sakurai's plan, naturally burned with anger. I'm gonna kill him this time. Nanashino took a step into the room to chase Sakurai, but his foot got caught in the trap that Sakurai had installed. You are? Nanashino. One of Shishu's skills, New Age, Spider's Web. It was a trap made of sticky threads that Sakurai, who was thrown back into the room, had installed as he was collecting his left hand that was cut off. It caught the foot of Nanashino, whose eyes were clouded with anger. After immediately cutting off the threads entwining his leg, he lifted his two-handed sword, as if to match that movement. An explosion sound rang out, so he unconsciously took a defensive posture. Nanashino. It was not an attack. It was just an explosion sound that rang over and again and was still continuing. By the time he realized that it came from the firecrackers that he had been installing while talking with Sakurai, the passage was already filled with light smoke that slightly hindered visibility. Of course, he couldn't see Sakurai there, and from the outside of the broken window behind him, he heard a faint sound of people making a ruckus. It seemed that even though the building made of stone could muffle the sound of the battle, it couldn't muffle the sound of dozens of firecrackers going off. Nanashino. He inserted his anger and humiliation in his fist and hit the nearby wall. A dull hitting sound echoed again and again, and the room shook slightly each time. Even if they were both a reincarnated player, the difference of the body given to them was like heaven, boss, and earth, mob. Still, he was unable to defeat him. That fact pissed him the most. When the irritation that was still boiling in him even though he had vented his anger at the wall reached its peak, his flame of anger suddenly extinguished. FCK. This is meaningless. Nanashino, who had thrown a fit like a child and then lost his enthusiasm for everything, decided to leave the place immediately. He had more important plans to begin with, so he did not have time to spend on that kind of mob character. Rather, that guy should have the difference in their strength now. Why did he need to be frustrated when he lost the battle but win the war? I'm different from that mob. I'm the strongest reincarnated player, in history. I don't need to care about a mob like him. Nanashino. He tried to keep calm while muttering to himself as if to reaffirm his purpose. He began to walk while reviewing his plans in his brain so as to distract himself from the urge that still felt like about to spring up at any moment. He averted his eyes away from the fact that the steps he cut off and unnecessary advancement of the plans as he was doing that came from his resentment. He was unaware that he had begun to arm himself with theoretical backing in the pursuit of his goal. What were left behind at the scene were clear battle traces that some people had fought there and knights' corpses, one of which seemed to have given his opponent a counterattack with his sword before taking a deep cut at his midsection and meeting his demise. It took some time before they were discovered by people who felt abnormality from the explosion sounds and began to gather. LVL Chapter 93. Surprising truth. I think most people don't know this, but having your arm cut off is quite painful. To think that this body still have a sense of pain, it opens this Sakurai's eyes. Sakurai. After escaping from the inn, I go to an empty back alley and use Shishu skill to quickly reconnect my left hand and sprinkle some potions on it. The wound is still fresh and cut off cleanly, so I manage to reconnect my left hand easier than I expected, although it's a bit stiff to move. For now, let's hang it using a suitable cloth instead of a triangular bandage. I've proved in the practical training with Uncle that if potions seep in a cut toe farm properly, it will be able to move perfectly again. But still, although I surprisingly managed to tide over the battle, it made me realize the difference in our pure strength. Each of his slash, although not at Uncle's level, was fast and heavy. If I devote myself to defense without thinking about counterattacking, I should be able to last quite a while, but defeating him would be a different matter altogether. Additionally, the opponent still hadn't used cheat using system command, so honestly speaking, he is not an opponent that I can defeat by myself. Well, if something comes up, I'll just have to team up with Uncle and Amanai and beat him to death. It's not like I have to go out of my way to defeat him by myself, anyway. Sakurai. Although a boss character's experience points are attractive, he's an unsuitable target to turn into experience points cause it's unclear whether I can defeat him. To begin with, the most important rule in leveling is to fight opponents you can easily beat only. No matter how high the experience points of a boss character is, if I were to devote the time and effort necessary to defeat him to hunt other monsters, I can comparatively gain a larger amount of experience points. Moreover, if it's a lower ranking opponent, I can continue hunting them unilaterally, so I can immerse myself in leveling for a longer time. Just imagining it makes me wanting to leak out a weird laugh. Phooey. Sakurai. It leaked. Well, anyways, although he seemed to be planning something, unless it's something major, I won't be willing to be involved with neither Nanashino nor the Black Sword in the future. More importantly, now I should focus on the immediate profit, or rather the Fool's Necklace. I can't forget my purpose of participating in the Academy Festival. However, I wonder how it would turn out. If the lot from the military academy come back, they'd definitely find out the fight at the inn and the dead knights. The Academy Festival won't be cancelled. Right? Sakurai. If that happens, I'll have to resort to robbery, but in that case, I may end up fighting the Academy Director. I know the scope of the Academy Director's power from the settings, but he never fought in the game, because he was treated as an object like Anubis. When it comes to actually fighting him, it seems it will be difficult even if I have prepared some measures. When the time comes, I will attack him without a doubt, though. Anyway, let's go back home for the time being. Thinking back on the result of the chariot race, I ended up leaving Iris alone in the racetrack, didn't I? A slight bit of my conscience is worried about her, although it seems that she has become much more mentally calmer than before. There's still a twinge of insecurity left inside her. Or rather, the longer we are parted, the cleaner she'll be when we get to meet up again, won't she? It's not like I hate it or anything, but I don't have enough tact to not say you're heavy. When she clings to me while I'm doing muscle training, so I wish she stops doing it. I walk around the city while buying potions to replenish the ones I had used along the way. Perhaps because the Academy Festival is a big event, the clerk of the stalls and shops are energetically active, and the main street is full of people attracted by the festival. Maybe I'm also swept away by the atmosphere, as I unintentionally buy various costumes and outfits, repeatedly disguise into this and that, and walk while raising the level of my disguise skill. That's Louisiana and Julia. Why are they there? Sakurai. Ahead my line of sight are Louisiana, who has been moving around as she likes in the Academy Festival, and Julia, who probably has finished the race. Louisiana is leaning her back against the wall of a building and boredly eating an apple candy, while Julia, a royalty, is leaning on the corner of the building and peeking at the other side from behind it. What a strange sight to behold. As I'm wondering what they're doing, Louisiana notices me, pokes at Julia, and points at me. Julia then beckons me over. I smell trouble for some reason, so I turn around and run away, but unfortunately, I can't escape from the boss character. Louisiana, stretching out her arm, grabs my neck and pull me in like a fish. Kai? Sakurai. Louisiana, aren't you a little rough? Julia. If you want to call Toru, you need to do this much at least. You saw how he immediately ran away, didn't you? Louisiana. Fume. Then it can't be helped. Julia. I don't think you're allowed to fish someone without their consent, though. The body of the demonkin Louisiana, who has adopted the vampire monster fluid vampire, is close to liquid. To give you a better idea, think of slime. She can expand and contract her body, and also change the shape her body, so she can do things that a certain rubber man can, aka Luffy. Cough. So, can I ask what kind of business princess have for a low birth like me? Sakurai. Sorry for that. There is something I like you to watch with me, you see. Julia. Something you like me to watch? Sakurai. Look over there. Julia. As told, I poke my head out from behind the building. There are stairs there with a plaza down them, and I'm able to overlook the crowd that gathers there for some reason. Most of them are armored knight apprentices from the military academy, and students from the adventurer academy are also visible among them. They gather so as to make a circle, in the middle of which two people are fighting. That's Emanai and the one with the green cloak is Baldas, right? Sakurai. Sakurai-kun is unexpectedly familiar with the students from our academy. As you know, he is Baldas-kun, a boy famous for being a master of the spear. Julia. Which means, what's going on now is the scene where knight apprentices of the military academy are venting their discontent because the duel event with Julia. Characters who the protagonist didn't know came attacking the protagonist as a result of finding out the information that the protagonist, a mere commoner, was recognized by Julia and would be having a duel with her. So is the gist of it. In the original storyline, after defeating opponents who were well known even among the knight apprentices of the military academy, the protagonist was recognized by the surroundings, and finally got to have a duel with Julia. Due to Amanai's improvisation, the duel has changed to a contest in the Academy Festival, so this event, which was divided into several days, may or may not occur, but it occurs, in the end. Baldas, who has the spirit of a true warrior, was someone who challenged the protagonist to a duel in order to determine not only his ability but also his personality. Because of his lack of ability, he couldn't become Julia's playmate, so he thought that he could entrust his feelings to the protagonist. He didn't give that much experience points. However, among the knight apprentices who fought the protagonist, Baldas was a character who appeared in the final stage. Before fighting him, the protagonist fought many characters such as the three delinquents, the twin sisters who worship Julia, as well as their stalker. As far as I know, this should be the first time that Amanai has been attacked by a knight apprentice, but does the fact that Baldas is fighting him means that the event has been partially compressed and omitted? Well, if the one going on right now is that event, then as long as he wins, the surroundings evaluation of him will go up, and I will be saved from some troubles, so this is a good thing, I guess. Sakurai-kun. How does that battle look to you? Julia. Even if you ask me how it looks to me, it's just a battle between two guys, one with a spear and the other bare hands, isn't it? Anyhow, there is a clear difference in range between the spear and bare hands. The range of the spear is several times longer than that of bare hands. It means that with it, you can unilaterally attack the opponent while maintaining a distance that bare hands attacks cannot reach, which will lead you to keep the initiative throughout the battle. For the guy with bare hands to narrow the distance, take back the initiative, and defeat the opponent, it requires a high level of proficiency. If that's the case, the battle between a guy with a spear and a guy with bare hands shouldn't last long. Either the guy with the spear one-sidedly beats the opponent, or the guy with bare hands closes their distance and finishes the battle in an instant. Although I only ever experienced fighting bare-handed against a long-range weapon in mock battles with Iris, still, that's enough for me to conclude that range is a decisive factor in a battle. Why is the battle dragged out so long? Sakurai. That's why, I unintentionally spill out the question that come to my mind while watching Amanai's fight. And perhaps hearing that, Julia smiles with a "that's exactly like what I feel" expression. I realize my error of giving her a favorable impression of me. I mean, are you kidding me? How can I know? I don't follow the battle at all. They're seriously going at it, I guess. Amanai keeps moving around. Amazing. So cool. Sakurai. Yes, it's as you said, Sakurai-kun. It's strange that the battle between the two is dragged out. Sakurai. What a close fight. They're evenly matched, aren't they? There's no doubt about it since my eyes are telling me so. Sakurai. Toru. I don't know why you're trying to lie, but can you not try in vain? Luizina. Why don't you ignore me as usual, but point that out instead? Luizina. I don't want Julia to set her sight on me, especially in combat-related areas. They may seem to be evenly matched, but if you look closely, Baldassare-kun's spear never leads to a telling blow. Amanai-kun is perfectly handling it. Julia. True, Amanai has been dealing with the spear that Baldassare wields by dodging and parrying it, but still, the battle is dragged out. It may look like Amanai is looking his opponent and dragging out the battle intentionally, but I can see that whenever he spots an opening, Amanai boldly rushes in and hits the enemy with a punch or a kick. Moreover, he seems to be impatient because Baldassare won't fall down no matter how many times he hits him, so I don't feel like he is deliberately pulling his punches, either. The difference in ability is clear and Amanai-kun is not pulling his punches, but Amanai-kun hasn't been able to defeat Baldassare-kun. Now, why is that? Julia. Julia happily asks me as if to test me. I honestly don't really care about that, but when I turn a sour face toward her, she just ignores it with a soft smile. I wonder why the girls I know, no matter if it's Julia, Luizina, or Higaki, are all self-willed people. Seriously, there should be a limit to selfishness. I wish you all can be a little more cooperative and considerate of my feelings. In line with this, there are star seeds in the royal treasury, right? You understand what I mean, right? Don't think about something stupid, and just give your answer, Toru. I want to go back already. Luizina. Then you should just go. You're afraid to go back alone. I'll escort you. Sakurai. Well, don't say that, you two. You actually want to accompany me, right? Julia. Still with a smile on her face, Julia strongly squeezes Luizina and my arms. It's easy to shake it off, but doing so would leave a bad impression on a royalty, and I don't want Julia, who starts to have the atmosphere of a dog hot on someone's heels, to hold a grudge against me and get in my way in the future. Well, I've never seen Amanai's strength clearly. If I have, it'll be easier for the plans later. Can't be helped. Sakurai! Julia. Perhaps because we're at the back of a building with no one around. At my words, Julia leaks out a smile like a blooming flower, which is appropriate for her age. Having remembered that she was originally a character with the settings of a lonely girl who had no friends because of her position, I decide to accompany Julia for a while more because of my conscience and sympathy. If it was me from 2 months ago, I would have never gone along someone else's request. When I think so, I feel the certain growth of my humanity, and I'm hit by a feeling similar to moderate euphoria. Although I'm still looking at Amanai's battle, my mind has wandered somewhere else. Or rather, I increasingly feels like the fight doesn't matter. I mean, the joy of growth is so good, Tilda, so I'd like to digest it quietly alone without being conscious of unnecessary things, Tilda. It's one thing if I can get experience points by watching it. But since that's not the case, isn't just a waste of time? Not good. I can't keep my concentration on something I'm not really interested in. I feel bad for Julia, but let's honestly tell her my feelings and go back. How do I put it? The motivation is, Sakurai. I knew it. Sakurai-kun thinks so too. Julia, TL. So, Sakurai wanted to say that he didn't have the motivation to watch the battle, but Julia misunderstood it, thinking that he was talking about Amanai. Yes. Sakurai. As I'm trying to say that I want to go back, Julia cut my words and says something I don't quite understand. I don't understand the meaning of her words and tilt my head, but I enjoy the feeling of having Julia putting her hands on my shoulders and her head above mine as she begins to happily explain about Amanai's battle. No, what's there to enjoy about? I can't escape anymore because she's grabbed my shoulders, can I? Damn it. When I thought about why Bald-ass Air-kun doesn't fall to Amanai-kun's precise attacks, I came to the same conclusion as you. Certainly, Amanai-kun swings his fist with all his might, but he's not serious. That, too, Julia. Having noticed Julia's weight slightly increased, I give up and gently lift one leg and start muscle training while ignoring her, just responding with I see. Then the load increases thanks to Luizina nonchalantly leaning on my back, and the experience points that I can obtain increases slightly. Hey, Julia. Sakurai. What is it? Julia. Lean more on me. Sakurai. Like this? Julia. Yes, like that. Then, please do continue. Sakurai. You know that sounded like something that a pervert would say, right, Toru? Luizina. The experience points that I can obtain right here right now is more important than society's opinion of me. Or rather, if you say so, then stop leaning on me, like that. Luizina and I watch Amanai's battle with a commentary from Julia. LVL Chapter 94. Unclenchable Fist. When Amanai, who had finished the race, was challenged by Bald-ass Air, he decided to accept it, thinking that it was inevitable. Originally, in Julia's event, he had to fight several characters before fighting Bald-ass Air. He thought that he did not need to worry about the order being out of order and just went with the flow, because if he win the fight, the clearing of the event would be easier. You, little Amanai. Light, take this. Bald-ass Air parrying the spear, and throwing a kick in that opening. Bald-ass Air moaned slightly, receiving the impact on his abdomen, but then he gritted his teeth and swung his spear to counterattack. Amanai then parried it and threw a punch. Over and over and over again, the number of exchanges of offense and defense that even winced the spectators had now surpassed 20. Let's just end it here. Don't you have enough already? Amanai. No, not yet. Amanai don't know. My hands can still move, my legs can still move, my eyes can still be opened wide, and I can still breathe. Which means my body is still fine. I have not lost yet. Bald-ass Air. Some blood spat out of his mouth as he yelled. The punches and kicks that he had received might have been causing irrepressible damage to his inside. Amanai never intended to have a life and death battle when he accepted the duel. Even in the original storyline, after the protagonist defeated him, Bald-ass Air would acknowledge him, saying, with this much difference in strength, I cannot not acknowledge you. That was why Amanai did not get it. He himself was almost unharmed, whereas the opponent was in a terrible condition. Just how far apart their difference in strength was, Bald-ass Air should understand that by now. Guho. I don't get it. Your expression is saying that, Amanai don't know. Bald-ass Air. Having taken a distance from Amanai, Bald-ass Air flipped his symbolic green cloak along with his spear, and said so while coughing violently. His eyes, in which burned unwavering fighting spirit, was looking only at Amanai. I am still standing because I haven't lost to Amanai don't know yet. Bald-ass Air. Amanai. My spear hasn't been able to touch you. Despite you being empty-handed at that. In terms of strength, you are certainly above me. It is not strange that Julia-sama set her eyes on you. But Baldas, releasing his stance, stabbed the butt end of his spear to the ground and gazed steadily at Amanai. That figure of his could even be said to be defenseless in front of Amanai, who kept up his stance. That was exactly why Amanai focused on what Baldas going to say. The 10 or 20 punches I received had no heart in them. There was no way that things like those can shake this Baldas. Baldas, heart? Sakurai. We knights are taught that to become a full-fledged knight, we only need to possess 3 qualities: heart, skill, and physique. We naturally have to train our bodies, and we must not neglect to hone our skills and improve ourselves. And only when we possess not foolhardiness, but courage to take steps forward to the enemy on top of them will we be acknowledged as a true knight. And I am. This Baldas is a man who believes that the strength of the heart is the most important aspect among the heart, skill, and physique. Baldas lively said with chest puffed up high while blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. The surrounding knight apprentices who were watching the duel could be heard sighing, saying, "There he goes again." However, it was not with negative tone of voice, but one that sounded coming from a positive astonishment, which spoke of his reputation in the military academy. The true defeat is not the physical defeat but the mental defeat. So, even if, say, a child throws a slap, if the heart contained in it surpasses that of the opponent, even if the opponent is a grown-up, that one slap will turn into a blow that can defeat the opponent. Faith, belief, ideology, and thought, the heart backed by an unwavering spirit gives weight to the fists. Baldas, that's just nonsense. Amanai Dono's fist doesn't have heart in it. Therefore, I won't admit defeat. I won't admit that you are a worthy opponent for Julia-sama. Baldas, at the same time as he screamed, Baldas launched an assault. Amanai, who was unconsciously pressured by his speech and its heat, was delayed in reacting and reflexively stepped back while parrying the spear that was swung at him. If he had stepped forward, Amanai would have received the spear in the center of the handle, stopping it in the middle of acceleration. However, because he tried to widen their distance, Amanai was forced to catch the swinging of the spearhead, which had fully accelerated, with his arms. Amanai. The impact he felt from the top of his gauntlets created from God's sacred raiment wasn't comparable with the previous ones. Although he succeeded in parrying it, it left a strong numbness in his arms. The second, third, and fourth blows came attacking while the numbness had not completely dissipated. Amanai fell into defensive due to the storm of attacks from Baldas, who had completely changed from earlier. Amanai. In a split second of opening, he kicked the stone that was lying at his feet. The stone, kicked from awkward position, unimaginably flew straight and accurately, and hit Baldas's forehead directly, making his head turned upwards slightly and his body stiffened. Then, Amanai, getting close to him, made a hand blade and put the tip on the opponent's chest. After a moment of hesitation, Amanai gritted his teeth and folded his hand blade into a fist. The fist then launched from a very close distance and hit Baldas's chest. Imagine 1-inch punch. Baldas showed the white of his eyes and collapsed on one knee while making strange breathing sound. And Amanai sensed the battle was over, seeing that the punch was different from the previous ones, and if hit at a bad place, it could lead to death. That was why Amanai showed a slight hesitation. However, thinking that a mere punch wouldn't be fatal to Baldas, he launched the fist into his chest. Was the reason why he unnecessarily put slightly more strength into it because Baldas's words bothering him? Tasting an unpleasant bitter taste in mouth, Amanai wrinkled his forehead. It's not over yet. Baldas, waju. Amanai. Baldas stood up with a majestic roar, and his head hit Amanai's chest as if it was a payback for his punch. Stepping back a few steps and seeing the spear swung sideways by Baldas, who had stood up, Amanai didn't oppose his stepping back momentum, lowered his buttock to the ground, and did a backward roll to dodge the spear. This time Amanai was the one kneeling and looking up at Baldas. What he saw was a man who looked about to collapse at any moment, stabbing his spear into the ground to support his body. His body swayed from side to side every time he tried to move. Still, His pair of eyes alone were looking at Amanai vigorously. I won't be defeated. By a fist. With no heart in it. Baldas, you keep saying heart this and heart that. Then, do you want to say that I'm pulling my punches? Do you want to say that I'm not fighting seriously? Amanai, no. You give it your all, but you're not serious. Baldas, that's. Amanai Dono's fist is wonderful, backed by body and skill, but without enough thought into battle, without the proper heart, you can't bring out its fullest. Baldas, having put his breathing in order, Baldas spoke slowly this time. Unlike before, the volume of his voice was incomparably low, but his words dug deeper into Amanai's heart. But the heart that Amanai Dono put in his fist is not to move forward, but to stay in place. Baldas, he didn't know why. But Amanai was horrified at Baldas's words. He got goosebumps, and his consciousness froze like someone had grabbed hold of his heart. A battle is something you do to move forward. A fist is something you used to pave your way forward. Baldas, perhaps it was getting harder for him to keep standing. Baldas was slowly, dropping down to the ground. As long as the heart you put in it is to stay in place, to stay stagnant, you would never defeat Baldas. Then Baldas fell down with a thud. He kept looking at Amanai without averting his eyes until the very end, and suddenly fell down as if his battery had run out. Even though he had been standing due to his wolf steel despite the damage accumulated in his body, he was unable to keep it up for long. The surrounding knight apprentices lifted the fallen Baldas up and started to carry him away from the place. Sorry you had to go along with Baldas' selfishness. Well, he's always been like that, so you don't need to take what he said to heart. Yeah, that's right. Though he said all that, he still lost in the end. In fact, you did well defeating him barehandedly. I heard that adventurers are not good at anti-personnel combat, but seeing your fight, I have to change my thought. It seems some knight apprentices called out to encourage the stunned Amanai. They lightly praised Amanai and left the place. Then all that was left was Akano and Ethel, who were watching the battle among the surrounding spectators. How do I put it? He's kinda passionate. Ruka, you can be honest and just say that he's a perfect guy, you know. Ethel, ahaha. But seeing that battle, I think that someone with a steadfast will is amazing, after all. Ruka, isn't it just a false bravery? I mean, in the end, he lost and Amanai won. Even though I firmly place my faith on him because the odds were in his favor, TSK. Ethel-chan, don't tell me, you were betting? Ruka, tilde. I can't hear you tilde. Those knights were the ones who started it, so it's not my fault tilde. Ethel. As the two began to cause a ruckus, Amanai finally let go of his stance. However, his fist stayed clenched tightly. He couldn't open it. He knew the reason why, he knew, and yet, Amanai couldn't find the answer to solve it in himself, and his heart was in agony like he had won the battle but lost the war. No way I can get it. Amanai. The words leaked from his mouth sounded somewhat rough, probably because of the discomfort from the agony. Looking at his appearance, his childhood friend Akano called out to him, "Hi Arto." But he only replied with, "Yeah." His eyes, casted slightly downwards, kept staring at his fist, and he didn't glance at Akano even once. What's wrong, Amanai? Could it be, what that guy said bothers you? Ethel. Amanai. As I said earlier, he's the one who lost in the end, right? Stuffs like you don't put in your heart or the likes. They're things that only oneself knows, so if you're bothered by the words of such haughty and pretentious guy, there'll be no end to it, you know. Ethel dismissed Baldas's words. Ethel. Amanai. Why do you still look down? Then, do you mean you weren't serious when dealing with that monster at the opera house? You were, right? Ethel. Yeah, but. Amanai. Then, it's all good. No, it's weird to take a duel seriously when it's not a life and death duel. In the first place, you only need to be serious when the situation requires it. Ethel. That might be the solution. However, Ethel's answer did not resonate with Amanai. It was because a voice whispered in his heart that the serious Baldassare talked about was different from the serious Ethel talked about. Back then at the opera house, he was just fighting out of necessity. It was true that he gave it his all then, but he felt that, too, was different from the serious that Baldassare talked about. "Hey, Hayato, how about we go grab some meal for now? We haven't eaten anything since the morning, and I don't think we can come up with a good idea thinking with an empty stomach." Ruka, agree tilde. I'm hungry, too tilde. Gimme a treat tilde. Ethel, that's right. Thanks, you too. I'll treat you to lunch. Amanai, yay tilde. I'll order enough food to even out my lost. Ethel-chan? Ruka. Akano glared at Ethel, who said whatever she wanted, with reproachful eyes, before the two started walking ahead. Amanai looked at the backs of the two and relaxed his shoulders slightly, forcing his inner conflict to the corner of his mind. He then quietly hid his still unclenchable fist in his pocket and started walking after the two who had gone ahead. LVL Chapter 95. A prayer veiled as an expectation. Well, Baldassare had pointed out the main issue, but his voice sure as loud as ever. Julia. Saying that, Julia took her eyes off the plaza and leaned against the wall of the building, as if to follow her. Sakurai pushed aside Luizina, who had gotten on his back, and sat down with his back against the wall. Although the way Luizina had recited the story about Amanai Hayato to her was exaggerated, Julia was glad that there were some truths to her story. While the base of his battle style was a martial art called Virtuous Priest Fighting School that was learned by priest warriors who were often dispatched to rural areas, he was able to overwhelm Baldassare without using any skills. The military academy had no age limit, and Baldassare, who would turn 20 this year, was one of the 5 strongest knight apprentices of the military academy as a spear user. On the other hand, considering his young age of 15 years old, Amanai Hayato had innate talents, and there was no doubt that he had made efforts to match up to it. That is exactly why it's such a shame. Julia. Exactly because his body and skills had been refined that the weakness of his heart could be seen. And it was reflected in the way he fought. The killing power of bare hands is lower than using a weapon, especially when dealing with a wide variety of monsters. Unlike humans with clear weak points, you will have to attack them over and over again in order to kill them. That is why the attack of typical bare-handed fighters is fierce and violent like a storm. Julia. On the other hand, how did Amanai fight? His blows were unmatched in accuracy, and they hit weak points as if they were sucked into the small openings. However, in Julia's eyes, he showed some softness whenever he was closing in on his opponent or placing his body weight behind his fist to attack. She could immediately understand that he unconsciously pulled back his punches because of his mental readiness, or rather the lack of thereof, to put it simply. Right. There's not enough resolution in his fist, and he's just punching for the sake of it, I guess? Julia. His fist struck Baldassare accurately at his weak point, but did not reach to the point of knocking him down. That's exactly the reason why Baldassare didn't fall. With his wolf steel, he was able to ignore his injuries. That's how I see it. Julia. So, you're saying Amanai doesn't have enough fighting spirit? Sakurai. Ain't he just unable to deceive himself due to his sloppy acting skill? Luizina. Acting? Julia. In response to Sakurai's words, Luizina said so uninterestedly. Without responding to the gazes directed her, she looked at the bit mark on the apple candy that she had bitten, and spun her words in a plain tone. His response and movements are half a beat late. It's like he moves after thinking about what kind of expression and how he should act when receiving external stimulus with the role he played in mind. It's what an actor who can't make the role he played as his does. I don't know what sort of thing a fighting spirit is, but your body's movement will naturally become bad if you continue to act sloppily. Luizina. Saying that, Luizina silently started eating the apple candy. Her opinion, spoken from the perspective of a performer rather than a fighter, was fresh to Julia. She even wanted to praise herself for forcing her to go out with her after the contest even though she refused. But Julia didn't intend to put together the information she had gotten in her mind. If she analyzed the information that she and Luizina obtained from the observation, Coupled with her experience, she most likely could accurately grasp the humanity of Manai Hayato and use it in battles and negotiations with him in the future. But she did not want to do that because Julia held expectation of Manai. She had seen many people with excellent talents and had been actively trying to deepen exchanges with them. As she repeatedly approached them with expectation, they couldn't keep up and kept their distance from her. It wasn't that they shunned her. They simply couldn't keep up with Julia, who was more superior than them in terms of talents. The education of the military academy placed emphasis on group, unlike the adventurer academy. Their education did not emphasize on developing the strengths of their students and produce excellent individuals, but on eliminating their weaknesses and thickening their averageness. That was their theme. The knights are mainly responsible for humans-related problems that cropped up inside the nation. That was why, compared to adventurers who had a large difference in ability between the top tier and bottom tier, thanks to their standardized ability, they were able to deal with many problems reasonably well, and even if they quit due to injury or retirement, the hole they opened would be able to be filled immediately. To put it in game terms, the military academy was a facility that emphasized mass production of level 20 units, and suddenly appearing there was an individual called Julia von Nost, who now had exceeded level 60. From the beginning of her enrollment at the military academy, no one could keep up with her, who grew at conspicuous rate, and because the nature of their education, no such person could ever be born there. If she had knocked on the door of the academy adventurer instead, some might wonder. However, that was not permissible given her status as a royalty. A king's relative becoming an adventurer who worked outside the walls would create too many problems. In the end, the fault lied in the fact that Julia's upbringing and environment did not mesh with her personal talents. It was no wonder she fell into a state of being isolated mentally within the group. That was why Julia held an expectation for the talented person, a Manai, who might be able to stand next her. That was why Julia did not think. She didn't want to know the bottom of the person, a Manai, she held expectation for. She wanted him to follow her, she wanted him to stand next to her, she wanted him to be her equal or better. She wanted to keep thinking if it's him, this time for sure, to keep herself from recalling the people who had kept their distance from her and shake off the fear of being alone. However, contrary to that feeling that was similar to an appeal, a Manai, who was fighting in the plaza, began to expose his bottom. That was the immaturity of his heart. She could look away had she only wanted to. She could have left that place, or she could have intervened by mediating between them and close Baldas's mouth. But the reason why Julia still continued to watch the progress of the battle was because she thought that if it's a Manai who was the most talented among the people she had ever seen, he might be able to turn it into a nourishment to grow. Even calling Sakurai, who came midway, and dragging him to join her was because she wanted to share with him the joy and excitement of watching the moment a Manai grew together. Sakurai, who was cooperator on a Manai's side in the match he proposed, left her a strong impression in the fourth race, where he openly turned not just her, but all participants into enemies. She didn't think that he was that strong, but she expected that if it's him, who was the first disciple of that sword master, he would have the same opinion as herself, and in fact he came to the same conclusion as her watching a Manai's battle. After that, she saw a Manai got provoked by Baldas's words and threw him a blow emotionally, like admitting to what he said, but the result was as she could see. Although the battle itself ended in a Manai's victory, mentally he was defeated without being able to give a single word back to Baldas, exactly because she kept her eyes on him. Unlike Akano and Ethel, Julia did not miss the fist a Manai kept clenching. At this rate, I wouldn't be able to have a battle with the perfect Manai-kun. He might even start avoiding battle. So, she decided to clearly inform Sakurai, a Manai's cooperator, of his shortcoming. Of course, Sakurai, who had the same opinion as herself, should have noticed it, but Julia told him just in case. Julia thought that there should be a reason. They must have some sort of aligned interest for Sakurai, whom she found out to be a problem child who caused trouble every other day at the Adventurer Academy with just a little investigation, to act as a Manai's cooperator. In that case, he would probably be troubled if a Manai lost to her, and if a Manai were to avoid battle because he was mentally defeated this time, he would take some measures to help him, or so she thought. That Amanai, he's weakened just because of such a problem. Sakurai, on the other hand, had begun to consider whether to cast Amanai away. LVL Chapter 96. Giving a proposal with a smile. No, no, I really don't get it. For Sakurai, who was striving to raise his level every day, the problem that was plaguing Amanai was something incomprehensible. Of course, he was still someone who had received the teaching of the Sword Saint. Based on Julia and Luizina's words, considering the fact Amanai was a reincarnated person, and looking back on the exchanges they had had so far, he somewhat understood what the problem. Being strongly tied to the existence of the original protagonist, and having a low self-esteem from the beginning. After such things as the lack of positiveness that came from him not seeing his current situation in optimistic light had accumulated, Amanai unknowingly stepped on the brake. What shouldn't be misunderstood was that Amanai was not pulling his punches on purpose. As Baldassare said, he's doing his best, but he isn't serious. He was doing his best to deal with the matters, events, that fell onto him. Certainly, his level was lower than Sakurai, but that was an exception because Sakurai was a leveling addict, considering that in the original game, Higakiyo's level was 40 when she joined the protagonist's party in September. Amanai's current level of 35 was pretty high. And as Julia commented, his capability of getting a victory almost unscathed against a spear user with bare hands without using any skills was simply praiseworthy. Still, Sakurai could only say that he didn't get it at all. Sakurai had always been living honestly according his desire for leveling without worrying about what others think. That way of living was like that of a child in a sense, and he was in a situation where giving one's best and being serious were directly connected. In his mind, giving one's best and being serious were always a set. He was fundamentally unable to understand the situation where either one was lacking. Now what to do? He's been openly pointed out in front of many students. Now my strategy of raising his evaluation by lowering mine has come to nothing. In worst case, even if he's not recognized by the surroundings, I think I can have him defeat Julia and then have her use her influence to silence the surroundings. But Julia herself might not agree to that. To begin with, Sakurai cooperated with Amanai in order to legally obtain the Fool's Necklace. He accepted Amanai's proposal because he thought that he, the protagonist, would probably be able to take the top position at the Academy Festival without difficulty. And as a protagonist, he should be able to gain victory in the duel with Julia somehow, too. However, watching the battle, things didn't seem going to go well. He didn't give a retort at Baldassare's pointing out, and revealed his immaturity to Julia. At this rate, would he be able to beat Julia in a duel after being recognized by the surroundings? At least, the mentality of the current Amanai was unstable to the point that even Sakurai could discern it. Sakurai did not think that Amanai could demonstrate his true strength in such a condition. That, in turn, would lead to a decrease in Amanai's chance of winning the duel with Julia, and of him getting the Fool's Necklace. Sakurai was troubled. Should he cast Amanai away and think of another plan, or should he devise a plan on the premise of continuing their cooperation? Sakurai. His cooperative relationship with Amanai was one of an equal footing based on aligned interest which would lead him getting the reward, that was the Fool's Necklace. If it seemed that his purpose became unable to be achieved, he could one-sidedly dissolve their cooperation. However, even if he was going to dissolve it, if he were to do it in a manner that would leave a resentment, he naturally would not be able to get Amanai's help in the future, and in the worst case, Amanai might turn hostile and get in his way. He recalled Iris's sermon back in the Netherworld. The reason why he was allowed to do what he wanted was because the others and society allowed it. If he continued to be self-indulgent and kept doing whatever he liked, after bouncing around from one place to another, his deeds would come back to bite him. That was why, even if he was going to dissolve their cooperation, if he did so by saying, "You're a weakling, so I'm ending our cooperation," he couldn't complain if Amani got in his way in the future, and if he were to throw his relationship with Amanai down to the gutter, the other reincarnated person, Nanashi no Katsumi, would be waiting for him. "We're roughly hostile, and he may have been keeping tabs on me already, right?" Back at the inn, Sakurai heard a lot of information about the Black Sword that was led by Nanashino. Even though it was Nanashino's fault, Sakurai had survived with that information, so it wouldn't be strange if Nanashino viewed him as a hindrance and treated him as a kill-on-sight target. Nanashino Katsumi was reincarnated as a boss character, and in terms of pure status, he was completely superior. Back at the inn, Sakurai managed to escape alive by luck, but he himself did not believe that he could do so again for the second or the third time. Whether to defeat him or to repel him, his chance of succeeding was abysmal. If possible, he wanted a companion who he could drag into or push to the front when something happened. Rather than cast him and I away here and cut off our ties, is it better to get along with him and maintain our relationships, and just think of it as nurturing my future problem-solving piece for the time being until the mud boat sinks? He repeatedly considered, and weighed the feeling of wanting to abandon him and his future use. As a result of spending plenty of 5 minutes pondering, Sakurai decided to continue their cooperation and devise a plan. Let's do this, then. Sakurai. Did you come up with something? Julia. Well, sorta. Oh, right, Julia. Do you have some time after this? Sakurai. Just say what is on your mind. You have gone along with my convenience, so now it is my turn to go along with yours. Julia. Thanks. Then, why don't we go to a place where we can settle down first? Luizina, you come too. Sakurai. What? Don't order me. Luizina. I'll buy you an apple candy. Sakurai. Humphrey. Luizina. Looking at Luizina, who turned away at his words but did not show any signs of leaving, Sakurai ended up smiling unconsciously at that childishness of hers. Perhaps she noticed that, as Luizina clicked her tongue lightly and lightly kicked Sakurai, who was about to stand up. Mistaking that as her urging him to buy her apple candy, Sakurai stood up while saying, "Just how much do you like apple candies? Since we are going to have a talk, how about we go to a place with less people? I know a place that can be used for a secret meeting nearby." Julia. Sounds good. You two go ahead, I'll buy an apple candy and then catch up with you. Sakurai. I choose my things on my own, just give me the money. Luizina. Oh, okay. Sakurai. So, Sakurai-kun, what is it that you want to talk about? Julia. Sakurai's proposal probably came from the conclusion he drew after pondering about Amanai's problem. Julia couldn't help but hope that it would lead to Amanai becoming able to demonstrate his full power. It's not that big of a deal actually. I just like to have your cooperation in a small matter. Sakurai. Would that cooperation be something worth me to agree on? Julia. Sakurai made a wicked smile to the question of Julia, whose chest had become filled with desire and expectation. From her experience, Julia knew that expression was that of someone who was confident in their own scheme. Good expression. Is this matter you mention something illegal? Julia. Well, you can put it that way. Sakurai. Foo-foo. It appears I still have a part of mischievous heart from when I was a little. I feel my heart pounding looking forward to what Sakurai-kun will tell me. So, can you at least let me hear the outline first? Julia. The current Julia was like a girl whose imagination inflated in front of a present box, wondering what its content was. It was like she was asking her further for a hint of the content. Perhaps Sakurai felt the charm of that expression, as he made a grin seemingly to arouse curiosity while saying can't be helped, and, if I have to say, then the hint is kidnapping. Sakurai. Julia. At the clear mention of a criminal act, which was said with gentle tone, as expected, even Julia got confused. Sakurai Toru. A man whose humanity was worst class and who did not think of the necessity of choosing one's means. LVL Chapter 97. Racing through the city. The next day, Amanai was racing through the city chasing a wagon running in front of him. Wait, stop, hey. Amanai. His voice calling for it to stop echoed to the surroundings, making the people he passed by directed him a curious look, wondering what was going on. However, Amanai was so impatient that he couldn't even sense them. He desperately kept moving his legs. The curtain of the wagon was blown by the wind and shook like flapping wings. Visible through the gap in the loading platform was an unconscious girl, Akanoruka. She did not seem to be injured, but the situation was as is. He had to rescue her as soon as possible, so Amanai's impatience pushed his back. "You hear me? Hey, Sakurai." Amanai. In response to the voice of Manai chasing after the wagon, the shaking curtain of the wagon was brushed aside and Sakurai showed up. Seeing him, who puffed out his chest and made a fearless smile like he was not afraid of anything, anger arose in Amanai's heart. "You! What the hell are you up to? Stop right now." Amanai. His voice calling for stop was intentionally ignored, and his distance to the wagon gradually widened. Still, Amanai kept chasing the wagon. He gritted his teeth, shook off the thought of giving up that surfaced in his mind, and continued to run while repeatedly telling himself that he could still catch up to it like he was grasping at straws. The matter began when Sakurai, who had disappeared, appeared in front of Manai and Co. The second competition of the Academy Festival, Capture the Flag, was postponed due to trouble occurring on the military academy side. On account of the inn where the night apprentices were staying was burned up early yesterday due to the mishandling of fire, the second competition is postponed to ensure fairness in terms of physical condition when challenging the competition. So was the contents of the distributed official notice, and the students were delighted to get free time. However, not few students suspected that there was something going behind the scenes, and Amanai was one of them, but he didn't think deeply about it and just aimlessly took a walk around the city with his friends. "Hey, why don't we go find Sakurai and see how he's doing? I mean, we need to discuss about the upcoming competition too, right?" Amanai. "Then, I'll go check on Toru by myself, so you guys should go and relax." "Ethel, eh?" Amanai, who was somewhat impatient because yesterday's matter was weighing on his mind, proposed to check on the condition of Sakurai who disappeared into the sky during yesterday's competition, but Ethel volunteered herself to take on that role. For her wanting to check on Sakurai alone, she must be up to something, he thought, but, your expression is dark right now. If you show him such an expression, who knows what he'd say, right? Ethel. "Well, I agree that if you don't show him a firm expression, who knows what Sakurai-kun would say." "This is an unexpected free time anyway, I think it's okay to go around the city to relax yourself." Ruka. He had no word to return to his two friends who appeared to have found out that he was still bothered by Baldassar's words, but he couldn't deny their opinion of who knew what Sakurai would say if he showed him that he was mentally weakened, albeit slightly. "Then, Ruka, can you accompany me to go around the city?" Amanai. Gladly." "Where should we go, then?" "We can visit stalls, the flea market, or we can relax in a quiet place." "Ah, but in that case, it'd be difficult for us to receive contact from Ethel-chan if something happens, huh?" Ruka. Akana made a wide smile, unable to conceal her joy of being able to go around the city with just the two of them, while beginning to think about a way to maintain contact with Ethel. A world without communication devices such as mobile phones sure is inconvenient, he thought while feeling somewhat amused at the now worrying Akano. "Hey, Amanai, isn't that Sakurai?" Ethel. "Sakurai?" Amanai. At that time, Ethel pointed her finger while tugging on Amanai's sleeve. When Amanai and Akano followed the direction of her finger, there was certainly Sakurai there, sitting in the coachman's seat of the wagon and going through the city. Perhaps Sakurai also noticed Amanai and Go. After he said something to the cloaked person who was holding the horse's rein next to him, the wagon slowly changed direction and started moving their way. "Hey! Is it just me, or they're really getting faster?" Ruka. "Or rather, that Toru, he is laughing, isn't he?" "For now, let's step aside." Amanai. Sakurai. His scream, combined with his smile, with the corner's mouth raised to the limit, made him look like a wild beast, which intimidated Amanai and Go, and the wagon was approaching them fast like it was not going to stop. What on earth? At the sudden situation, Amanai and Co moved to the side of the road in a hurry, but they were still confused by what Sakurai was intending to do. Then the wagon, without showing any signs of slowing down, turned its course to one that would have it narrowly miss Amanai and Go, and eventually, it ran right beside them while keeping that momentum. Heroin fishing. Sakurai. "Huh, eh, Kaya?" Ruka. Amanai, hey, what are you doing? Ethel, I'm taking this girl with me for the sake of the completion of my plan. Sakurai. Then Akano, having caught by her collar, was immediately brought into the wagon. It went without saying that Amanai reflexively reached out to Sakurai, who spouted a line like a villain, to try to recover Akano, but before his hand reached him, two shadows leapt out of the wagon at him, so he had no choice but to draw back his hand. TSK. Amanai, we won't let you. No passing through here. The ones who appeared were two girls wearing cloth armor, one with red hair and the other blue. The twin sisters, who were identical except for their hair color, held daggers in their hands and attacked Amanai. The twins were sister knights who worshipped Julia, and originally were dual opponents that appeared in Julia's event. Why were these two people teaming up with Sakurai? He had no time to ponder such a question, but he was certain that Sakurai were up to no good and might bring danger to his precious childhood friend. Don't get, Amanai. He had to stop him at all costs, which meant had no time to deal with this level of opponents. The twin sisters swung their daggers from the left and right at the same time. However, their attacks only brushed past the front of Amanai, who had reflexively moved back half a step. Right after, he stepped forward and grabbed the sisters' faces. In my way. Amanai. Hogya? Ge. And just like that, he slammed their heads to the ground. A heavy and dull sound echoed twice on the cobblestone ground. The full power head slamming without any consideration for the other party instantly robbed the twin sisters of their consciousness. Ethel, I'll leave the rest to you. Amanai. Okay. Quickly go. Ethel, after leaving the miscellaneous tasks such as the treatment and restraint of the sisters to Ethel, Amanai broke into the run without checking them. The only thing that occupied Amanai's head was the thought of rescuing Akano, who was suddenly kidnapped, at all costs. However, Amanai could only chase after the wagon. Although his current speed was enough to slowly close the distance between them, with the fundamental difference in stamina between a horse and a human, there was no way he could maintain such a speed. Sakurai. What are you going to do? Answer me. Amanai. I told you, I'm going to use her to complete my plan. What? She's not going to die, probably. No worries. Sakurai. What are you going to do with Rika? Amanai. Well, I'm just going to use her as a trading item. I don't know how she's going to end up to be, though. Sakurai. Hearing what Sakurai said, Amanai was lost for words. Perhaps he was getting tired of Amanai, who still continued to run to rescue his childhood friend. Sakurai raised his hands and shook his head. Can't be helped. Hey, Amanai. Look at this. Sakurai. What he showed to Amanai was a person he brought out from the inside of the wagon. The name of the unconscious girl was Julia von Nost. Her body, which was tied by a rope, had some sort of lacerations all over it, seemingly wounds from combat. Heave-ho. Sakurai. Then Sakurai thrusted a knife into Julia's abdomen and threw her from the wagon while making a light-hearted voice. Huh? Amanai. Amanai's thought stopped at the murder done in front of him. He reflexively moved his body to slip beneath Julia, who was falling to the ground, and caught her body. After pulling out the knife from her abdomen, he took out a potion and tried to heal her immediately, before noticing the shallowness of the wound. Looking at the knife while administering the potion, the blade had blood only on the tip, and its handle had a small camouflaged button that was difficult to notice. When he pressed it, most of the blade was retracted into the handle, and the knife became something that could only be said to be useless. The magician's good-for-nothing knife. Amanai, TL, as in a person who performs magic tricks. From unconsciously referencing on his game knowledge, Amanai surmised that it was an item that could be obtained from a quest involving a certain magician. Its attack power was the weakest in the game. It was a weapon whose only usage was to be sold off. Such a weapon was stabbed into Julia's abdomen. If something like it was stabbed into one's body from the top of their clothes, they'd at most shed a little blood. Therefore, Amanai, who spent a little time to realize that its purpose was to stall for time, immediately took his eyes off Julia and looked up. Sakurai. Amanai. He yelled, but the wagon was nowhere in sight. Because of his exhaustion, coupled with the fact he had stopped running, his legs trembled like a fawn as he stood up. In such a state, he could no longer chase the wagon, which he didn't even know to where it had gone. Where did you go? What are you going to do? Amanai. While holding up the unconscious Yulia, Amanai stood up and muttered weakly. How did it turn out like this? Why did this happen? And what was Sakurai going to do? Unanswered questions continued to swirl in Amanai's head. Answer me. Answer me, Sakurai. Amanai. The boy is playing a dangerous game. LVL Chapter 98. It's your last chance. From what I heard, it seems Sakurai threatened several knight apprentices including those twin sisters by using Princess Nost as a hostage. Now that Princess Nost is free, they should be willing to cooperate with us. Higaki. The place was the corridor of the hospital attached to the Adventurers Academy. Higaki said so in front of Manai, who sat down on the sofa placed there. Having learned of the situation after Julia was brought to the hospital by Amanai, the disciplinary committee, led by Higaki, was now working to resolve the case. Most of their members had already been on the move. In the midst of that, Higaki came to the hospital to interview Julia, who had regained her consciousness, and at the same time to exchange words with Amanai, one of the people involved in the case, who was ordered to wait at the there. Just what is that guy planning to do? Amanai muttered while facing down. To his terribly quiet and powerless words, Higaki only said, I don't know. As far as I know, his immediate objective is the Fool's Necklace. As long as it's in the academy, I believe he won't leave the city. However, even Higaki, who had known him the longest, didn't know anything more than that. Although his goal was visible, the process he would take to get there was unimaginable. That fact pointed to Sakurai's peculiarity. I don't know anything anymore about the things that had happened so far, about the things that was going to happen hereafter. His past blunders and denials, as well as anxiety about the kidnapping, were all jumbled together inside Amanai's mind. He wanted an answer. He wanted a solution that would allow him to overcome all the difficulties, just like the protagonist. However, after all, he was just an ordinary person with a memory of his previous life. The only thing that he, who had shallow wit, had left was the desire to save Akinoruka. Higaki-san. I will try searching for him too. Amanai. No, you take a rest. If you were to search for that guy's whereabouts in an unorganized manner, it would only give him an opening instead. Higaki. You're telling me to stay still. Amanai. To rest. Though that said, my words don't hold legal force. Higaki implicitly told that she couldn't add him to the search of the disciplinary committee members. Amanai put his hands on his forehead without giving a reply. Seeing that, Higaki left the place without saying a word. She had something more important to do than cheering him up. Amanai. When he was born in this world and came to be aware of his surroundings, he knew that he had become Amanai Hayato. He thought that he could do something. He found things he wanted to protect, and he believed he could do so. And the result is this. Just how stupid am I? Amanai. The words he barely able to squeeze out were self-deprecating, yet it also sounded like he was somewhat disgusted by the fact that he was able to let his mind wander. Amanai. He hit his forehead hard, even though it solved nothing. Even though it did nothing, he kept hitting it again and again in quick succession as if to punish himself, before eventually heaving out a little sigh. Hey now, don't blame yourself like that, eh? Amanai. The one who entered his sight when he raised his face was Julia, who was walking with a crutch. She looked no different from usual, except for the bandage on her forehead and the gauze on her neck. At her gentle smile and leisure, Amanai involuntarily corrected his posture. Is your body okay? Amanai. Thanks to you. Because you caught me, I didn't get any major injury. Julia. May I have a talk with you? Amanai. Of course, that's why I came here, in the first place. Julia, having sat next to Amanai, peered in his face and hummed, as though she was convinced about something. Given that there is no time, let's get straight to the main point. Although that being said, the information I have is only fragmentary, so I can't guarantee that it will be of much use to you. Julia. Even if that's the case, it doesn't matter, as long as I can use it as a starting point to get as close to what Sakurai is planning as possible. Amanai. Then let's omit the detail of my capture. All that happened was I got surprise attacked late at night and had been restrained until a while ago. after all. During that time, we exchanged some words, but it seems like his aim was you guys from the beginning. Julia, what do you mean? I'm changing my cooperator. I need some pieces to capture Akano Ruka quickly and easily, so I threatened your friends by using you as a hostage. Were what he said. Julia, his aim is Ruka from the start. The worst imagination surfaced in Imanai's mind. Why did Sakurai target his childhood friend? Who did he refer to when he said he was changing his cooperator? Ruka. Do you have a clue as to the reason? I don't know the exact reason. However, Sakurai-kun also said, you have to give a present to your cooperator, after all. I wonder if he was referring to her. Julia. Julia replied to the question he asked with a sense of urgency. Hearing that, Imanai made an expression like he had swallowed a bitter bug. If it was indeed true he kidnapped Akano as a present, then his new cooperator must be the Black Sword. Imanai was convinced of it. Akano Ruka was a heroine in the game, and because she was a heroine, she had something special about her that set her apart from the others. Mobs. That special something was perfect compatibility to demonization. The demonization technology developed by the Black Sword had drawbacks. Each people were compatible with different monsters, and depending on their willpower, the recipient might run out of control. Therefore, the demonization technology had become a one-off technology that could only be applied to selected humans. It had reached an impasse where it was not applicable to most people. The key to solving that was the perfect compatibility of Akano Ruka. Her flesh and blood could adapt to all monsters, and the fact that quality of hers was revealed in the game meant that now that the game had turned into reality, she would also be targeted by the Black Sword as a key figure in the mass production of demonkins here. But even if one's flesh and blood is compatible, they can't become a demonkin without a willpower that doesn't lose to that of the monsters. That was what Pygmalion Don Troll said when he captured her in the game. There's no way Sakurai doesn't know that. However, since Sakurai kidnapped her despite knowing that, he couldn't help thinking that he might have found some kind of means to circumvent that. If he could prove that means to the reincarnated person who might be in the Black Sword, Akano would most likely be a great present. But why does he want to change the one he's cooperating with now after all this time? That might be because of me. Julia. Eh? Julia replied to his suddenly muttered question. When he turned his face, she lowered eyebrows and looked terribly apologetic, completely different from her usual self. Actually, yesterday I was watching your fight with Baldassare-kun in the plaza with Sakurai-kun. Julia. You were watching that battle with Sakurai? We coincidentally met. Because I knew you and Sakurai-kun were cooperating, I thought it might be a good to get to know him a bit, so I invited him to watch together from behind a building. Julia. Imanai narrowed his eyes and scrunched his eyebrows. To him, the event in that plaza was not something likable. In fact, it was a bitter memory that was plaguing his heart. He couldn't even control his expression learning that they were watching it secretly. I personally think it was a good match which promoted the growth of the two of you. However, Sakurai-kun started acting weird after watching the battle, like something was on his mind. Thinking back on it, he might have been contemplating about whether or not to continue cooperating with you. Julia. Then later in that same day, I got attacked and the result is as you can see, she added with a sad laugh. Imanai, looking at her condition, felt sorry, thinking that Julia wouldn't have become like this if Sakurai hadn't seen his pathetic performance. After all, this is my fault, huh? After all, it was clear that the reason Sakurai changed his mind was his lack of ability. If the cause was him, this problem was something that would no doubt occur sooner or later. It was his fault. Everything was the fault of Manai Hayato. Ha, ha ha. Manai. He leaked out a dry laugh. With the truth presented so clearly in front of him, the truth that those around him got involved because of his stupidity, he could not understand it even if he didn't like it. My apologies. I don't mean to blame you or anything. Julia. It's all right. Thanks to you, the problem has become clear. Rather, I feel like I've become able to think positively about what to do from now on. Imanai. Seeing that, Julia opened and closed her mouth several times in an attempt to say something to Imanai, but perhaps because she couldn't find the word to say, she eventually closed her mouth. Dozens of seconds passed without them saying anything to each other. The one who broke the silence was Julia. She took a piece of paper out of her outer garment and held it out in front of him. Amanai asked with his eyes what the paper was before receiving it. I found it in my pocket while I was being treated. It's probably a note written by Sakurai. I don't know what it means, but I'm sure it can be a clue to get closer to him. But, Julia. But? Amanai. It's written in a peculiar ciphertext, so I can't read it. If you know something about it, I hope you can tell me. Julia. As he read the contents of the paper, Amanai wrinkled his forehead. What was written in the memo was a huge list of numbers. From the first line, there was a sequence of numbers showing some regularity, such as 31,122,222 times 55,555,448 times 003334, which continued for several lines. Amanai. Is there anything you can think of? Julia. Amanai silently shook his head and returned the paper. Julia received the paper while saying, I see, like finding it unfortunate, and stood up with the crutch as a support. We, the night apprentices, will pursue Sakurai's tracks. I will let you know as soon as something turn up. So, for now. Julia. The disciplinary committee chairman Higaki-san had told me that, so even though I'm involved, I understand that I, as an amateur, better not move poorly. That's why, please do your best. Amanai. I will. Wait for the good news. Julia. Julia left the place with the sound of her crutch hitting the floor ringing in the corridor. After staring at her until he could not see her back, Amanai put his weight on the back of the sofa and looked up at the ceiling with pure white tiles. A sequence of numbers emerged in his view. It was the list of numbers written in the memo that Amanai saw. He remembered them all accurately in just over a dozen seconds. The numbers lined up in order. That was why Julia said it was ciphertext. However, in Amanai's eyes, it's not a ciphertext or anything. It's just a writing that need time-consuming conversion. But only reincarnated people know this. Something like phone's characters input. No one will know about it unless they do from the beginning. Amanai deciphered the text while remembering the memories of exchanging emails with the phone that his parents gave him for communication when he was a child in his previous life. In this world where phones did not exist, no one but the reincarnated people who could understand that this list of numbers indicated characters input method using the numeric keypad of a feature phone, which could be said to be nostalgic in the present. Looking at it in another way, this character string could only be understood by reincarnated people, so Amanai was convinced that this was a message from Sakurai. And should it be said as expected? The first line of the sentence that Amanai had inwardly converted was definitely directed to him. It's your last chance. The rest of the text simply stated the time and place. Amanai, having read it, closed his eyes and exhaled. Since Sakurai put it like that, this would probably be the last chance for him. Those words resonated deeply in Amanai's chest to a surprising extent. Phew. Amanai Hayato slowly stood up. Because he kept delaying things with the excuse of he had not yet ready that the situation turned out like this, so he had to start moving. Such a vague idea surfaced inside Amanai. It was not like he had mentally prepared. It was not like he had renewed his determination, and it was not like he had any clear vision. The power that was inserted in his legs was thought of self-reproach that he couldn't get those around him involved more than they already were, and a sense of duty to save his kidnapped childhood friend. Amanai knew that his current self was far from being comparable to the protagonists in stories, but still, he must not stop his legs. He had to keep walking with wobbling and uncertain gait in a ghost-like manner. Still, he kept walking forward step by step, and his lone figure slowly getting further away from the hospital. There were two people looking down at such figure of Amanai from the window on the upper floor. I think this is too drastic of a measure, after all. Don't worry. Just as I believe in him, Sakurai-kun, too, believes that he will stand back up. Thus the proposal. One was Higaki-ao, the chairman of the disciplinary committee. The other was Julia von Nost, a royalty. The two, who were accomplices, expressed each of their feelings while thinking about Amanai who was caught in the scheme. Honestly, I don't think that guy's scheme will succeed. Even if he told me that such a cornered person's will would transform in a positive direction when his back is further pushed into a corner. Higaki, he probably judged that Amanai-kun's problem is rooted so deep that we have to do at least this much. I'm of the same mind as him. Julia, Princess overestimates Sakurai. I'm sure he only thinks he'll get better if something shocking happens, or something, you know? Higaki, maybe, or maybe not. But at least he has the enthusiasm and spirit to make me think that this will work. Julia, certainly. Sakurai had a tremendous enthusiasm and spirit to the point that they influenced those around him. Higaki also strongly felt that through their encounter, if she hadn't met him, her tumor-like abnormal attachment would have continued to grow unabated, and if she hadn't fell into the netherworld with him, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to realize her stupidity. Although it was Iris who urged her to reflect herself and corrected her from the deplorable path to humane path, it was him who was always at the starting point of everything. His enthusiasm and spirit swept her away, and now she had made it to this point. She didn't have the words to deny that fact. Still, I don't think everyone can get back on their feet. Higaki, not everyone could rise from their weaknesses and mistakes. Rather, there should be more people who would bend their knees and look for another way, or give up and then make a compromise. That was why those who could get back on their feet was respectable and admirable. Higaki thought so, at least, and Higaki did not know much about Amanai. They had not interacted enough for her to have an impression that he was one of those people. So, she couldn't believe that he was someone who could get back on their feet. And if the what-if came to pass, only the fact that a boy had ended up being cornered because of them would remain. However, she was in no position to say anything about that because she had already lent a hand in this scheme, even if she did so because she was asked by Sakurai and Julia. It's fine, don't worry. Julia. However, Higaki, I'm confident in my ability to judge people, and I'm sure that if I leave the matter to Sakurai-kun, Amanai will become stronger. Julia. In response to the uneasy Higaki, Julia assured her that her worry was unfounded, and spoke of her faith in Sakurai and Amanai. If it was Sakurai, he would definitely be able to change the current situation in the preferable direction. Amanai would grow as if he was reborn under Sakurai's hands. Higaki was confused but refrained from refuting the bold remarks of Julia, who had put her full trust in someone whom she had just met yesterday. Well, if she says so, she thought. Maybe she sensed Higaki was still unconvinced. Julia turned to her and said to her with a refreshing wink. Besides, Sakurai-kun promised, I'll prepare your opponent to be in his best condition for tomorrow's round-robin tournament. You should believe the words of your friend, right? Julia. Princess, I advise you to settle as friends. Higaki. Arii? Julia. At the response which was said in frighteningly cold tone, different from her expectation, Julia tilted her head slightly to the side with a smile still on her face. However, be that as it may, it was unusual for someone to talk this much to her. Julia smiled to that refreshens. Higaki-san, wati ariyo udoing? Iris, who was excluded from Sakurai's scheme and had been searching for him, was approaching Higaki's back with quiet anger, and Julia, who explained about the ongoing operation due to her intensity, ended up receiving a huge scolding. I don't care even if you're a royalty of the world of the living. From Iris together with Higaki. But that's another story. LVL Chapter 99. Higaki is the standard value. It's your last chance. 2 p.m. Academy Dungeon. 30th floor. Take the secret path. Don't tell anyone. Come alone. Now that I think about it, it was really troublesome to write it that way. Sakurai. I mutter so in the 30th floor of the Academy Dungeon. It's supposed to be underground, and yet trees filled the space. Although it's a good idea to write it that way so that only Amanai can decipher it, repeatedly enumerating the numbers was a pain. At first, I was planning to include some provocation, but it was too much work, so I omitted them and the sentences turned out concise. I beg you for your understanding. And after I finished writing, does that guy come from a generation that can understand the character input of feature phones? I came to that realization and couldn't help thinking how haphazard my plan was. While thinking about such things, I continue practice swinging with some movement technique added into the mix as I'm waiting for the promised time to come. Although I came up with this training with the efficiency of experience points gain in mind, when viewed from outsider's perspective, I looked like rotating my body clockwise while sliding and waving my sword about, and since I'm rotating, I can't control the direction I'm going, so Higaki and Iris prohibited me to do it unless I'm in a spacious area. So, I usually can only practice it in the garden at Iris's place. Or rather, behind the student dormitory. Still, with how I repeatedly crash into one tree after another, you should be able to imagine how dangerous of a training this is. That said, I do it whenever I can. Hogo? Sakurai. Speaking of which, I immediately crash into a large rock protruding from the ground. With how vigorously my whole body crashed into it, it would become troublesome if I don't immediately drink a potion. Fortunately, I already have some prepared. The pain is like when you hit the corner of a table with your pinky toe, but coming from your whole body. Foo-foo. If it doesn't give me experience points in swordsmanship and movement technique at the same time, I would have stopped right there on the spot. Ruka Akano, restrained in a chair, is staring at such me. She has an expression like she's looking at something incomprehensible, or maybe at a suspicious person. Anyway, it's an unfavorable expression. It gives me a guilty conscience for some reason. Did I do something wrong? Sakurai, are you seriously asking that? After kidnapping me and bringing me into a dangerous place like the dungeon? Ruka, as I explained earlier, monsters don't spawn in the 30th floor, so it's safe, K? Sakurai. The 30th floor of the Academy dungeon is a woodland spread over a vast space. Though I said it's a woodland, the trees are orderly arranged at regular intervals, and each one is tall, so the view is mostly unobstructed. After entering, you can immediately see the stairs to the next floor in the distance. This point makes this place can no longer be called a dungeon, and yet the 30th floor having the characteristic monsters don't spawn just makes it even more so. Well then, if you're asking the reason why such a place exists inside a dungeon, it is because this floor is set as a resting point. The Academy dungeon, among the other dungeons in the nation, has some parts of it artificially modified by the ancestors to improve the safety and survival rate of adventurers in order to nurture them. This 30th floor is one of such artificially created safe zones. It is a place used as the last resting point before challenging the 31st floor and beyond, where the strength of enemies begins to change drastically. Usually, the Academy students who have reached this point exchange information with each other, and decide whether to proceed or pull back, while some upper-class students use it as a picnic destination. However, now that the entrance to the dungeon is blocked by the disciplinary committee for the duration of the Academy festival, there's no one here as far as the eye can see. That being said, because the 30th floor is a safe place and no monsters spawn here, it's so fucking boring here. If it wasn't because I needed to keep Akano hostage and wait for Sakurai to come save her, I'd have never stopped at such a shitty place. By the way, I was thinking of piggybacking Akano and exploring another floor until the scheduled time for Ammonite to come arrive, so I tried bringing up the idea to her, but she rejected it. So now I can only quietly practice swinging in this safe zone, which is why there is no danger here. You need not worry, just sit back and relax. Sakurai, you're the reason why I can't relax. Have some self-consciousness, why don't you? Ruka, well, yeah, I did kidnap her, can't argue with that. Still, I'd like her to stop making fair argument. Nevertheless, although my motive in doing so is 90% out of selfishness, the remaining 10% is for Amanai's sake. And it's exactly because this is for his sake, I'd like Akano, who keeps yelling, to let me explain to her what I'm planning to do from now on. And so, I say that to her while bowing my head. Perhaps my sincerity is conveyed to her, as she gives me the opportunity to explain. Then, I explain to her my thought about Amanai from what I've seen of him so far, his problem, and how it leads to me kidnapping her. At first, Akano, who had been giving me a close to hostile gaze, has a thoughtful look as she listens to my explanation, but after I finish, She looks down and begin to ponder about something. Is that something that really need to be done? Ruka, it's not, but doing so will benefit Amanai. Unconsciously pulling your punches is dangerous. It might cost him his life someday. Sakurai. But that doesn't mean it has to be done in such a hard way, does it? There should be more moderate ways too. Ruka. If we had the time, I would have done so, too. Sakurai. Not only Amanai's level is low and the difference in pure stats between him and Julia is big, and he even has the problem of unconsciously pulling his punches. With that triple handicap, Amanai winning in a one-on-one battle against Julia is merely a pipe dream. And if Amanai loses to Julia, one of my routes to get the Fool's Necklace will be destroyed. On top of that, if Nanashi no Katsumi, the third reincarnated person, appear at such timing, assuming that he'll be picking a fight with him, Amanai would definitely lose horribly with the way he is now. That's why improving Amanai's consciousness is absolutely necessary, but improving your consciousness is not something that can be done unless a big event happens to you. After all, just as I myself started from the encounter with Higaki and finally got some improvement through the sermons of Iris in the Netherworld, I doubt his rigid consciousness will change in the future without some sort of shock. Additionally, Luizina judged that he is the type that need to be kicked on the bottom, so combined with the lack of time, I had no reason not to take hard measures. Well, the battle with Julia being imminent is part of the reason, but if that guy stays as he is, he'll definitely run into this sort of situation again, and at that time, things will end up horribly, I bet. So before that happens, we have to change his consciousness, even if we have to use high-handed means. If I don't kill, I'll be killed. If I hold back, I can't protect what I want to protect. I figured if we at least instill such thoughts in him, he'll change to some extent. Sakurai. By the way, this sort of situation mainly refers to the troublesome things that I plan to push to Amanai. Even excluding that, this is a life-threatening world where you fight monsters both inside the dungeon or outside the wall. It is only a matter of time before Amanai's current consciousness will cost him dearly. In that case, me cooperating with the people around him to get rid of the landmine before things become irreparable is actually a kind act. To get the Fool's Necklace, to continue to cooperate with Amanai, a fellow reincarnator, and also, to vent my still, deep-rooted jealousy for him having initial level upper limit of 100, I'll kindly and patiently teach him some reality. Because I'm his fellow reincarnator and cooperator. After careful deliberation, I came up with the plan. Let's corner the already cornered guy to the limit until he blows up and hope for a positive result. It is a hit or miss, no consideration of failure mental treatment. And that's what led me to kidnap Akano Ruka. If his childhood friend got kidnapped, even Amanai would be impatient. After all, from there, we strike him. So is the plan. Hey, what's your relationship with Hayato, Sakurai-kun? Ruka. Even if you ask me that. As you know, we are nothing more than school friends. Sakurai. Perhaps something is on her mind, Akano asks. So after a brief silence, I answer the question obediently, but as if not satisfied with it, she looks down and shakes her head. That's a lie. There's definitely a connection that I don't know of between you. Ruka. On what basis are you saying that? Sakurai. Certainly, there is a connection between me and Amanai. We're fellow reincarnators. But would knowing that do her any good? Akano begins to speak quietly to me, tilting my head in incomprehension. When Hayato heard that Higaki-san was hospitalized after the entrance ceremony, he was surprised. He asked Ethel-chan to find out what happened. But he attached importance not only on Higaki-san, but Higaki-san and the opponent she fought. And that's you, Sakurai-kun. Ruka. Amanai and Higaki were strangers who had never spoken face to face to begin with, and yet Amanai, who had just enrolled, was so concerned about the matter. It was puzzling. Moreover, he was particularly concerned about me, not Higaki. That's the starting point of her suspicion. At that time, Hayato said that Sakurai-kun might have been his old acquaintance. But if Hayato had met you before, I should be able to remember you too, especially given your strong personality. There's no way I would have forgotten you. We've always been together, after all. Ruka. When Akana first asked Amanai about our relationship, Amanai dodged her question, saying men also has men-only relationship. She was convinced with that back then. However, the more she thought back, the more she couldn't help but feel like the words of Amanai, who got information about me from Ethel, were more like confirming if I was unfamiliar person rather than whether or not I was his acquaintance. Even back then when you two were talking at the entrance of the opera house, there was a delicate atmosphere between you two. You didn't seem to be talking with an acquaintance. And the letter you sent him after the incident, even though its contents made it sounded like you guys were cooperating. Hayato made a troubled expression after reading it. Ruka, I see. But, why do you want to know about our relationship? Sakurai. Even if she has a basis of suspicion, the question of why she wants to know it still remains. As long as it's something I can answer, I'd answer anything she asks to get her on board with the plan of entrapping Amanai. But this topic leads to touching the fact that Amanai is a reincarnated person. I don't know why, but for some reason Amanai keeps hiding that fact from Akano and Ethel. If so, telling it to Akano without his permission may affect our relationship from now on. Given that possibility, I'm thinking of stopping the talk depending on the reason she tells me. I, like Hayato. Ruka, what? Sakurai. Akano suddenly says such a thing to my question. Her cheeks redden a bit, yet she suppresses her shyness and looks straight at me. I like Hayato, so I can't stay silent. Seeing someone's trying to corner him right in front of my eyes. Ruka, Sakurai, but I'm sure that a part of it came from my selfish feeling of not wanting him to leave me. I'm so weak, just chasing after his back took me all I've got, and yet rather than Hayato's heart changing, I'm more afraid of him going further away from me. Ruka. Akano keeps looking at me resolutely, despite tears glistening her eyes. I ask her why she wants to know about our relationship, and yet, she tells me a revealing story that I have no interest in. I wonder why, but the pressure of her eyes is so intense as if saying just shut up and listen, so I listen quietly and carefully. The feel is different, but the strength of her pressure is similar to that of Higaki, so I don't what she'd do if I ignore her outright. If you, or the others won't allow Hayato to stay the same, I choose to change as well. Among the few options available to me, I will turn into a girl who can accept and support the changing Hayato. Ruka. Sakurai. That's why I want to know about Amanai Hayato who I don't know, about the other Amanai Hayato that he doesn't show me. Ruka. She wants to know so she can change. That's the reason why she wants to know about the relationship between me and Amanai. So Akano concludes her story. Having heard that, I scratch my head, feeling like giving up. Well, I give up. My belief is in leveling, my purpose is leveling, and my reason for living is all for leveling. In a way, it's similar to continuing to change. That's exactly why I feel like I can't reject her who has chosen to change herself. That's why, honestly speaking, my favorable impression of Akano, who declared I want to change too before me, has become higher than Amanai, and if I'm forced to choose between the two, I'd probably end up supporting her. If I give her back some more push, won't she become the same kind as me? No, if that happens, we'd inevitably kill each other to compete for experience points in hunting grounds, so I can't let that come to pass. I can't coexist with someone like me in an offline game. All experience points and level upper limit releasing items are mine. I won't share them with anyone else. Anyway, how do I say this? You're a good girl, heroine, ain't you? To the point it feels like you're more than what Amanai deserves. Sakurai. Thanks. So? Ruka. Alright, I'll tell you. In exchange, I'd like you to help me with my plan. Sakurai. How far it is up to discussion, though? Well, okay, I'll cooperate. Ruka. I answer the request of her, whom my favorable impression of ranked only next to Iris even among the other girls I know. Amanai hides that he's a reincarnated person. In that case, the fact that I expose it will corner him further, and will contribute to him stripping off the mask of the protagonist he wears. Amanai will possibly get angry. Who cares? After all, I've decided to blow his top since he's so dull. If he doesn't get livid to Higaki's level back then at the entrance ceremony, then that means I miscalculate. While thinking that it feels somehow wrong to use Higaki as a standard, I start talking about who Amanai and I are. In addition to us being reincarnated people, I also tell her about how this world existed as a creative work in our previous lives, and that Amanai and I liked it. I tell her everything, as I did Higaki and Iris. Akano keep listening to my story without interjecting in the middle, and after she asked a few questions at the end, I make sure to remind her about her promise to cooperate. Akano Ruka is trying to change. No matter what kind of person Amanai Hayato is, no matter how he changes, despite knowing everything about him, the good and the bad, she wants to accept and stand next to him, to support him. I can do nothing but admire her, saying, "That's the main heroine for you, totally different from Higaki." LVL Chapter 100, Awakening Event, Farce. After passing through the secret path leading to the Academy dungeon and running through the hidden passage further inside, Amanai finally reached the 30th floor. A woodland with trees lined up at regular intervals. Looking up, one could see a grey ceiling like a cloudy sky through the gaps between the overgrown leaves, even though it was underground. The space was lighted, albeit dimly, because he usually challenged the dungeon with a sufficient safety margin in mind. The deepest floor Amanai had been to was the 24th floor. This was the first time he had ever stepped into the 30th floor. He refastened the straps of his gauntlets and armor. As vexing as it was, they were equipment he borrowed from Sakurai. The silver western gauntlet was called Paladin Gauntlet and the ochre Japanese armor was called Chthonic armor. Sakurai obtained them in the netherworld. Although they had no special effects, they barely within the upper limit of the quality, rarity, of the armor that could be set with the skill god's sacred raiment that Amanai had learned, and 2 was the highest number of equipment he could bear up with his skill at present. He swung his fist and kicked several times on the spot to check his condition. The sound of them cutting through the wind was quiet and sharp, just as usual. After testing the moves that had permeated his body, Amanai exhaled once so as to adjust his breathing and started walking. Sakurai. Amanai. He proceeded by relying on the faintly audible sounds of something cutting the wind. At that place, as he had expected, there was Sakurai, who was practice swinging while making a loud noise as if to advertise his presence. Hearing Amanai's muttering, Sakurai stopped his practice swinging and turned his gaze. "Oh, you came. It's still 2 p.m., though, you're a bit early." "Well, it's fine, I guess." "Oh yeah, have you had lunch yet?" Sakurai. Amanai. Sakurai's joyful smile rubbed Amanai up the wrong way. He bellowed at him. After all, the kidnapped Akano was entwined with the thread stretched around in the shape of a spider web and hung between the trees right beside Sakurai. Being shown the sight of her powerlessly hanged unconscious while Sakurai, the perpetrator, laughing happily, there was no way he wouldn't get angry. The reason why he still hadn't rushed out was because he wanted to ask Sakurai about his purpose. "Answer me, Sakurai. What is your purpose? Why are you doing this?" Amanai. True, he wanted to avoid the worst possible situation that he had assumed, but he also wanted to firm his resolve by hearing it directly from Sakurai's mouth. "I just wanted to change my cooperator." Sakurai. Is it the black sword? Amanai. You've guessed that much, huh? That's right, I've decided to cooperate with the Black Sword. Sakurai. Do you know what position you will be in if you cooperate with them? They are terrorists. You can't go back once you join hands with them. Amanai. I'm not going to cooperate with them that closely. This time our interests happen to coincide, so we kinda made a deal. I wanted their organizational capability to get the Fool's Necklace, and they, or more like, the reincarnated person on their side was interested in the material I could prepare to strengthen their organization. I don't know how the future is going to be, but I figured I'd try to make a small deal with them to feel them out. Sakurai. If the material he could prepare was referring to Akano Ruka that he had kidnapped, wasn't the deal close to human trafficking? Which part of it was small? Amanai looked for an opening while suppressing his seething fury, by calling him over here and showing him the hostage. That was Akano. He must have some sort of aim. There was that it's your last chance thing, too. And considering Sakurai's lack of ethics, there was a possibility that he would hurt her to get him agree to his demand. Even if he rushed out right now, Sakurai would be able to reach Akano sooner than he could do anything. The fact that Sakurai showed him Akano Ruka showed that he wasn't only using her as a bargaining chip for the Black Sword but also him. And even if she was a bargaining chip, that did not guarantee her personal safety. With that in mind, Amanai had to be cautious, and had no choice but to prolong the conversation in order to find a chance to rescue her and to come up with a way to do so. As I thought, there's a reincarnated person in the Black Sword, huh? Amanai. I met him by chance after the race, you see, and I heard many things from him. He possessed an original character rather than reincarnating into one, and the guy he replaced was Nanashi no Katsumi. Though unlike you, he doesn't seem to have a shred of intention of imitating the original character and does whatever he pleases. Sakurai, do you have an idea of what his purpose is? Amanai. Who cares about that? The important thing is that I find Nanashino is more worthy of cooperating with the new Sakurai. Sakurai's atmosphere changed. There was sharpness in his gaze, and his voice became a level deeper. Just because those changes, Amanai's leg moved back slightly as if he was under pressure. I've given you various help, and yet, you still had so much trouble defeating Baldassare. Even though you won, it was a disgraceful one, I'd say. Sakurai. That's Amanai. Sakurai sighed purposefully. His disappointment gave rise to unpleasant sweat on Amanai's back. While he thought that the flow of the conversation was bad, he couldn't find any way to change its direction. Even I'd like to refrain from using illegal means or working with illegal organizations, if at all possible. But you showed me the pathetic sight of you not being able to even argue back against Baldassare. I don't think you can defeat Julia as you are right now. Sakurai. And so you're going to cooperate with the Black Sword and that Nanashi no Katsumi? If you're dissatisfied with my strength, don't we just have to come up with some ways or means to do something about it? We have knowledge of the original game, I'm sure we'll find a good way. Amanai. Nothing will work because you're like that. Sakurai. At Amanai's words, Sakurai bellowed and hit a nearby tree in anger. The dull hitting sound was transmitted to Amanai's ears, reducing his momentum. The initiative of the conversation was still in Sakurai's hands. You asked me if I am dissatisfied with your strength. Do you still not understand that your body is that of Manai Hayato, protagonist? Don't you remember that originally, the trigger condition of Julia's event is for you to exceed level 60? Sakurai. Julia's event was designed so that it wouldn't trigger unless your level was above level 60, which was Julia's level when she joined your party. To begin with, this was the result of the creators evaluated that the players couldn't complete it without appropriate strength. That evaluation criteria were needed to get through the event. In other words, it indicated that if you hadn't made it to, at the very least, level 60, there was a possibility that you couldn't even beat the students of the military academy who challenged you during the event. To begin with, if you're just fundamentally lacking in strength, there's no way you, a level 35, would be unharmed fighting against Baldassare. With your physique and skills, you beat an opponent who was twice as strong as you know. Do you still not get it yet? The problem is not your strength, but your character. Sakurai. At those words, Amanai made a confused look like he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Amanai thought that Baldassare was weaker than the original game because the battle occurred earlier than it should be, and that was why he could beat him even though he was still level 35. However, that thought was wrong. Baldassare's strength was no different from the original game. Sakurai intuitively perceived that from his many battles with powerful enemies and the experience he cultivated as the disciple of the Sword Saint. However, Sakurai, whose communication ability was at rock bottom, couldn't possibly verbalize it in a way that others understood, and as a result, his meaning ended up being conveyed to Amanai in an unconvincing manner. Coupled with Amanai's hardcore level of low self-evaluation, which was one of his problematic points, Amanai could not take Sakurai's words at face value. Sakurai sighed looking at such Amanai. Rather than from being amazed, it came from resigning himself to the fact that the man in front of him responded as planned, and ended up forcing him to move as planned. Can't be helped. This isn't directly related to leveling, but this is for the sake of my future self. A person of lofty virtue such as me is not good at playing the villain, but I'd do what I gotta do. While saying so to himself, The extremely selfish guy who had begun to lose tension quietly prepared himself. I know it's a bit unreasonable of me to suddenly turn my back on you and join hands with the black sword. Sakurai. Saying that, Sakurai slowly took out an iron stake that could be held with one hand from his breast pocket so as to show it off. In the dim space surrounded by trees, it wore an eerie dark green glow. Amanai, judging that it was a weapon with some special effects, reflexively held up his fists. Because he held up his fists reflexively, he gave Sakurai that one moment opening. So, as I wrote in the letter, I will give you your last chance. Sakurai. That moment that Amanai missed resulted in a violence that trampled on his assumption of the situation. Amanai hadn't expected the violence since Sakurai asserted that Akanoruka was a bargaining chip. Amanai had never thought that Sakurai would do something such as killing the bargaining chip, Akanoruka, without even demanding anything from him. Everything was too late when he started running. Sakurai stabbed the iron stake deep into Akano's shoulder. In that one moment he gave, "You bastard!" Amanai. Og. Sakurai. Amanai closed the distance in an instant by kicking off the ground with explosive momentum and threw a roundhouse kick at Sakurai standing next to Akano. Hit directly, Sakurai was rolled on the ground a few meters. Meanwhile, Amanai tore off the stretched around threads and secured Akano. Crimson blood overflows from the wound caused by the iron stake, which was pulled out when Sakurai was kicked. Amanai held Akano and sprinkled a potion he had on hand over the wound. Then, the wound closed like the time was rewound. Ruka. Hey, Ruka. Why, even though the wound is already closed? Amanai. Akano continued to groan in pain even though the wound had closed, and twisted her body over and over again in Amanai's arms. The healing potion was definitely effective, but her pain had not gone away. Since she seemed to be receiving continuous damage, he suspected that she was in poisoned state, so he gave her detoxifying potion, yet her condition remained unimproved. However, the fact that no change occurred gave an idea to Amanai. Don't tell me, cursed. Amanai. That hurts. Congrats. You're correct. You realized it faster than I had expected. Sakurai. When he turned around in response to that voice, he found Sakurai, downing a potion while still holding the iron stake in his hand. He smiled as he spun the iron stake in his hand, as if to taunt him. I'm sure there was only one item that gives cursed state in the original game. But it didn't look like that. Amanai. That's because it was wrapped in rags in the original game. Of course, you wouldn't recognize it. Sakurai. The thing that Sakurai stabbed into Akano was a consumable item called the Shaman's Cursed Iron Stake. In the original game, it looked like a rod-shaped item wrapped in layers of rags with Sanskrit characters written on them. Its name was the only thing that revealed that the content was an iron stake. That was why, seeing the iron stake before him, Amanai didn't realize that it was Shaman's Cursed Iron Stake. Unlike in the game, you can get rid of the rags that seems to be sealing it, you know. Although this world is similar to the original game, it is a true, real world. So, Sakurai. Ruka. Amanai. At the agonized voice coming from his arms, Amanai opened his eyes wide and screamed. The abnormal status cursed could not be broken without a specific item or the sacred magic skill Ethel used. Neither were unavailable to the current Amanai. Sakurai had confirmed that when he lent his equipment to Amanai. Cursed doesn't wear off naturally and deals a certain amount of damage every turn. One turn seems to be 10 seconds in this world, so... well, I don't know the exact time, but she probably won't last long. Sakurai. How could you? How could you do something like this? Amanai. And of course, I have an item to break the curse. Now, you know what you should do, right? Sakurai. After throwing away the iron stake, Sakurai took out a talisman-shaped item and showed it off, before putting it back into his pocket. Seeing that, Amanai slowly laid Akano at the root of a nearby tree. He took off his coat, folded it like pillow, put it under her head and stood up, glaring at Sakurai. Hand me that item, Sakurai. Amanai. Take it if you can, protagonist. Sakurai. In front of Amanai, who had an unprecedentedly sharp look, Sakurai picked up a sword hidden behind a tree. Then, he He made a ridiculing smile like a villain and raised his voice in a mused tone. "Come at me with all you got, otherwise, your girl will completely turn into my experience points." Sakurai. Amanai. A sword and a fist faced off. Sakurai Toru, Mob, vs Amanai Hayato, Protagonist. Battle started. LVL Chapter 101. The Unsinkable Idiot. "Come at me with all you got, otherwise, your girlfriend will completely turn into my experience points." Sakurai. The Protagonist Awakening event, presented by a mob character, starts. By the way, if I make a single misstep, the protagonist may have a mental breakdown. But the Imperial Headquarters has announced that he'll pull through somehow since he is the protagonist, so there's no problem whatsoever. What is the Imperial Headquarters, you ask? Don't ask me. Sakura Aoi. Amanai. Now then, the original game's protagonist, Amanai Hayato, had a wide variety of fighting styles because he could learn a huge number of skills. For example, the paper armor high-speed combat style, which make use of the increase of agility and evasion from equipping the 3 Sky series, or the shaman style, continuously raining abnormal status giving attack on the enemies. For the rather weird one, there's even a Joker fighting style which requires him to solidify his friendship with a monster tamer first, after which, he can have them to give him a buff that turn his appearance into that of a monster with the power of their magic and play as the strongest goblin on land. Yet dungeons fundamentally go underground, so even if he's the strongest goblin on land, when he dies, he dies. In case he doesn't die, if the ally monster tamer dies, he'd become just a normal goblin, so he'd still die in the end. It is exactly because the protagonist can embody so many kinds of fighting style. The player's hobbies and thoughts are expressed strongly in the skills and equipment they selected. God's sacred raiment. Amanai. Along with the screaming of Manai, his surging, lightning-like magic power cling to his equipment as though to cover it, making its size one size larger. It is a kind of bestowal magic, enchantment, that bestow one with the stats correction of weapons and armor that meet the conditions. In the original game, as the story progressed, especially at the end game, the stats correction it gives becoming inferior to buff-type magic at the same level, so given its cost-to-performance ratio, it can hardly be said to be a useful skill. Now, if you're asking what is the merit of this skill, on the other hand, I'd say it gives you a head start in the early stage. After all, in the early stage of the game, equipment, items, and magic are all rather shabby, and no one has mastered buff-type magic. Under such circumstances, God's sacred raiment, which could be learned by talking to the local knights on holidays, become the only skill that can increase the attack power and defense power of your equipment at the same time. To cut the long story short, it's kinda like doubling the number of your equipment. The fact that it allows you to substantially double the stats correction such as attack power and defense power of your equipment is, of course, good, but there is another way of using it. By wearing equipment with excellent special abilities but low performance, and set equipment with no special ability but have high stats correction to God's sacred raiment, you can have the best of the both worlds, that is having special abilities and high stats correction. There is an upper limit to the rarity of the equipment that can be set, due to such limitation, when the buff-type magic, which applies corrections according at a percentage, starts making its appearance, God's sacred raiment skill gradually become obsolete, but that is probably why it is adjusted to become a strong skill in the early stage. And with the game having turned into reality, the merit of being able to arm yourself at any time as long as you have magic power has increased. But in that case, I see no point in him choosing barehanded as his main style. The action I take before the approaching Amanai is to retreat, as a matter of course. The problem with barehanded fighting style is that its effective range is too short. On the other hand, I can release a ranged pseudo-slash with Shishu skill. Since I can attack from a distance that the opponent's attack does not reach, I have no reason to go out of my way to fight Amanai head-on in his ring. Virtuous Priest Fighting School, Amanai. Therefore, Amanai, as another matter of course, activates a skill to crush that distance. Thunderclap. Amanai. It is the same kind of evasion rate increase skill as my Remnant Smoke in the original game. It has a demerit of consuming one's own HP when activated, but it has a higher increase in evasion rate than Remnant Smoke. Also, the skill group Virtuous Priest Fighting School has the characteristic of an increase in attack power and effectiveness of skills when fighting against humanoid enemies. If that takes effect now, in this place, the evasion rate increase effect of Thunderclap used by Amanai will become about 1.5 times that of Remnant Smoke. And that difference in evasion rate manifests in the form of a difference in speed in reality. The moment his electrified leg steps on the ground, Amanai shoots off, seemingly leaving a burst of lightning at his feet. TSK, so he's this fast. I tried swinging my one-handed sword the same time as Amanai shot off. However, seeing that Amanai getting closer at a speed that exceeded my expectations, I give up on doing a slash and throw my sword without hesitation. Amanai. Amanai, come rushing in directly as if wanting to close the distance as fast as possible, makes a sudden stop before the thrown sword, and avoids it by turning only his upper body to the right. I release ranged slashes using the stretched around threads in pursuit, but Amanai completely reads their trajectory despite the dim lighting in the forest, and moves forward while slipping through them as through dancing. With the increase in his speed from the effect of Virtuous Priest Fighting School, Thunderclap, it's only a matter of time before he reaches me. Is charging straight ahead all the thing you can do? Having decided that let alone setting up trap, even Shishu skill itself wouldn't work in this situation, I mobilize all the threads I have stretched around to entwine the large number of plants that grow underfoot and pull them all up. A number of small plants spread before Amanai, flying to his face. Before Amanai, who has been forced to come to a sudden break due to the distraction, regains his posture, I step closer to him. Shishu doesn't work, and my sword is out of reach. To take the initiative, barehanded will be faster. Amanai-kun, I know I said I wouldn't fight you head-on, but that was a lie. Time to show the power of soul attack, the barehanded fighting skill from the netherworld that I've been practicing every morning with Iris. I'll pay you back in full for that kick earlier, you bastard. Soul attack Gomen lit. Ferrying 5 crests. Sakurai. From right hook to backhand chop, and to double kick and left straight, that combination swooped down on Amanai. In response, Amanai repels my right hook by folding his left arm compactly and raising it to the side of his face the moment my fist emerges from the distracting shower of plants. Stopped at the beginning, I immediately pause my backhand chop and grab the left arm with which Amanai repelled my right hook, but he calmly flings off my arm by moving his arm in a circular motion from inside to outside. Seriously? Sakurai. Ha. Amanai. My first move ended in failure. Now it's Amanai's turn. My failure is paid back with a direct, right straight by Amanai. Following the impact transmitted to the abdomen, a fist come toward my face this time. I grit my teeth and headbutt it vigorously. Gh. Amanai. Sakurai. By deliberately hitting the fist, which was aiming at my face, I was able to stop it before it fully gained momentum. Even so, it still packed quite a punch, causing me to let out the sound of anguish momentarily. If Amanai hadn't put on a solid gauntlet, his fist might have been broken at worst. It's very important to hit accurately when you're barehanded. You can't take me down with such meager strength, Amanai. Sakurai. With my view flickering and swaying, I get closer to Amanai. No, to be exact, the impact transmitted from my forehead shakes my brain and forcibly moves my wobbling body forward. Still, I don't forget to smile and laugh. I pretend to be okay even though I'm not, to put pressure on him. Seeing me, he probably got reminded of his battle with Baldassare as his reaction is delayed by one beat. That's a deadly opening in a hand-to-hand combat. Soul attack, Isshukazu, lit. 1 revolution ogre palm. Sakurai. The palm heel I recklessly released is the most powerful move among soul attack skills. If it connects, then good. If he avoids it and creates a distance between us, then I'll be able to take a breather. As I want my visibility to recover, I can't help but hope that it will be the latter. However, my wish vacantly scatters to dust along with the circular spark that appears before me. Sakurai. facing my palm heel. What Amanai, who has recovered his bearing, does is neither to defend nor to avoid it, but to intercept it. Amanai draws his arm, which is the opposite of the fist I received with my forehead. His arm that is heading backwards changes to an uppercut following the small rotation of his waist, and hit my palm heel from directly below. And whether it's a coincidence or not, what appears at the moment of contact is a circular spark that signals the occurrence of perfect attack or perfect guard. It is unclear which one is occurred, but anyway, pain ran in my thrown up palm heel, and I expose my defenseless body to Amanai. Ah, this is going to be painful. Amanai takes a small, yet deep breath. Then, hand blade, liver blow, hook, backhand chop, and kick interweaves, attacking me consecutively. When I stop his hand blade that's aiming at my neck, only his wrist bends and strikes my nape. When I try to block his approaching fist with both hands, his fist changes into a claw and grabs my arm, then he flings me away. When I expect that right high kick is coming, seeing the tilt of his center of gravity and slightly raised right hind foot, what he actually releases is a left high kick centered on his right toes. Ha! Sakurai. I keep being tossed about by his attacks that come without a pause. Ga, 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 Jefu? Sakurai. If I don't see through it, his attack will hit me, and even if I do see through it, his attack will change to an unpredictable one. His attacks interweave truth and falsehood, backed by the overwhelming difference in skill between me and Amanai. The circular sparks, perfect, overlap and scatter over and over again following the barrage of attacks, telling which one has the upper hand in the battle. If the opponent is like Higaki, who is particular about technique, I could read the initial movement of the skill activation and would be able to cope with them. If the opponent is like Nanashino, who almost entirely relies on their physical ability, specs, if I could somehow block them several times, I would be able to get used to their movement pattern and cope with them. Amanai is neither of them. Without regard of his skills, without overestimating his physical ability, he selects the most suitable way to deal with his opponent. Amanai mastered a type of fighting style that I, who is bad at anti-personnel combat, is particularly bad against. Virtuous Priest Fighting School, Hidu, Lit. Fly Motion. Amanai. Whoa? Sakurai. A technique to grab and lock the enemy by their arm and throw them as is. Fortunately, because I recognize the motion of the skill, I succeed in getting free of the restraint by throwing a kick at Amanai in the middle of throwing. I thrust my arm into the ground and stop my rolling body. When I get on my knee and raise my face, there's Amanai, who is holding a stance without showing an opening, before my eyes. Ha! Ha! Amanai. Still, after launching continuous attacks without a pause, Amanai's breathing is ragged. His shoulders that are heaving up and down can't be hidden. I also adjust my breathing and try to relieve my pain and recover my stamina by using Kaigong, medium, skill. Of course, I smile so that he won't notice it and slowly stand up as if to show I still have strength to spare. In reality, my joints hurt after getting beaten and I can only stand up slowly, though. Fufafu, he's a lot stronger than expected. Ain't he? The result of getting ahead of myself and facing him head-on in his ring is this beat-up condition, but in order to further corner Amanai, I won't yield and act like I have strength to spare. It's exactly as Baldassare said. Even in this kind of situation, you're still not serious. Sakurai. Still. That's not. Amanai. You're really pretentious. After all that, the only skills you used are Thunderclap and Hidu. You think you can defeat a boss character with just a normal attack? There should be a limit to how much you look down on others. Sakurai. While spitting out the soil that entered my mouth when I was rolling on the ground, I provoke Amanai with words to further rile him up. You don't aim for my eyes nor you throw sand to blind me. You aimed at my neck but not at the throat. You have to take me down as soon as possible. Yet you don't use any powerful skills. Do you know that Akana will pay the price of that leisure? You dumbhead. Sakurai. Amanai. I brush aside his gaze, which looks like he's threatening to kill me, with a smile. Amanai wants to finish this battle without killing me. Putting it in a good way, he's gentle. Putting it in a bad way, he's naive. Either way, I trampled on the feelings of such a Manai. Incidentally, I also guided him to his benefit, implicitly saying, "You should use more skills, or rather, use them." My sword is on the other side of a Manai. Well, it's better not to use it anyway. Rather than letting him cool his head facing an edged tool, continuing to trade blows with fists and rile him up is better to unmask his true nature. As I take a glance at the one-handed sword stuck in the tree behind a Manai, he raises up his fists again. So as to match him, I also raises up my fists again while continuing to smile frivolously. Or rather, this has turned into a leveling session, ain't it? I suddenly see the log in the corner of my field of vision and notice that the more I got hit by a Manai, the more experience points of hit resistance I gained. In the original game, resistance type skills are obtained by receiving the corresponding attack in battle or by having special training outside of battle. As a child, I imitated the way the protagonist trained in the original game. I reached out my hands to a Hama 1, and continued chanting Nenbutsu in front of the burning flames, but in the end, I didn't get any experience points or skill. All I got were burns, and I was only able to acquire fire resistance skill for the first time when I was exposed to the flame sword Higaki wielded in our fight. Rather, it puzzled me as to why the original protagonist was able to get fire resistance by performing a Hama and reached out his hands to it, but anyway, I once wondered, maybe all resistance type skills in this world can only be acquired through battle? However, it was denied by the resistance skill narcissist, which nullify fascinated status, that I got before I knew it. I had never been struck by an attack that had fascinated effect before I realized I had acquired it, and after further deliberation, I hypothesized that resistance skills related to damage reduction could only be obtained by receiving the corresponding attack. From this, I concluded that the easiest and quickest way to resistance is to have a super long prolonged battle like back then I was fighting a certain shitty DV bastard, Barbie knife lime, or to become someone's punching bag. However, opportunities like that are hard to come by, let alone an opportunity to get a no-killing grappler like a Manai to become my opponent. It's a coincidence that I never expected, but the battle to corner a Manai eventually resulted in the leveling of my hit resistance skill. So, until a Manai gets serious and comes to kill me, I will endlessly be his punching bag and continue to amass experience points of hit resistance. It'll be a waste to miss this opportunity, after all. Of course, it's under the premise that I can continue to withstand his attacks, but no one can match me in terms tenaciousness, so I will manage somehow. To me, who had been treated as a punching bag by a god, albeit an evil one, something like that is nothing but a pastime now. As long as I can get experience points, I'll happily get myself beaten up. Now then, I wonder how much longer Rakano can hold on. If you don't hurry, she'll die, you know. If you don't like that, swing your fist with the intention to kill. Sakurai. Finding out that I get to leveling in the process of finishing up the goal, my tension inevitably rises, and my agitating lines also become fiercer. I open my eyes wide and laugh as if ridiculing a Manite to no end while launching attack at him over and over again. 1. A fire ritual performed on special occasions. For more detail greater than https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/homa_ritual. LVL Chapter 102. A Manai cheering squad. 1 member. Being hit on my flank +6, being swept off my feet +4, being struck on my chest +12, and getting my nose broken +20. Fumo. It looks like the bigger the damage I receive, the more experience points I get. A Manai-kun, can you try aiming for my crotch for a bit? No, what if I can't get it up anymore afterward? Let's drop that idea. Gobo. BH. R. Sakurai. While trying to stand up from lying on a back position, I pinch my nose, forcibly realign it, and spit out the blood accumulated in my mouth. With my respiratory tract secured, I can smell the air again and it reeks of blood. From my nose blood flows out gushingly, and my clothes are in tatters from rolling on the ground over and over again. Both the visible and invisible parts of my body are bruised and darkened, and unlike the opponent, I don't wear anything to protect my fists, so they're dyed bright red from the blood spilled from the skin that got torn when I struck. Perhaps something's wrong with the bones, as some parts of my fists are swollen unnaturally. However, without paying attention to such things, I focus on the notification log of gained experience points in the corner of my field of vision. After all, gaining experience points just thrills me. Ha. Ha. Why do you rise back up again? Why? Amanai, whose condition is far better compared to me, only slightly injured, says with a voice laced with fear. I can see the same emotion laced in his voice on his face, which is visible in my field of vision that narrowed due to my face swollen. You, cough cough. Cause, you're never going to kill me. Sakurai. I had no time to recover from Amanai's continuous attacks, and kept getting beaten, and now I don't know how much time has passed. What I do know is that the experience points of physical resistance that I've earned so far exceeds 1,000, and that I've risen back up like this for more than 8 times. Previously hit resistance. The author changed the term. Just stop this already, Sakurai. Please stop. The victor has been settled, right? Amanai. Says who? I'm still full of energy, you know? Sakurai. Your aim is to get the fool's necklace, isn't it? Why are you doing this? Amanai. To impose the future hardships on you. You just want the fool's necklace, right? Then I'll buy it from the winner with everything I own. That's okay with you, right? Amanai. I didn't tell you, but I've already demanded that much from Julia. Whether you win or Julia wins in the final competition, the fool's necklace is going to fall into my hands in the end. I've given Julia an empty promise to bring her Amanai that has become serious in exchange, so if I don't make you become serious, I'd be in trouble. So, no way that's okay. Sakurai. When I take a powerful step while screaming, the air pressure that hits Amanai surprises him and makes him steps back. How long will you stay as such a coward? You've knocked me down so many times, and yet, why didn't you steal the item from me? You had many chances to. Sakurai. Well, honestly, because I was resisting with all my might, I don't know if he had such chances. However, it's fine as long as he believes it even slightly. It is in humans' nature to establish something that they see is likely to be true as a fact when they're not looking into a situation calmly. The current Amanai is the perfect example of that. So, I decide to press for an answer from my opponent who's showing an anguished expression. You said some shit about how you're going to protect your loved ones, yet in the end, you did nothing at all. Do you still can't understand that if you don't resolve yourself and step forward, you'll eventually have to pay the price? If the protagonist has cold feet and not moves his 2 legs, there's no way he can save anyone. Sakurai. My words are just bullshit from start to finish. It's not like I hold even a piece of compassion for him. These are merely meaningless set of words that I came up with to put the opponent down after hearing the one-sided account from Akano and Luizina's analysis and believing them as a fact. Take the item from me even if you have to give up one of your arms. Even if you were to lose an arm, getting the item would balance out your loss. If you don't have that level of resolve, you'll be abandoned, fail, and regret. Then you'll become irresolute and ask yourself why it turned out like this, and come to a pessimistic answer like it's not my fault, it's the world's. You shit for brains. Sakurai. The action that Amanai should take here is to ignore what I said and beat me. However, he ends up accepting my bullshit, he ends up accepting it and brooding over it, because he's not Amanai Hayato, protagonist, but Amanai Hayato who lives here now. It's his nature. Amanai. You said it yourself, a protagonist must have a protagonist mentality. In that case, you, who don't have such mentality, is merely wearing the protagonist mask, ain't you? You just possess the talent and look to play as Amanai Hayato, whom you only know about one-sidedly. Come to yourself already. Sakurai. I scream and run toward Amanai who's stepping back. I put strength into my clenched fist, and insert it with my selfish desire. Without a fragment of intent to save the other party, I replace the words that I've been repeating with just that one fist. How long do you intend to continue following Amanai Hayato, another's way of living? Sakurai. I hit the coward, who has his back against a tree, on the face without hesitation. Ora! Sakurai. I'm not ending it with just one punch. Twice, thrice, I'm gonna return as many hits as I received from him. I swing down my fist over and over again at a Manai who only defend and not counter-attacking. My bloody and unshapely fists make a muffled dull hitting sound every time they hit a Manai's body. Gh. A Manai. Every time my fist hits, a moaning that sounds like a cry leaks out. Ignoring that, I continue to one-sidedly beat a Manai, who begins to cower from above. You. A Manai. The unreasonable violence that continues to be given to him, gradually breaks his composure and mask. When my fist finally reaches his true face below it. You. What? What do you know about me? Do you even know how I feel? A Manai, whose line finally crossed, screams and jumps at me, and I retaliate. I hit and got hit, I kick and got kicked, and so on. When I got hit, I pull him by the collars and headbutt him, and as a counterattack, he pulls me by the ear and headbutts me back. When I try to pin him down, his swinging arm hits my head and he pins me down as I'm flinching from the shock. When I grab the fist that he swings down from above, he bits my shoulder this time. My knees that I reflexively swing up at the same time as I scream hit his crotch, making him cries in agony. You bastard. In that situation where the owner of the voice is no longer discernible, the exchanges of offense and defense continue rapidly. The battle of pure instinct is getting painted with a liquid that's unknown whether it's mud or blood. Words such as holding back or going easy no longer exist here. And what decides the victor is accumulated training and the skills that has permeated the body. So, despite his loss of composure and break of frailty, there's no way a swordsman, can gain an upper hand against a Manai, who possess the ability to win against a spear user uninjured to begin with, in a bare-handed fight. In the first place, no matter how high my level is, if I can only hit once every 4 to 5 hits I receive, my endurance will naturally be exhausted first. So a swordsman can only exert 1/3 of his ability without his sword. In the end, that's what I thought absent-mindedly as I'm lying on the ground after being knocked down by a Manai over and over again. Now, to save Ruka. A Manai. In my sight is the back of a Manai who's approaching Akano with unsteady gait. His hand is holding sacrificial right talisman which can break cursed abnormal status he took from my breast pocket. While watching his figure, I touch a thread that has been prepared in the vicinity with my finger that I could barely move, and use Shishu skill to pull a potion from the place I stashed my luggage. I've done everything I could. Next is how will a Manai turns out, and how will Akano act. But still, even thought it was because I had neither the time to prepare nor leisure, I took some actions that I hadn't quite planned to. Moreover, unlike the uproars that has happened until now, I completely leave the final deciding factor to someone else. It's stressful not knowing how the matter would turn out and could do nothing but to hope for success. My gamer nature would definitely be sure it would work if this has at least 60% success rate, but you know, when you create some kind of plan, it'll be best if you make everyone dance on your palm, right? What I said is horrible, even if I say so myself, but I'm sure many people will sympathize with it. So no problem. Well, it'll work out somehow. If it doesn't, let's worry about it then. A Manai who had no idea that Akano and I are working together don't know it. But at any rate, Akano won't die. Even if a Manai is traumatized due to this and stays away from battle, Akano will be there with him so he probably wouldn't die. If that happens though, I'll be able to get my hands on items and quests that I've been refraining from for a Manai's sake. And as for Black Sword, I'll just throw them their worst nightmares, that are Uncle, the Sword Saint, and Julia, so there wouldn't be a problem at all. Even if they have a reincarnated person, Nanashin, on their side, the organization is already on the brink of destruction thanks to Uncle. If I uproot their collaborators, sponsors, with the power of the royal family and the Thieves Guild, they would be further weakened and restricted in their movement. If I somehow get a chance to come in contact with Asanago Ayako, I may even make her to double-cross them. She has her own goal, and she only uses the organization called Black Sword to achieve that goal. If the power of the organization becomes unreliable, she will betray the organization. And if I'm truly driven into a corner, I can just grab Iris and Higaki and teleport to the netherworld. No matter how things turn out, I'll be fine either way it seems. No? There's a saying that you don't lose as long as you live, so as long as I'm alive, I can raise my level anywhere. Even though the experience point gain efficiency in the netherworld is lower than in the world of the living, that doesn't mean that I won't be able to gain any experience points at all. Realizing that, I feel better and decide to watch over Amanai with potion in one hand in relaxed manner. Had I known, I would have brought a fan with Amanai's name and face drawn on it so that I could cheer on him. Do your best, don't lose, Amanai-kun. I'm cheering your growth from the bottom of my heart. The sacrificial right talisman falls off Amanai's hand without exerting any effect. Then he drops on his knees next to his childhood friend. I watch him with the feeling of watching a sport. LVL Chapter 103, Self-Awareness. No matter how many times he pressed the sacrificial right talisman in his hands, the item did not show any effect. It meant that there was no curse in Akanoruka's body. An abnormal state which did not cure naturally over time had disappeared. What did that mean? The answer was in front of him, her body that was lying silently and powerlessly on the ground. It can't be Amanai. His fists kept trembling, and his sense of time went distorted. He should have defeated Sakurai quicker, he thought. Like a child he snapped, screamed, recklessly struck and be struck. Thrusted with the fact that all of that ended up in vain before him, his ragged body fell on its knees. In the end, Amanai. In the end, he couldn't do anything. He kept acting like a protagonist and kept making as much preparation as he could think of. Yet, he couldn't even protect his childhood friend, nor could he hold her who had become still as death with his powerlessly dangling arms. Amanai. Tears naturally spilled out his eyes as he continued to stare at her, stunned, and all that he had unknowingly suppressed within until now burst out. I failed, I couldn't do anything, I couldn't save her. Millions of words blaming himself ran through his mind, making him want to deny all of his existence. Then, what was I supposed to do? Amanai. The words were not directed at anyone. He just couldn't help but say, just what was I supposed to do? I didn't even remember dying, and yet I was already in such a world when I came to. Moreover, I was born by robbing the protagonist's body. I'm just an ordinary person. Amanai. He told his family he was going to bed, and when he woke up, he was reborn as a baby in this world. He carried his self-consciousness from his previous life, which was why he also inherited his mental strength and weakness. If he had experienced a true death, he would have been able to give up on his previous life and part from it to some extent. However, because he hadn't, Amanai continued to drag along the values of modern society from his previous life. Therefore, the aversion to conflict itself, which sometimes was called a virtue in modern society, has become his clear weak point in this world. He couldn't cast it off just because it was bad and pathetic according to this world's standard. He wasn't a deviant who threw away his previous life's common sense and moral the moment he found out that there were levels in this world. He was but an ordinary person you could find everywhere. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight to the death. I don't want to use violence against people. Amanai. Unfortunately for Amanai, he knew about the original game, about the future of this world. That was why he was aware of the crisis that would occur while he was alive. And he realized early on that the original protagonist who could solve it had disappeared from this world because of him. Since I knew the future of this world, and was born as a Amanai Hayato, I have to be the one to solve it, right? Everyone's going to die, otherwise? That's why I have to be a Amanai Hayato, isn't it? Amanai, knowing that the people who supported him when he was confused due to his reincarnation would die, he couldn't be irresponsible enough to take his eyes off the imminent crisis. If there was a life that was lost as a result of his arbitrary action that the original protagonist didn't do, he didn't think that he had the strength to carry such burden on his back. Therefore, he continued to act as a Amanai Hayato as best as he could, and continued to keep things like the original in the hope that nothing changed. He kept torturing himself, saying that he wasn't the real Amanai Hayato, that he was just an imitation, to begin with, and that if he didn't keep that in mind, he would definitely make a mistake at some point down the line. He had to keep doing what he did not want to do. However, he couldn't take the option of not doing. What was I supposed to do? Just what was I supposed to do? Amanai. He couldn't meet Akana, who died in the world of the living. Even in the netherworld, he couldn't get her back. Akano Ruka's special attribute that was perfect compatibility to demonization, required her spirituality, and her spirituality had outstanding acceptability that allowed her to accept foreign substance as is. That was why she would end up accepting even her own death as is. That was why she most likely wouldn't be able to get to the netherworld, which couldn't be reached without strong sentiments. Large drops of tears fell on the back of his hand. To the irreparable event that was his childhood friend dying due to him doing what he believed he should do, Amanai couldn't help but cry. Well, even if you ask what you were supposed to do, there was a good-for-nothing guy watching that back of Amanai while drinking a potion with one hand. In regard to the question, what was I supposed to do, if he could irresponsibly say whatever he wanted to, there were many things he could say. However, most of them were hindsight-based opinions. They would no doubt further drove Amanai to the corner. He might be able to come up with words that would give him salvation for the time being if he put the effort into thinking, but, to be honest, he was not confident. And even if he could, he wouldn't say because it would have negligible persuasive power. If he, the one who stirred up this trouble, was the one to say, leave things that one couldn't do to others. Sakurai had always done so, and he did so this time as well. What Sakurai had to do now was to keep silence so as not to get in the way, because he had left the task to someone else. Thus, when the energy of Amanai, whose falling tears began to cease, was running out. I see, so that's Hayato's, no, your true feeling, eh? Amanai. Akano Ruka got up and put her hands on the cheek of the stunned Amanai. Her body heat was transmitted to the shrinking and trembling cowardly boy in front of her through her hands. Then, as if to reassure him, calmly and gently, this would be our first time meeting, I guess. Strange, isn't it? Even though we've always been so close. Ruka showed him a smile overflowing with joy. Amanai. I thought you would find out if you were to hold me. But to think you didn't even touch me, it was kinda disappointing. I might lose confidence. Ruka. That. Why? Amanai. Akano showed a paper taken out of her breast pocket to the confused Amanai. It was a used sacrificial rite talisman. The talisman that had sucked a curse and turned purple was reflected in Amanai's eyes. Sakurai, what's the meaning of this? Amanai. I asked him. Ruka. Akano stopped Amanai from turning his face to Sakurai. Actually, everything from A to Z was set up by Sakurai. But Akano lied. She wanted him to focus only on herself at this moment. Right after saying it, however, Akano realized that her words were like confessing, I'm the mastermind behind this case, but did not mind it. If that's how it looked like to Amanai, even if he were to get angry later, the anger would be directed at her. She would be able to take responsibility for the failure by herself. No matter which way it turned out, it didn't matter as long as the things he had been carrying on his back became lighter, even only a bit. Besides, even if his anger was directed at her, that would mean she would be able to monopolize his passion, albeit a fragment, in a sense. While knowing that the thought of hers was sordid and ugly, she renewed her determination to fulfill her role. I heard about you from Sakurai-kun, about what a reincarnated person is. Ruka. Amanai. Amanai had his breath taken away. From surprise, confusion, and fear. He told me you came from a world where we were told as an illustrated story, and you were a different person from the real Amanai Hayato whom I was supposed to meet, and a lot more. Akano said so while getting up. Amanai, facing her, was visibly agitated. It was easy to see that within, his fear was particularly strong. After all, she basically concluded that Amanai was a foreign existence. Him being a reincarnated person no doubt made him different from others, but to Amanai, a foreign existence was something that would definitely be rejected. It had a meaning close to a subject of discrimination. That was exactly why he hid that fact. He was extremely afraid of being kicked out of the community in this world and having nowhere to go. And more than it became public, he was far more afraid that it became known by Akana, who harbored good feeling toward him. Amanai was strongly conscious of the sensation of blood rushing from the top of his head. I heard a lot of things. I thought you were an arrogant person. Ruka, arrogant. Amanai. Through Sakurai, Akano learned that the world she and Amanai saw was very different. There were many things rooted in this world that she took for granted. Fighting being part of ordinary life, and the existence of monsters that people fought to the death. Also, if one were to be left out of the society in this country, which was a land closed by an outer wall, it was often the case that they would become a thief. Such people eventually formed a group, became bandits, attacked various places, and ended up being annihilated by the knights who started to notice them. This repeated many times. She might feel guilty about hurting people, however, she did not think it was scary. After all, when conflict broke out, the only way to live was to hurt, or at worst, to kill other people, either fighting or killing each other. Sometimes, hurting people were inevitable in order to live. However, to Amanai, who kept dragging along the world of his previous life, that was not ordinary life, but abnormal life. Fighting, killing each other, and physically injuring people were treated equal to taboo in his world, and those who did so were kicked out of society. Amanai still saw this world with such values, which was one of the reasons why he decided to fight the Black Sword. You knew about this world, you knew, so you should have been able to avert your eyes and look out only for yourself. Still, you decided to fight despite your fear of fighting. I think that's really praiseworthy. Ruka. Then, why? Because. What should I? I'm sorry, because. Amanai. Because you think you can carry everything by yourself and that you can do it somehow by yourself, after all. Ruka. Amanai, whose face had turned pale and who kept being conflicted internally. Akano slowly unraveled the emotional threads that were intertwined in his heart by coming into contact with him, and speaking to him. Every illustrated story's protagonist has friends, and he faces difficulties together with them. Yet, you try to do everything by yourself. Ruka. That's because I took the protagonists I'm responsible to. Amanai. That's all the more reason for you to rely on someone else. Even if you take the protagonist's position, you don't think that you are one, right? Yet you don't say anything to anyone. Isn't that arrogant? Ruka. But. Amanai. Hildamu. This stubborn blockhead. Ruka. After scratching her head, the impatient Akano grabbed Amanai's shoulders powerfully, bringing her face close to him, whose eyes went wide in surprise at her suddenness. To the point where their noses were about to touch, Akano yelled at him. If you keep being stubborn, then try to prove that you can overcome a difficulty by yourself right here, right now. If you can, I'm not going to complain anymore, and let you to do anything you want. If you can't, know your place, and confess everything, I mean everything to me. Ruka. As such a domineering. In the first place, just what do you mean by prove? Amanai. That. Ruka. After separating her body, Akano pointed vigorously behind Amanai. He slowly turned behind him, his arms and elbows taut, and followed the direction of her finger with his eyes. There he saw a deviant who used a thread tied to a tree branch to hang his body so that he could maintain a vertical posture with respect to the tree's trunk, and used movement technique to roll his body up and down while making a wind noise like a yo-yo and practice swinging at the same time. If you say you're not going to have a problem in the future, do something about that right now. Ruka. Impossible. Amanai. This world isn't as good for nothing as that. You can't always have your way here. You can't live in this kind of world without cooperating with someone else. Ruka. Is that the case? No. That's right. Amanai came to be aware that he was arrogant. LVL Chapter 104. Shout out to Dark Yin for becoming a patron. You're a bona fide masochist? I'm getting tired of watching, so I think up a new training method. I thought that I'd be able to train by without colliding with something if I fixed my body to a tree using a thread and tried it, but the experience points gain is hopelessly bad. Is it because my body is in horizontal position? After all, as I thought, Doing it in a roundabout way is the shortest way, and steady leveling may eventually lead to maximum efficiency. Etc., etc. As I'm lost in thought while leveling, Akana calls me, so I get off the tree. So, how did it go? Is it over? In that case, you guys are probably tired. Wanna take a break? Sakurai. I know it's not my place to say this, but why is the one who got beaten up black and blue until a while ago is the one most energetic now? I downed a potion, that's why. Besides, unlike you, I practically received no mental damage. Sakurai. You little. Look, I got preparation to make, so sit down anywhere you like. Sakurai. I say so and decide to take out the camping set that I had prepared in advance and have him take a break. This was something I originally prepared at the time of my enrollment into the academy in case I couldn't go home because I was too absorbed in leveling. However, since I started living in the log house with Iris and Higaki, one of them would always come and grab me by the scruff to take me back whenever I was in the dungeon for too long. So the camping set had become completely fertilized in the storage room. I never thought it would see the light of day in this way. This must be what they call well prepared means no worries. What? It's not. Well, it doesn't matter, really. As I thought, when you're not 100% sure whether you can solve something, leaving it to, relying on, others by using or imposing it on them is the best way to get it done. Those who can do it knows the ins and outs, so they'd less likely make mistakes and fail. I'm actually the kind of guy that isn't good at persuading, that's why I left it to Akano and it turned out successful. Successful, you know? Well, as long as the person doing it isn't worse than me at it, they'd bound to succeed. Seriously, my plan is truly perfect, gahahaha. Sakurai. Contrary to the warmth of the bonfire surrounded by everyone, the gazes they look at me with are cold. However, I've been moving for everyone's sake since the Academy Festival has started, so they should be able to at least be a little nice and let me be condescending and brag about my good deeds as a reward. Now that Amanai has calmed down somehow after spilling out his tears and feelings, it should be a good time for snack. Thinking that my exhausted needs food for the time being, I decide to take out a simple cooking utensil from the camping set and cook a simple light meal. So you can cook, Sakurai-kun. That's really unexpected. Ruka. I can't make any complicated stuffs, though. If it's just putting stuffs on top of another and bake them, then anyone can do it. Sakurai. By the way, the light meal is my homemade toasted sandwiches. Put a dried meat, onions and cheese in a couple loaf of bread so that they are pressed firmly, and then just bake them on the frying pan. The outside is crispy and the inside is all melty with cheese, with onions giving it more texture and flavor. Even if you add whatever you want in it after that, you'd be able to eat it. It is such a mysterious recipe. By the way, this time I didn't add in anything other than a dried meat. But if you want to add insects in it, I recommend you not to put them on the cross-section or the sides of the sandwich so that they can't be seen. Things like their texture or their feet, when you get to taste them. I remember something not quite pleasant, so I decide to drink a cup of plain hot water and forget about it. Let's just say that I have pulled that kind of prank on the Sword Saint uncle before. Phew. Now then. Sakurai. Now that we've taken some rest, I turn my gaze to Amanai, who have been practically silent until now. Noticing my gaze, Amanai lay his cup of plain hot water next to him and look back at me firmly. When I actually face him, I realize that something has changed from the atmosphere about him. How should I put it? It's like the thing that's been possessing him has fallen, and he has become free. Anyway, I can't judge his inmost heart, so I decide to ask some questions to Amanai. So, how is it? You feel good now? Sakurai. Your question is too vague. Well, I feel lighter somewhat. Amanai. Then can you kill Julia? Sakurai. Your questions jump all over the place. Amanai. His problem was that he was in low spirit and couldn't get over it, so if that's been resolved, it's natural to ask if he can fight with the intention of killing his opponent, isn't it? Ah, was it wrong to use Julia as the example? Well, if you're asked if you can kill a royalty all of a sudden, of course you'd react that way. Then how about Baldas Yang Lan? And who's next? The lot from the Black Sword? In particular, I'd like him to dirty his hands and deal with Nanashi no Katsumi by all means. Sakurai-kun, let's slowly get our way there, okay? Ruka, that's just a waste of time. Sakurai, I want to organize my feelings and put them into words properly, so give me some time, please. Amanai. When he says that much, I feel like I'm doing something wrong for some reason. However, I can agree that he needs to solidify his thought and put it into words. If I shout, today, I learn more experience points than yesterday. In the morning, it will be the same as if I want to continue leveling anything until I get that much. In my case, if I don't do that, it's like I'm making my own break from continuing leveling without restriction, so it's the opposite of the one that solidifies the intention to move forward. Let's see. I know it's already late, but I won't try to stick to the original storyline anymore. I'll stop acting like the protagonist. I want to do what I want to do. Amanai. Sakurai. Also, honestly, I haven't completely gotten rid of my feeling of reluctance of fighting. That's why I'm thinking of changing my fighting style. Amanai. Sakurai. Assuming that I'm going to fight the Black Sword in the future, my current fighting style just won't cut it. I had thought that if I hurt someone, I had to understand their pain. That's why I chose barehanded. I'm thinking of using weapons and magic from now on and... Are you listening? Amanai. Are you a bona fide masochist? Is what I think. But I am listening. I can't understand why you got to hurt yourself if you hurt someone else. It sounds kinda close to the level of oath you have to make for entering some shady religion. It is the total opposite of me. I think that if you hurt someone, the best course of action would be to laugh and provoke your opponent one-sidedly from outside their attack range so as to avoid their counterattack and stay as uninjured as possible. Then why is my combat style a close-range type? You asked. Because leveling is basically a battle of attrition. It is more convenient to be able to kill the opponent by repeatedly smashing the fight command. I don't have talent for magic, so when it comes to long-range attacks, my only option is a bow and arrow, which would mean I would have to waste time, luggage space, and thinking power into resource management of arrows. It's extremely troublesome. Is it really good to change your style because a change in your mental state? As for me, I think it would be a great waste if you give up your barehanded skills. Sakurai. Really? Amanai. I knew when we exchanged fists, but no doubt that in a pure barehanded fist fight, you're stronger than Iris. You might be on the same level of Anubis, I think. Sakurai. In learning soul attack, I was directly taught its basics by Anubis in the Netherworld. Of course, free sparring was included in the training. Even after returning to this world, although I prioritize swordsmanship, I always spar against Iris once a day. Although this battle, which I gladly took part in based on the premise of me holding on while nurturing hit resistance and sparring for refining soul attack, had a considerable differences in terms of circumstances, it is certain that Amanai's way of fighting, in which he strikes a blow after seeing through enemies' movements or feints, is a high-leveled one. Although I'm not sure as to which is superior, it's like Anubis is of the hard fist and Amanai is of the soft fist, I guess. Well, I don't care a whit about that. That's not something you can change overnight, and frankly speaking, the most important thing right now is Julia. Sakurai. Certainly. If we don't prevent Julia from winning the individual award on tomorrow's round robin, Hayata will end up leaving the academy for a while, and we won't be able to fulfill the promise with Sakurai. Ruka. Akano says in agreement with my words. Although I've taken quite a long detour, the original promise was that I would make Amanai stronger so that he could overcome Julia event that he himself triggered. However, there wasn't enough time to simply raise his level, so I decided to act as a hindrance in the competition, which was the beginning of the detour. Afterward, the problem of Amanai himself cropped up, so I ended up having to resort to drastic treatment like this. Anyway, if you've completely changed your preparedness, there is one thing you must definitely do. Sakurai. Something I must do? Amanai. Yeah, completely changing your preparedness and aiming for getting a fresh start is sort of like mentally returning to zero for the current you. Sakurai. And if you want to start over, rebuild, in any form, there is something you need to do to firmly solidify that feeling. Considering not only the battle with Julia but also the future battles, this is definitely necessary for Omanai. I stand up and brush off the soil stuck on my pants, then stretch my back and rotate my shoulders to loosen up my body. Then, after taking a light deep breath, I hold out my hand to Omanai, who is frowning, to urge him to stand up. Come on, get up. If you go back to zero and start over, you'll need to level up first to get used to your new self. Sakurai. It's not leveling status, but the heart, so to speak. It's like a test drive to check your growth and changes. After being a little stunned, Omanai laughs lightly, takes my hand and gets up, and then this time, he holds out his hand to Akano. Taking his hand and standing up, Akano smiles happily and laughs foo-foo for some reason, and lured by her, Omanai deepens his smile, too. Seeing that, I feel that he's going to have no problem with the way he is now, so I nod with satisfaction and voice out my plan after this. We only have about 13 hours before the start of the competition tomorrow, so we're gonna go leveling without sleep nor rest. Sakurai. When I proudly tell them my rough calculation that includes the time it would take us to return above ground, the two look at me with stunned expressions, their smiles until just now gone somewhere. At that, I tilt my head to the side slightly, wondering if I said something strange. Then, after securing Omanai, who immediately tried to escape while pulling Akano by the hand with him, with Shishu, I start going down the stairs leading to the 31st floor while dragging him as is. Wait. Sakurai, please wait. Please, at least leave Akano out of this. Omanai. That. How can I go and leave Hayato alone? Ruka. It's just leveling, what is there to be so afraid about? Anyway, just as it is reassuring to have companions when traveling, there's no need of mercy when leveling. Therefore, relax. Only traveling companions are left alone, whereas you two are dragged forcibly. It's strange that we're gonna have no sleep or rest, isn't it? Moreover, why do we need to do it in 13 hours straight? Omanai. But without that much time, you can't test drive properly, right? Sakurai. If it's just to check my condition, an hour is enough, isn't it? Omanai. What the fuck are you saying, you bastard? It usually takes me 5-6 hours to get used to a new skill. Are you bragging about your talent, to rub the fact that you're superior than me on my face? You are. Why do you get angry? Omanai. Though I said that before, I'll follow Sakurai-kun. Now is probably the only time we get to be this reckless, after all. Ruka. No, what are you saying? Omanai. Didn't you say it when we enrolled? You said, quote, making mistakes as a student is also experience. In fact, it's necessary to understand what your current limits are in order to get used to yourself, right? Ruka. I also wanted to say that I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger and catch up with Hayato and Ethel and overtake you guys. Come on, stand up already, Hayato. Otherwise, I'll end up leaving you in a double sense, you know. Ruka. So she says. Omanai. Sakurai. KH. Geez. I get it. I'm going. So untie these threads. Omanai. Very well. Having such resolution is the first step in leveling. Well, no need to worry. Leveling is essentially about keep winning against opponents you can beat, and since I will be strictly supervising, if you do it seriously, you should not get injured that much. I get it, but why is the premise getting hurt? Omanai. Because it's best if you get ambushed from behind so as to get rid of your drowsiness. Sakurai. That means you're coming with, right? Then you must be joking about 13 hours without sleep or rest, right? If we take a break, we don't have to do that, right? Omanai. Shut up, you made me waste lots of time and effort, so I'ma watch you suffer to relieve my stress. Sakurai. Don't tell me that's your true intention? You are Forest Kong? Omanai. Get your mind straight, we're already in the 31st floor. If you see it in your sight, watch for it's the initial action and knock it down with a counter. Sakurai. I'm bare-handed, though. Omanai. Do it with a hand blade. Sakurai. Hey, you two, a lot more are coming from the front. There are more than 10. Ruka. I just used monster luring perfume that had 6 times the concentration, so of course they'd crowd here. Sakurai. That's the cause of this shitty sweet smell, Huo. Amanai. While continuing our back and forth, Amanai and I eliminate the oncoming monsters, and with Akano's magic supporting between times, we go down the dungeon. The target floor is the 39th floor, and the time limit is a little 13 hours. It seems that the leveling over a long period of time is enough to throw away the hesitation from Amanai and turn the mistakes he had made until now into memories. Amanai Hayato's fists have become much faster, sharper, and heavier than before. LVL Chapter 105 Special Grade Bug, Omnipotent Mass. The next day, in the round-robin tournament set in and around the academy, Julia and Amanai encountered each other at the training ground in the academy. The training ground was shaped like a small coliseum, and it was where combat and magic training were usually conducted. In addition, since lecture demonstrations were sometimes held in it, there were seats in the shape of tiered platforms surrounding the training ground. However, the only ones in the place right now were Julia and Amanai, and also Akano and Ethel, who had already been bought over by Sakurai before the kidnapping and had been dying for a good night's sleep since. Amanai didn't intend to complain in regard to that. To begin with, after the no sleep no rest leveling supervised by Sakurai, he, who had been up all night, no longer had the energy left to hound Ethel. You have terrible black circle under your eyes. Are you okay? Julia. Yeah, I just need to drink a potion and I'll be fine. Amanai. That sounds like something a good for-nothing person would say. Julia. Rather, I feel like I'm going to sleep at any moment if I don't move, and I'm a bit high because I was pulling an all-that-nighter, so I think I'd have easier time fighting instead. Amanai. He threw away the antidote potion that he just drank. He drank it for its strong bitterness, not for its poison-curing effect. When he looked sideways, he could see Akano dozing off with an antidote in one hand while sitting in a seat. Occasionally she would wake up with a ha, as though she just came to and drink the potion in search of bitterness. Seeing that, Amanai suddenly got reminded of Sakurai during their leveling. About when they reached the boss room of the 39th floor under Sakurai's leadership, while Amanai and Akano, who had been fighting with all they had for almost an hour before arriving there, were gasping for breath, already dead tired, Sakurai fluently spoke to them as with nonchalant appearance like he was not tired at all. The 39th floor boss, egg-laying tree, egg mother, drops 2 fruits, children, once every 2 turns. In reality, that means it spawns 2 monsters every 20 seconds, and unlike in the game, there is no upper limit to the total number of enemies, so if you don't get rid of them quickly, you'll end up surrounded by a large number of children. But that doesn't matter. That's not the important thing here. After all, our purpose is leveling, not subjugating the boss. Although the boss is one of those annoying type that summon small fries, in this case, we can make use of it as a wonderful summoning device that supplies us enemies semi-permanently. Sakurai. Hey, hold on a second. Even if it's just for a moment, let us take a break first. Amanai. Sakurai enthusiastically entered the boss room without lending an ear to Amanai's plea. At the end of the doors, there was a plant-type monster. Its huge stem grew from the floor with a rafflesia like a huge flower blooming at the end, and a Venus flytrap-like head extending out from the center of the flower. The boss monster called Egg Mother swung its head around when it noticed Sakurai and Ko's entry and spat out children from its mouth as tough launching them. Smeared with acidic mucus, the children landed on the ground. Then, they shook, extending vine limbs from their spherical bodies, and grew the same carnivorous plant head as their mother. And this is the main key. Sakurai. In the face of the oncoming children who were making strange bird call-like cries and rustling sound of footsteps as they drew closer, Sakurai inserted the woods he had obtained along the way under the doors of the boss room, fixing them in place, and when the children got close enough, he jumped to the back. Then, strangely, the children suddenly stopped walking and became ornaments that just kept making threatening strange voices. Maybe it's due to the setting, but these guys don't even try to take one step out of the boss room. So if you open the doors and get out of the boss room, they will stop moving. But since they still see you, the children will come up to the doors, and the egg mother will keep spitting out 2 monsters every 20 seconds. What do you think? Isn't this a wonderful natural experience points trap? Moreover, the level of these fruits like small fries is 37 levels higher than you guys, so you should be able to earn sizable experience points from them. Sakurai. Well, I don't think you'd be able to reach a level where you can safely beat Julia even with this method, though, he added, and tapped Pechi the children's heads with his sheathed sword. Despite what he did, the children did not leave the boss room and more of them continued to gather near the doors. Not even a fragment of terror unique to a boss monster could be felt from the egg mother that mechanically spews out new children in the back of the room. Speaking of which, you said you want to take a break, didn't you? It's okay. Take as much as you please. The children will continue to be spit out as long as this door is open anyway, and unlike in the game, the spawned children won't disappear until someone defeat them or they're starved to death. The egg mother spat children into the empty space inside randomly, so when the room is filled with children, it will spit them to beyond the doors. After it did, beyond the door probably get recognized as the boss room too, as the children will all pour out at once. By the way, the children will continue to move for about 5 days, so if left unattended, they'd definitely be discovered after the Academy Festival. Sakurai. You've done it before, haven't you? Amanai. By the way, if it gets found out by the disciplinary committee, you'd be made to clean up the floor by yourself. It was a lot of fun. Sakurai. This guy is beyond saving. Amanai. In addition, the dungeon is off limits during the Academy Festival, so no matter what happens, we'll be sharing them together. Sakurai. Amanai was dumbfounded at Sakurai, who offered him his still-sheathed sword while raising his thumb, and sighed. Sakurai probably prepared the situation where he could safely hunt monster with a sword to grant his wish to use weapons and the magic he had said previously. While he thought he should be grateful, he couldn't honestly say his gratitude because of Sakurai's attitude and deeds. He lifted his arm that had become heavy due to tiredness and received the sword. Then, after pulling the sword out of the scabbard, Amanai readied the sword and slashed at the children even though he wasn't used to it. Akano, too, started fighting by chanting flame magic that was highly effective against plant-type monsters. 2 hours after the fighting begun, Amanai and Akano were thrown into the boss room by Sakurai every time they tried to take a break. After desperately escaping from the boss room, potions were thrown at them, and they were made to return to the battlefront, continuing to fight again. Hey! Don't you think the pace at which the children come out has slowed down? Akano. Ha! What did you say? Amanai. In the middle of the battle, Akano noticed that the pace at which the egg mother produced children was slowing down, and Amanai discovered that unlike in the game, the egg mother also needed stamina to produce children and spit them out. In reality, stamina was not inexhaustible. Unlike Amanai and CO who got around it by drinking potions and the made rotations, the monster continued to move until the moment its stamina was exhausted. At this rate, the speed at which they eliminated the children would soon outpace the speed at which the children spawned. In that case, all that remained would the egg mother that had lost its stamina, and the only thing they could do would be to subjugate the boss. Hayato. At this rate. Ruka. Ha. Yeah, the end is finally in sight. Amanai. Mama Tilda. Here's a new potion. Sakurai. Sakurai-kun? Ruka. Karu Or so they thought when suddenly Sakurai threw a potion from the back toward the egg mother. The egg mother dexterously held it in its mouth and drank it, before it made a cheerful strange voice and picked up its spawning pace. What are you doing, Sakurai? Amanai. Fools. Did you think I didn't know what's going on your mind? It's true that the egg mother runs out of stamina in about 2.5 hours, but if you give it a potion like this, its vitality will return to normal, and you can level more. That's a plant for you. A mother who knows not tiredness. I can't stop leveling. So you guys shouldn't stop leveling, too. Sakurai. Hayato, let's throw him at it. Ruka. Roger that. Amanai. Hey, what are you doing? I have nothing but some threads on me now, you know. Oh. Sakurai was thrown toward the egg mother by the hands of the two whose thinking ability had declined and began to act upon whatever idea came to their mind due to tiredness. Sakurai, who never thought he would be betrayed by his comrades, was caught, no, protected in the ivies grew by the egg mother. Then, Sakurai, who was protected by the enemy and stood on its betel, puffed up his chest with pride as if his panic earlier was a lie and gave a potion to the egg mother. No, what the hell? No matter if it's a monster or a human, they'd try to get a factor that would be advantageous to them. This is the difference between reality and game, Sakurai, you're the very picture of a plant user who has betrayed humanity, though? Ha ha ha, maybe it treats me like a prey that supplies it prey right now, so our relationship will last as long as I still have potions on me. But I'm sure it'll prey on me as soon as I run out of potion. I don't even have a sword, so I'm in a serious pinch right now. Sakurai, you're actually tired too, aren't you? Hayato, let's just burn them all together because it's too much trouble. Ruka. Yeah, let's. Even after capturing the 39th floor, the two continued to be abused by Sakurai. They were woken every time they fell asleep or fainted. It was an unpleasant experience. However, thanks to it, Amanai came to realize the difference between the game and the reality, the harmful effects of mixing them up, and many things that he should have seen but didn't realize. And as I thought, Sakurai, who should have screamed and moved about more than Riku and me, and ran out of stamina but still nonchalant, is no doubt strange. Even while the two were fighting, he was practicing swinging and movement technique in his free time. And once in a while, he'd spray the monster-luring perfume on himself, ran around the dungeon to attract monsters and pull them over to him and Ruka while continuing to hunt monsters that escaped them at the same time. He was strange indeed, so Amanai thought while the figure of Sakurai surfaced in his mind. I can see you had a valuable experience. You're exhausted, but you're free of the burdens on your shoulders. That's the feeling I get from the atmosphere about Amanai-kun now. Julia, it's thanks to you. In that regard, I heard that Princess had a hand in it, so please don't expect me to hold back. Amanai, of course, that's what I wanted, so there is no need to be reserved. Julia, facing Julia who made a joyful smile, Amanai began to stretch his back once, rotated his shoulders, and loosen his body to get rid of his drowsiness and tiredness. While popping noise sounded out from him rotating shoulders, he began talking without minding the fact that the one before him was a royalty. The weakness of alchemists lies in drawn-out battles. That is because they need raw materials to fight. Amanai, and there is a limit to the number of things that each person can carry. Right? If that is what you are aiming for, then I will play along. Just imagining fighting against an opponent that can contend with me that I have been waiting for oh so long makes my heart pounds. Julia, no, I'm sorry, but I'm so tired so I can't do that. Please do something like that with Sakurai. Amanai. It would be unreasonable after all. Julia showed a slight sadness to Amanai's words. She wanted to fight Amanai at his full strength rather than when he was ridden with wounds, but at the same time felt guilty about imposing that wish. After all, she took part in cornering him. It was she herself that willingly colluding with Sakurai to corner Amanai. She would have agreed if Amanai were to say that he wants to fight at another time, and she thought she wouldn't mind even if she didn't get to scout him to some extent. But strangely, I don't feel like I'll lose to you. Amanai, Julia silently grabbed the grip hanging on her waist and alchemized her golden chain into a blade. Noticing that, Amanai slowly readied his fists. His body was exhausted. However, the weight of his arms and the dullness of his legs were just right, and his five senses were clear. I was really helped by Sakurai. Amanai's greatest harvest from Sakurai's unprecedented abuse was he was able to reconfirm just what kind of thing his own body was. Listen to me, Amanai. You're looking down on the protagonist's body too much. Your body is a special grade bug, an omnipotent mass that was born into this world. It was mentioned a lot in the setting, and in the game, but you don't get that at all, Sakurai. He remembered Sakurai spoke those words with eyes filled with tremendous jealousy, and, He was saying those words as he was resting come practice swinging with a one-handed sword he got in the dungeon. In the time I took to master one skill, you can master 8 skills. So since you said you want to use both weapons and magic, train in them all at the same time so that you can wield them all at the same time. Learn the sword from me, learn the magic from Akano, mix them with your martial arts and sublimate them into a new technique, original. You can do that much at least. Sakurai. Sakurai's basis for asserting that came from the setting in the game that Manai's body was the body of the protagonist that can learn all skills. Even though the one saying it was the person who had pointed him out the difference between the reality and the game, he strangely felt convinced by it. It must be because he said it without hesitation nor doubt. Your body will probably respond to everything you think you can do. You can think of it as a blessing, cheat, that the world bestowed upon you. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use it? Although he knew that Sakurai definitely had a selfish motive behind those words, they sounded like a pioneer's wise saying to a Manai. He gave him a clearer aim than the local knights who taught him martial arts. It wasn't like he held expectation for it. However, when he tried it out, the protagonist's body responded to all his wishes as though rebelliously saying, I'll show what I can do. If you assert it that far, then I can't say I can't do it. That'd be uncool. Let's do this then. Show them what you can do. Amanai. And so, Amanai obtained a new power. It was the fruit of efforts that only Amanai had. Even the original protagonist hadn't. God's sacred raiment, sacred fighting school, swordsmanship, flame sword, flame magic. Amanai. In the beginning, he only possessed God's sacred raiment and sacred fighting school. He learned swordsmanship and flame magic by receiving guidance, and he learned flame sword by watching Sakurai used it in the dungeon. Although learning skill not through normal skill acquisition conditions already demonstrated his abnormality, Amanai went one step further. Self-taught synthesis, custom rebuild Thunder Sovereign. Amanai. A reckless action of arbitrarily selecting the characteristics of multiple skills and transforming them into one skill. The creation of something of divine nature, something like that was allowed only for those chosen by the heaven. The only person who could pull off the same feat in the present era was probably the Sword Saint, Sanuki Shoichiro, who made it to his current level with just slashing technique. Golden gauntlets and armor that covered him from the base of his shoulders to his fingertips, and from the base of his feet to his toes. Lightnings constantly racing around him as if they were alive, waiting upon his order. He knocked together his fists in front of him. Lightnings burst along with the impact, forming electrifying flame blades on both of his fists that he slowly parted. He took in the racing lightnings into his body. His hair made crackling noise and stood upright, and his movement speed increased in all aspects. He gathered the lightnings on his back. As they converged, they became a number of thunderstorms, forming into wings that look as though they could crack the space. Amanai's body gently separated from the ground. Julia, looking up at his unworldly appearance, thought he didn't look like a student anymore, but a thunder god that she had heard in epic poems. At the intimidating feeling he emitted, at the gaze he directed at her, she smiled, her heart pounding. Julia, I don't choose drawn-out battle. I mean, I'm tired and can't last long in the first place. I'll challenge you in a short decisive battle with everything I've got. Amanai. By all means, do so. What a wonderful day today. Julia. Their positions had been reversed. Now that she became the challenger, Julia's heart was filled with unprecedented joy. She didn't need to go easy. On the contrary, she must respond with everything she got. That was what her heart shouted. Come on, come on, come on, come on, fight, struggle, talk with me, entertain me, Amanai high too. Julia took her off her outer garment with a flap. Her corset and underwear, and her exposed toned beautiful physique, showing them off were unacceptable as a lady of the royal family. However, she generously exposed them. Then, she alchemized all of the outer garments that she had taken off. Convert, golden cannon. Immediate deployment. Julia. The skill convert used by the combat alchemist, Julia von Nost, increased the performance of the finished product in proportion to the value of the raw material. If it was a sword, the sharpness would increase. If it was a shield, it would be more sturdy, and if it was a firearm, the destructive power would increase. How much was the clothing worn by a royalty worth? What about the gold threads that was used to draw patterns on it? What about the ornaments attached to it? What was the monetary value given to the rarity of the raw materials used to make it in the first place? An amount of money that was enough to make Ethel avoided looking straight at it and collapsed while foaming at the mouth was transformed into gorgeous golden cannons. The line of 10 golden cannons were deployed in front of Julia, and all their muzzles were pointed toward Amani. The biggest and highest firepower at present were at Julia's disposal. Such firepower was usually spread over a wide area, but now it was concentrated on only one person, Amani Hayato. Julia faced Amani with firepower so overwhelming that it could blow away the training ground. Looking at the cannons, Amani calmly assessed the situation. With his currently exhausted body, he would definitely get taken down if he were to receive even one shot of the 10 cannons. In the first place, the consumption of magic power by the full operation of Thunder Sovereign was abnormal. Given his magic power was consumed several times faster than usual, he judged that he could only fight for 3 minutes at most. If he didn't use it, he thought wouldn't be able to defeat Julia, considering the difference in their levels, but when they actually faced each other, he still ended up feeling that the difference in their strength was beyond imagination. Therefore, he would play another card. Now was the time to go for broke and pour out all his strength without minding the aftermath. Along with such a resolve, Amani activated his second power, which was a new possibility shown by Sakurai. His understanding as a reincarnated person combined with the extremely vague information given to him and his body that made the impossible possible gave form to it. I'm not the protagonist. I'm me. Even though our appearances are the same, the one born in this world was not Amani Hayato but me. That's why I can use my own power as I wish. Amani, who had been released from the curse called the protagonist, affirmed to himself, further refined his magic power with a refreshing feeling and showed his trump card along with a shout imbued with the power of words. System command, hero time. Amani. He stopped being the protagonist in a story. He decided to walk his life as a single human being. That was exactly why this time, he declared to the world that the protagonist of his life was none other than himself. The world responded to the torrent of magic power. The world, having received the price of enormous amount of magic power, shone a spotlight toward Amani. Hero time was a magic that drew the world to become one's ally by continuing to release an incomparably large amount of magic power to it in battle. This magic was created by Amani based on the story Sakurai heard from Nanashi no Katsumi, the third reincarnated person, in anticipation of the upcoming battle. As a premise, the magic in the original game Frontier Academia was described as a miracle provided by the world in return for the paid magic power. By drawing the world to become his ally even temporarily, Amani would be able to receive the love and blessing from the world. Its love weakens or nullifies all the magic directed at oneself so that one was not hurt by one's own power. Blessing gave one maximum physical strengthening to compensate the inferiority in one's physical strength compared the opponent so that one wouldn't lose to anyone. New skill custom rebuild and physical strengthening hero time. By combining these two, Amani succeeded in obtaining the same or higher status than Julia, who was 20 or more level higher than him. However, the price was also enormous. Amani was only left with less than 15 seconds battle time. However, Amani was sure that 15 seconds would be enough. All cannons, fire. Julia. Along with Julia's command, the muscles of the golden cannons made roaring sounds. He couldn't let storm of cannonballs that were fired all at once based on precise line of fire calculation hit him, which was why Amani strongly gritted his teeth and cut open a path to escape with his flame blades clad fists. A fist and a shell made a direct contact, and the flame blades that were inserted into it exploded their shell from the inside. The floor of the training ground was turned up inside out and destroyed, and dust cloud arose from the ground as though there was an eruption. The rubble that was blown into the air stopped at the top, and then they free fell one after another. The shockwave they generated when hit the ground dispelled the smoke. Magnificent, Amani-kun. Julia. Beyond the destroyed scenery, A young man like a thunder god was thrusting his fist before the princess. LVL Chapter 106 Shameless Advertisement. Check out my new project. This time reflection. It's been 3 hours since the round-robin tournament started. About this time, everyone should be trying hard to crush each other. Lucky them. So I absent-mindedly thought while looking out the window. Sakurai-san, the meal's ready. Iris. Koe. Sakurai. I move my bamboo mat-trapped body like a caterpillar and go to the living room. I have to use my mouth to open the door, so the hygiene is bit concerning, and I'm crawling on the ground, not walking on my feet, so it needlessly takes me extra time and stamina to get there. Alright, Sakurai-san. Sayek. Iris. Sakurai. Sakurai, you're okay with that? Higaki. Can't be helped, ain't it? My limbs are tied up. Sakurai. I eat the hamburger steak made by Iris while replying so, along with a juicy texture, a concentrated special spicy sauce made by mixing red pepper and habanero chili spreads in my mouth. I can't taste such things as the umami of the meat no more, and the pain points inside my mouth are all stimulated, making me unable to swallow the meat. However, I can't help thinking that I lose my sense of taste if I leave it as is, so I decide to bite the bullet and swallow it. She's keeping calm, but from the way she uses food to express her emotion, looks like Iris's anger hasn't subsided yet. Well, I've really done it this time, so I can only resign to my fate and accept it. Damn, it's so hot. The reason why I'm getting tortured like this is because, as you might have expected, Iris found out about the Amani Awakening event fast drama operation. After finishing the all-night leveling, I enthusiastically headed to the reception desk for the round-robin tournament, and at the reception desk Iris stood imposingly. Oh, this is dangerous, I thought, and immediately turned back to try to escape. However, I found Higaki blocking my escape path with an apologetic face, and so, I was sadly taken to Iris's place. After arriving there, as I was coming up with an excuse, Iris leapt at me and started bawling. Zagrazan. Iris. What? I didn't expect this reaction. What's happening here, Higaki? Sakurai. Zaagaru. Iris. Where did the anger when she stood imposingly at the reception desk gone to? I had no choice but to catch her with surprise to her endlessly overflowing tears and bawling. Even as I soothed and apologized to her, I still didn't know what was going on, so I could only ask Higaki for help. Well, I was also fault for forgetting it back then, but the content of the operation hit her trauma directly of sorts. Higaki. Huh? Sakurai. When I listened to her story with Iris's crying as the BGM, I understood and realized that I had completely done it this time. Because when itemized, this farce could be described as taking away someone's important something and threaten them with it to change their body and mind. When I recalled Iris's personal history with that in mind, I got reminded that she was the victim of an incident where one day she was suddenly abducted by a criminal, was threatened in both body and mind, and was about to be brainwashed. We were able to rescue Iris at the very last minute, but as a result she suffered the triple handicap of memory loss, child regression, and trauma, and for the sake of her treatment, she was entrusted to me and Higaki and came to the world of the living in for a change of environment. If she heard about such a plan, her trauma relapsing was a foregone conclusion, which led her bawling like this as a result. If the people you trust starts doing the same thing as the person who made you traumatized, it sure would be scary. Well, so, that was a complete mistake on my part, and I deeply regretted it. After soothing Iris, I naturally apologized with my head lowered, and I decided to tie my body up like this for today. Why did I tie up my body, you ask? It's because I would unconsciously start practice swinging and leveling, otherwise. That's right. In other words, I'm now performing the highest and greatest way to express my remorse beyond dojeza and seppuku, that is by abstaining from leveling. That is to say, it's the result of Sakurai's head has become less valuable because he did dojeza every time he caused trouble. Higaki, you're noisy, accomplice. Reflect on yourself a bit. Sakurai. I have already resigned from the position of chairman of disciplinary committee. Higaki. That's not your way of showing remorse to me, isn't it, Higaki-san? Sakurai. Being retorted in a flash, Higaki becomes rigid for a few seconds, after which she quietly stands up and suddenly dashes to my room, voluntarily stepping on the trap that I have set for trespassers and getting her upper body entangled in threads. It's my last resort because I've been doing dojeza every time something happened before, so I couldn't convey my remorse to Iris even I do the same again. Higaki-san, Sayek. Iris. That's spicy, you know. Sakurai. I've taken that into account. Gogofu, Mugafugo, nu tilde? Higaki. Perhaps her anger reduced to some extent seeing Higaki suffered from the spicy hamburger steak and fell prostrate on the table. Iris heaves a little sigh. Sakurai-san, please don't do something like this ever again. Regardless of whether it's right or wrong, I'm afraid that if Sakurai-san does that, the same thing as my father did, you'd end up becoming like him. I don't want that. I'm sorry. Iris. Perhaps even mentioning it herself like this pains her. Iris grimaces. But she doesn't have to apologize. The pains she feels this time are totally my fault. That's why the one who should apologize is me, the one who should bow their head is me, and the one who should show remorse is me. Why are you apologizing, Iris? The fault is all on me, so there's no reason for you to apologize. As soon as I thought that my humanity was improving a little, I went and did something like this. I don't mind if you point at me angrily, hit my head and say, this fool, you know? Sakurai. I won't do something like that. Iris. Then, is there anything else you want to do? It's my way to make it up to you of sorts. But if you have something you wanna do, I'll go along with it, you know? Sakurai. Iris crosses her arms and begins to think hard while groaning unto my words. Can't she think of something she'd like to do? Or does she have too many things she'd like to do that she can't choose one? Either way, I plan to get along with whatever she says, so I'd like her to think about it slowly and give me a firm answer. If it's now, she may be able to play human spinning top by pulling the rope that is twined around me. Adding in Higaki who has fell flat over there, she may also enjoy human spinning top battle. How about it? Wanna try? That's so. Then, please, just promise me one thing, Iris. And that is? Sakurai. Please think of a more humane means in the future. Sakurai. Yeah. Sakurai. Well, if she, who is in a way like my external common sense circuit, says so, I'll give as much consideration as possible if I can afford to choose the means. Honestly, I don't quite get the think more humane part, but if I keep it in mind, I'm sure I'd get it someday. You look like you don't really understand it. Good grief. Iris. Looking at me giving a reply dumbly, Iris sighs like she's amazed. Then, after quickly stuffing the spicy hamburger steak into my mouth and making me swallow it, she lifts me up and makes me sit on the sofa in the living room. What on earth is she going to do? As I thought so, she takes blanket out of her room and lays on the couch with her head on my lap. Firefu, Iris? Sakurai. Because of the spiciness of the spicy hamburger steak, I suffer pain like everything from my mouth to the back of my throat is on fire, so I can't even pronounce words properly. Although my intent is still conveyed, Iris, who is laying down using my lap as a pillow, just stares up at me, before making a mischievous smile. I'm a little tired, so I'll take a break for a while, so please don't move in the meantime, alright? Iris. Sakurai. As soon as she said that, she turns her face away, and presses and rubs her forehead against my abdomen, before beginning to make an even breathing sound right after. Although I'm not sure what is her intention in doing this, but I'm sure this is something that Iris wants to do. Since I've said that I'd go along with whatever she wanna do earlier, I should play along until she's fully satisfied. Well, I haven't caught a wink of sleep since the kidnapping yesterday, too. Shall I sleep as well? Once I thought so, I'm suddenly hit with a sudden rush of tiredness, and following that, drowsiness arises within me. I relax my body, slowly close my eyes, and leave myself to the drowsiness. Yet, my mouth continues to tingle for a long time, so I can't sleep at all. and I can't even move in this position even though I want to have some water. By the way, because Higaki also couldn't draw water on her own because her upper body is restrained, she tries to wriggle her body to somehow drink the water from the jug, but fails grandly, with Higaki falling on her knees in front of the spilled water spreading on the floor. I try to distract myself from the tingling in my mouth by breathing roughly, and so, while we expose such unsightly appearances, our suffering continues until Iris wakes up with a yawn at 3 p.m. LVL Chapter 107. Shout out to Sheila Roy in camp for the pledge. Note: I'll be using onomatopoeia like in the Raw for Horsey's Neigh from now on. The Academy Festival ends. The sequel, or rather, the epilogue of the Academy Festival. The day after the round-robin tournament, I meet Amanai in the garden of Iris's home after the closing ceremony. Sorry, Sakurai. I failed to get the individual award. Amanai. Let's go, Horsey. Let's run over and kill this untrustworthy wicked shitty bastard. Sakurai. Hi Heian. Wait. I got the fool's necklace. I got it all right. Amanai. TSK. You may lose your life if you try playing tricks in front of me, you know, youngster. Sakurai. I was the stupid one for trying to get back at you. Amanai. While receiving the fool's necklace as promised from Amanai, who regrets having made a stupid joke, I release and urge Horsey, whom I have stopped, to return the favor. Hi Heian. Wait, are you for real? My bad, it was my bad, Sakurai. I apologize. Amanai. Horsey, play with that Ana-chan for a while. Since he has a change in mentality, his reaction has become richer for some reason, so I'm sure you can enjoy playing with him. While listening to Horsey's neigh, I turn my back on Amanai and head toward where Iris and the others are. Beside Iris and Higaki, Akano and Ethel, as well as Julia and some of her knights are gathered there, and they have started barbecuing with an iron plate and a grill. So this is a barbecue. I have had many outdoor standing parties, but it's up to the chef to cook. Grilling the meat by myself is truly a fresh experience. Julia. Just why is Princess here of all places? If you want to have a closing party, don't the military academy hold one as well? Or rather, is it fine for a princess to participate in a closing party? Ethel. The instructors also participate in the closing party at the military academy. If even I were there, it would be difficult for the students to let loose and have fun. That's why it's fine. Julia. That's so. Then Princess should help out cutting the ingredients too. There will be no meat for those who do nothing. Ethel. Certainly. Fufu. This is my first time using a kitchen knife for its original purpose. It's a bit exciting. Julia. I can't hear you. I don't hear Princess has been using a kitchen knife for anything other than its original purpose. Ethel. Maybe she got attacked in the cafeteria or something? Well, I don't care. Anyway, everyone is completely in a closing party mood, and each person has a fun conversation while eating meat and vegetables as they like. The power of meat sure is great to bring together the two people that are a miser, Ethel, and a prodigal, Julia, who seem to be incompatible with each other without a conflict. I thought. Let's ignore the scream of the miser that echoes when Julia creates a knife with conversion. Sakurai-kun, thank you for your hard work. Ruka. Sakurai-san, come here while the meat is still hot. Iris. If you don't come quickly, you'll get no meat. Sakurai. Higaki. Coming. Sakurai. I'm hungry too, so I stuff my cheeks with the meats that have been grilled on a skewer. The high-class meat that Julia brought as a souvenir has a lot of fat. It feels like it's melting in my mouth. But, to be honest, a meat with a lot of fat doesn't suit my taste. I don't understand how could there be people who loves the fat of marbled meat. Back in my previous life, it feels like pork tongue is taken to the extreme here. It's not like it tastes bad, but I'd like it if the meat is a bit chewy. Speaking of which, Akano. Amanai said he failed to get the individual award, but what happened? Sakurai. He ran out of magic power after fighting with Julia-san, you see. He lost to the people who came when he had become unable to move. Ruka. I also put up a fight, though. So Akano smiles bitterly. Their party has Ethel, but when Amanai goes under, the pure vanguard will be gone and they will end up being routed, after all. It is an unavoidable result when we were only thinking of defeating Julia. Regarding that, I was also at fault for making them leveling, thinking that if he could defeat Julia, there was no way he would get done in by the riffraffs, without considering about the afterwards. So I decide to whistle and call back Horsey, who is chasing Amanai around. At the same time as Horsey neighs happily and runs my way, Amanai falls on his knees and breathes roughly. Who's the good boy? Who's the good boy? Look, this is a freshly grilled vegetable. Why no tilde. Is there a vegetable that horses can't eat? Well, who cares? Sakurai. Hi. No, you can't give him vegetable of any kind, Sakurai-san. For now, the green onions are completely no good, so please give him carrots or pumpkins. Iris. I give raw carrots that have been cut up to Horsey, who raises and lowers his head while raising a cry. Hey, why does it feel like this guy completely understands human speech? That said, it's not like there's anything bad about it, so let's not fret it. Rather, it's good thing, as it will be easier to give instructions to him if he does understand. If it wasn't Amanai, then who won the individual award in the end? I know it's kind of rude, but I don't remember anyone else notable. Higaki. That would be Baldassare-kun. Honestly, I didn't expect that, either. Julia. The one who answer Higaki's question is Julia, with tongs and some ingredients in her hands. I was defeated by Amanai, he was defeated by other students, those students were defeated by other students, so on so forth, until finally all of our points ended up in Baldassare's hand. He was moving alone without forming a party, with the reason being, quote, I want a one-on-one fight. As the valuation basis was the individual who earned the most points, he won the individual award in the end. Julia begins to explain while grilling the ingredients she brought on the iron plate. The sight of her enjoying yakiniku in her usual gorgeous outfit is kinda surreal, but the person herself seems to be very happy, so let's not give any boorish comments here. Just that, it seems that Baldassare was also watching the battle between me and Amanai-kun. You see, although he received the individual award, after the closing ceremony, he came to me and gave me the supplementary prize, the Fool's Necklace, saying, it should be given to you who have cast away your hesitation. Is it what they called a consolation in sadness? Julia. The prize he gave with kind intention, circulating from hand to hand and ended up with me. Won't this get me in trouble with Baldassare later? Sakurai. As long as you don't meet him, you will be fine. Julia. If I do meet him, I'd be a goner. Sakurai. It's a joke. I'll tell him about it myself. I also want to give him my thanks, as he can be said to be a benefactor involved in Amanai-kun's rapid growth. Julia. Saying that, Julia gives grilled meats to Iris, who is holding out her plate, puts vegetables on mine, and continues speaking. Alright, you have fulfilled your promise with me, Sakurai-kun. I personally want to return your favor. Julia. Return my favor? Sakurai. If there's something troubling you, or if there's something you want, if it's within my capability, I will do my best to fulfill it. Julia. Don't, princess. Saying something like that to Sakurai is Higaki. That's right, Julia-san. If you say something like that to Sakurai-san, you'd only be given an unreasonable request, so it's better if you think up a way to thank him by yourself. Iris. To think you two think that lowly of me. Sakurai. Then, Sakurai, do try telling us what you're going to request. Higaki. The key to the treasury of the royal palace. Sakurai. Hey, what's with that? See? Gazes. It's not like I'm planning to steal anything there. My business is with the door of the treasury, and the star seed that can be found by examining the back side of the door. I will have to break the jewel that is fitted on the door with a swing of a nice axe a bit, but people are rarely in there, so it won't be a problem, right? If that's the case, I should figure one out by myself, I guess. Julia. I think just you coming here bringing these high-quality meats is enough, but well, do as you like. Sakurai. I also thoroughly made use of Julia for my own purposes, so she doesn't have to return the favor or anything, but she probably wants to do it not to satisfy the other party, which in this case me, but for her own self-satisfaction. Considering Julia's background setting, she must have been mentally isolated until now. If she wants to share her emotions with someone in some way, it would be boorish to pour water on it. So, Higaki and Iris, please stop looking at me in amazement like you're seeing a cat that refuses to eat the fish placed in front of it. I'm fundamentally a person who holds my end of the deal after all, and I've become able to read the room to some extent. Well then, the Academy Festival is over, and the ban on entry to the dungeon has been lifted too. Time to get some real leveling. What? Who are those guys? Sakurai. As I casually run my gaze around, I suddenly catch sight of a group of knights coming our way, line up in a row. From the equipment, I can definitely tell that they are regular knights, not the members of the military academy. The 4th unit of the Knight Order. They are in charge of this area, but did they come to bring me back? Julia. That said, don't you think the atmosphere about them kinda intimidating? They look similar to debt collectors or bouncers hired by loan sharks. Ethel-chan, could it be, you have borrowed money from loan sharks before? Ruka. I can't hear you. Ethel. Maybe the others also have noticed the knights. The closing party mood completely dissipates, and everyone begin to quietly watch over their overmove. Without worrying about the surroundings, the knight walking at the front of the group, a blonde with round glasses, steps forward as the representative and bows to Julia. I deeply apologize for intruding during your pleasant talk. I am Abel Zion, Vice Captain of the 4th Unit of the Knight Order, isn't it? I heard you were in charge of the case of bombing at Obsiusco, but why are you here? Julia. When I take a closer look at him, it turns out that it's the knight who was participating in my interrogation in the case of the Opera House. Regarding that case, the Thieves Guild should have taken care of the cleanup, so there shouldn't be anything turning up now after all this time. I am currently in charge of another incident, the one that happened in the military academy students' lodging. Zion. Because Zion-san's line of sight is focused on me, everyone turns their eyes to me. I laugh lightly and avert my face. Foo-foo, come to think of it, I don't remember ever telling anyone about my fight with Nanashino. Back then, I left the corpses of the knights killed by Nanashino as they were and made off. Didn't I? You are Sakurai Toru, aren't you? We have something to ask you in regard to the incident that happened 3 days ago. Please come with us. Zion. Is it voluntary? Sakurai. Unfortunately, it's compulsory. Zion. This is definitely the treatment of a suspect in a murder case. As soon as I showed the attitude of refusing to accompany them, I saw the knights waiting behind him slowly touching the handle of their swords. Now that it has come to this, I have no other choice. It's my fault for not dealing with the trouble I had with another reincarnated person properly. It won't be good to resist the guys from the Knight Order here, so I can only let myself be taken away quietly. Hey, Sakurai. Higaki. Don't worry, Higaki. I'll be back in no time, so take care of Iris for me, will ya? Sakurai. No, more importantly, don't attack other people in the same cell as you, okay? Sure, they are criminals, but they're not your punching bags, got it? Higaki. Just what do you think of me? Sakurai. When I come back, I need to change her perception of me. Even I have enough common sense to prepare legitimate self-defense just in case. Don't look down on me, K? That's right. Sakurai. While I'm removing my sword from my waist to show that I won't resist, an idea suddenly come to my mind. Come to think of it, there is a perfect person to solve this kind of problem nearby. Hey. Sakurai. You don't need to say it, Sakurai-kun. It will be a bit inconvenient, but I will also launch investigation on my side. Julia. I appreciate it. Sakurai. I'm relieved by Julia's reply. But let's keep jailbreaking as an option in the worst-case scenario. I obediently stand in front of Zion-san and his knights, and let myself be handcuffed. Even though they already handcuffed me, they surround me so that I can't run away, but in order to reassure Iris, who looks my way in worry, I turn my head back and flash a smile, before saying, then, I'll leave the rest to you, princess. Sakurai. She smiles softly at my words, and gives me a thumbs up. What you should have in life are friends and authority, Such wonderful words. I never thought that just knowing that I have someone high up in power backing me would relax me this much. I also give her a thumbs up in return to show that I believe in her, and then the knights urge me to start walking. Unlike them who have strained atmosphere about them, my steps are light, and my heart is worry-free. Now then, let's enjoy some holidays in a place away from the secular society, shall we? I think the reason he is taken away is related to the incident of the murder of the knights who were in charge to lead the students at the inn where the military academy students were staying at 3 days ago, but honestly, do you guys think that he was the perpetrator? Julia, if it's Toru, there's a small possibility that he really was the one who did it. What do you think, Amanai? Ethel, I think he'd do it if necessary. Amanai, Sakurai-san would never kill a stranger if not for a really serious circumstance, you know. Iris, according to the report I heard from the disciplinary committee, it seems that the incident was discovered thanks to the large number of firecrackers that were set and lit in there. Higaki, that sounds like a really serious circumstance, doesn't it? Iris, that guy said he would set up the firecrackers we made in the inn to disturb the sleep of the military academy students, so at the very least, there is no doubt that he invaded the inn. Amanai, but with Sakurai's temperament, he would shamelessly show resistance if he really is the perpetrator. I think that it's not him. Ruka, but you know, it's Toru we're talking about, right? Ethel, I have known him for a long time, but I can't tell at all whether he let himself be taken away quietly because he couldn't think of an excuse, or because he is innocent but thought that there was no use to resist here. Higaki, Sakurai-san is pure and strange parts after all, right Tilda? Iris, so, in a sense, it's because you trust him that you're half in doubt. Ha 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 ha, this is a problem. Julia, I can hear everything. Just why is everyone doubting me? Isn't it strange? Isn't the following flow of events normally should be you guys believing my innocence and working together to help me out, saying that it's to return the favors I've given you until now. I'm innocent. When I went to set up the firecrackers, I ran into that bastard Nanashino, had a fight to the death with him for a while, and then I ran away in haste cause I can't beat him. Sakurai, hey. You don't struggle. How could half-doubting me be called trusting me? If you really trust me, say Sakurai is surely innocent, confidently. Sakurai, if you keep struggling, we'll employ rough measures on you. Hey, Julia-san, I really beg of you. If you want to repay my favor, now is the time to do it. Sakurai, it appears that he heard our talk. Julia, oh, since Sakurai denied that violently, he mustn't be the one who killed the knights. I'm finally convinced. Higaki, thank goodness. Now we can help Sakurai-san. Iris, you finally believed I'm innocent only after I lose self-control? I appreciate it, but I'm extremely aggrieved, though. When I come back, I would change and improve you all's perception of me, so prepare yourselves. Damn it. Isn't it strange that I'm taken away in such frustrated mood even though I'm innocent? Sakurai, I'm forcefully taken away by the knights while groaning to the mysterious frustration that springs up within me. Thus, the Academy Festival, in which I worked hard in various ways and to obtain the Fool's Necklace, came to an end. And while I achieved my purpose, I ended up getting taken away by the knights for a charge I wasn't guilty of. LVL Chapter 108. Shout out to Bob the Lost for becoming a patron. And of the original game. A certain room in the Adventurers Academy, the moonlight was shining through the window, illuminating the room dimly. It was the room used by the vice principal of the academy, a middle-aged woman named Milia Heikler, as her office. Right now, the owner of the office, Heikler, had a hand blocking her mouth and suspending her up in the air. The owner of the hand was the demonkin, Luizina Matios. She was rummaging the office as she pleased while stretching out a long third arm, like a snake, from the back of her wide-open crimson dress to restrain Heikler to not accurately grasping those geese movements despite being their collaborator, sponsor. Just how much of a dunce are you? You should put together some useful information in a document somewhere. Luizina. What Luizina needed was the information regarding the Black Sword, to which she belonged before. She knew their past information, but as for their present information, she had not the slightest clue. That was why she was trying to get it from Heikler, the Black Sword's collaborator at the Academy. I thought that if they were hiding in the Academy, they would react in some form when I walked around the Academy openly, but it was in vain. What a waste of time. Recently, Louisina had been thinking that her old home, the Black Sword, was a hindrance to her future freedom. After all, most of her life was spent there. She did not know what kind of trouble she would be dragged into if it was revealed. She was now treated as having died in the Opera House incident officially, but that did not mean she could depend on that fact and live without a care. That was why she thought it was best to settle her past blemishes in order to walk a new, clean life, and she thus put the thought into action. That being said, the result was not good. Although she found from Heikler's secret accounts that she had been embezzling a little bit of the Academy's materials after the Opera House incident, but she couldn't find anything more than that. If they were severely damaged, it wouldn't be weird if they either take a bunch of materials all at once to recover, or they could receive a slow and continuous supply of materials from embezzling while waiting for things to cool down. I think I'd be able to find their whereabouts if I were to search where the embezzled materials go to, but are they really not in the Academy? Despite being the way she was, Louisina was still an executive of the Black Sword. She naturally knew where their safe houses for emergency case were located. Based on that, she thought that they were likely to be lurking somewhere in the Academy, but they did not make a move even though she had revealed her presence during the Academy festival. Considering that, there might really not be hiding in the Academy. Hilda, so bothersome. So bothersome tilde. Louisina, after diving onto the guest sofa and laying down on it, she screamed and groaned, spitting out her dissatisfaction. To her it was just something she did to relax, but to Heikler, who did not know that, she only looked like a child who was throwing a tantrum, as she did not know when her dissatisfaction would be directed at her. Heikler, not being able to do anything, just kept staring at Louisina below while trembling with trepidation. "Hey, you! Do you really not know anything about their whereabouts? Since you were embezzling materials, then must have come here at one point, right? You have at least a clue as to their whereabouts, don't you? Louisina, tilde. Answer me. Louisina." She moved her third arm, continuously shaking Heikler violently in the air. Sometimes, she took advantage of the fluid trait of her body to push her arm from Heikler's mouth and nose to the back of her throat and drive her to the brink of suffocation. After repeating it several times, Louisina came to a realization. Of course you can't answer if I block your mouth," and released Heikler. Having fell with a thud, Heikler coughed violently many times while turning a resentment-filled gaze at Louisina. Feeling irritated by that, Louisina once again grabbed and lifted Heikler with her third arm, then repeated the same torture over and over again. Go ho, ka. The next one will make it the sixth time, right? Louisina. Wait. Nanashino faction did come to the Academy, but his tracks disappeared all of a sudden. Heikler, there's no way a group of people could disappear suddenly. You're still looking down on me, I see. Louisina, it's true. They suddenly disappeared after receiving the materials. I searched for them too. If those guys who have part ways from you, the main faction, get caught, it'll be the end of the road for me. But I can't find them. All 73 members of Nanashino faction. Anywhere. Makler. Louisina was inwardly tilting her head. Main faction? But she decided to keep her mouth shut because she thought it would be convenient for her to misunderstand if it could make her speak. Nanashino, Pygmalion, a synagogue. They went along well, didn't they? Louisina. After listening to Heikler's story, Louisina secured documents summarizing her weaknesses and set out on her way home. From her former espionage experience, she decided that it was better to make her submit by seizing her weaknesses than to kill her so as not to cause a ruckus. With the separation of Nanashino faction, the main faction, led by the original boss of the Black Sword, had further weakened in power. Nanashino faction had appeared at the Academy but was currently in hiding, but she discovered the current location of the main faction's base, so she was thinking of going to get rid of them first. For Hitler to mistake her as the liaison from the main faction, it could be said to be a fortunate event for Louisiana. Despite having reaffirmed once again of the convenience of the skill that could make others fell into charmed state, she shoved it in the corner of her mind with the intention of not relying on it. Still, just where have they disappeared to, I wonder? But since there's no track of them turning up, they should still be in the city at least. Louisiana, they might have disappeared from the academy. But even so, they couldn't have left the city. And if they were hiding, their original base had been exploded to bits and the knights should have set up a defense around it. In that case, the only place where they could be hiding in that she could think of was one of the safe houses that were scattered around the city, but they were just sort of temporary shelters. They were neither a place to store the materials they had received nor a place where as many as 73 people could stay at for a long time. If only Nanashino's subordinates go crazy and come to attack me, then I'd be able to catch them and make them spit out the information. But, well, Pygmalion will never allow such idiocy come to pass. He's the type that has a terrible face but the most serious at work, after all. Louisiana, while sighing because the only lead she had been cut off, she changed her mood. In any case, she had the main faction to deal with in the near future. After handing over the documents about Hitler to guys from the Thieves Guild introduced by Sakurai, she planned to get their help to get rid of the main faction, if possible. That's right. I have to tell this to Julia. As for the proof, well, if I peel off his mask on the spot, it would work out somehow. Julia, Louisiana muttered while thinking of the status of the boss of the Black Sword among the society. If Louisiana Mateos was the earliest demonkin born from the demonization technology, albeit accidentally, the other party was a natural demonkin born from drinking the blood of monsters and eating their fleshes. That demonkin who continued to eat monsters with a trait similar to that of immortal jellyfish had lifespan so long to the point of having no equal, and was specialized only in survival. That person, who had exceeded 500 years of age, had been sitting in the aristocratic position for many years by repeatedly faking his death and making use of his ability to rejuvenate, but he was nothing special in terms of combat power. Combat power was respected in this world because the danger to one life was always close at hand, and it played a big factor for one to be welcomed by people. That was why even a royalty like Julia, who should have no need to take up the sword, honed her power. It was so she could govern the nation by giving its people the sense of security coming from being protected by a powerful figure. Therefore, the higher the position a person had, the higher the courage they required. Probably because he was too specialized in survival, that demonkin possessed little courage, which was why he sought a solution by technology. That was what the organization named the Black Sword was for. That it was what the means that was the demonization technology was for, and with its completion, the demonkin was trying to take over the country. However, it paradoxically showed that unless the demonization technology was completed, the demonkin was no different from a human, which was called a frail creature. In order for him to become the last boss in the original game, it was indispensable for him to have a base and personnel who could fully work in the next year or so. However, now that both the base and personnel had literally exploded due to Sakurai's idea and Nanashino's secret maneuvering, it would take a long time for him to recover them. However, Louisiana couldn't possibly know such a thing. What she knew was that now was the time to get rid of the weakening main faction, and that there was no way she would lose against the boss even if she were to fight him. Good grief, starting over your life sure isn't easy. Louisiana. Still, I have to do what I've got to do, so the vampire walked in the dark night. A few days later, an incident occurred in which a certain noble's mansion collapsed with a thunderous sound. The cause was believed to be the aging of the building. It was announced that the servants who were in the mansion were rescued safely thanks to the efforts of several students of the Adventurer Academy, including Amanai Hayato and Sword Saint Sanuki Shoichiro, who happened to be nearby, but the noble family, including the head, were unfortunately squashed by the collapsed roof and all died instantly. Due to the incident, one of the noble families that had served the nation for many years came to an end, and the nobles broke into heated disputes concerning the territory that they had ruled. It was feared that a blank area without a governor would be created in the nation, but the royal family declared that the territory would be incorporated as a territory under the direct control of the royal family, so the confusion was kept to a minimum. Thus, the original last boss in the original game was dragged down from the stage easily without even exchanging words with the three reincarnated people despite their fate having derailed. 1. Basically, Immortal Jellyfish has the capability of reverting back to childhood stage after having reached adulthood. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/Tyrantropsis_Dornia